Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 276 Talks. 2 days later, at Sao Harbor, the sun poured down unreservedly, illuminating the entire harbor. The sky was a brilliant blue, sapphire-colored, without a single cloud blocking the view. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the faint scent of the sea, bringing a particularly soothing feeling. Boats came and went at the harbor, and fishermen busily carried their catch, their shouts and footsteps mingling. They, or perhaps the entire nation, knew now that the Navy had attacked them 2 days earlier, but they also knew that powerful and righteous men had protected them from harm. So, for now, they were unburdened by worry, each busy with their own affairs. Goku, at the harbor, Sabo had just reached the edge of the docked ship, about to leap off, when he saw Goku waving at him from below with a smile. Surprise washed over his face, and his eyes lit up. His lips curled up, and he leaped down with a swift and decisive movement. Hey! Sabo, long time no see, haha. Goku rubbed his head and smiled innocently. It's been a while, Goku. I can't believe so much has happened in the days we haven't seen each other. Sabo smiled, a smile tinged with emotion, his expression a bit complicated. He and Long were on the same ship, so he quickly learned everything about the events of the past 2 days, which stirred a wave of emotion. Who is your leader, Long? Goku looked curiously at the group of people disembarking from the ship behind Sabo. Sabo turned around and saw that Long was not among the group. Remembering that he should still be in his office, he was about to speak. But then, a gust of wind blew by, and a figure in a dark green coat suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. Hello, Son Goku. Nice to meet you. I'm Dragon. The man had black, medium-length hair, simply combed back. He had no eyebrows, and a red, square tattoo on the left side of his face stood out in the sunlight. Although he was smiling, he exuded an air of authority, even menacing. And he was Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, and Garp's son. Goku blinked, his gaze lingering on Dragon for 2 seconds. Then, with a gentle smile, he said, Hello, Dragon. In the Black House at the Revolutionary Army's base in the capital, St. Martin, Sabo was awed by the sudden transformation of his surroundings when his soft, delicate body leaped into his arms. Sabo, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, and it was Korra who was holding him. Sabo regained consciousness, placed his hand on her head, and a gentle, sunny smile played on his lips. Thank you for your hard work, Kurla. He had originally wanted Kurla to stay in the Kingdom of North, hoping she could recruit new recruits safely, but he hadn't expected so much anxiety to happen instead. Kurla released his hand, feeling discomfort, and looked up at him, her eyes watering as she blinked. Suddenly, Sabo reached out and gently pinched her cheek, saying in surprise, Hey, Kurla, have you gained some weight lately? The Revolutionary Army soldiers, who had been watching their affectionate scene with anti-smiles, couldn't help but twitch their lips. While silently cursing Sabo's stupidity, they also looked at him with sympathy. After a brief silence, as expected, Kurla suddenly transformed into a furious lioness, grabbing Sabo's cheeks and forcing them apart. What are you saying? Damn Sabo, that hurts. Korra, ha 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 ha. Along with Sabo's screams, the room erupted in laughter. The tense atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army soldiers, watching the playful banter between the two, suddenly lightened, and everyone's faces were filled with cheerful smiles. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was slightly more solemn. Goku, Puile, and Robin, along with Dragon, Sabo, and other core members of the Revolutionary Army, along with the Chiseo, who had expressed his desire to join the Revolutionary Army, gathered together. Welcome to our great ranks, Chiseo, Dragon said solemnly. Their Revolutionary Army didn't have many experts, so the arrival of someone as powerful as Chiseo was a great joy. I'm also fortunate to be your companion. I'll look forward to contributing my small part to liberating the world. Chiseo, leaning on his staff and sword, nodded solemnly. After the simple welcome ceremony, the two took their seats. Dragon rested his elbows on the table, clasping his hands together before his mouth. He looked at Goku, pondered for 2 seconds, and then slowly said, "Goku, I admire your idea, but the world government will never agree to it." And, he paused, his tone heavy. "And the world government possesses too many unknown powers. They've ruled this world for 800 years, relying on nothing but unparalleled powers, not to mention the Navy's might. The power of the Holy Land of Marijoa alone possesses a terrifying force that is enough to terrify the entire world." His expression was solemn. Having served in the Navy and being a renowned hero within it, he naturally knew more of the world government's hidden secrets than the average person. For example, he knew that the 5 elders, who wielded supreme power in the world government, were each incredibly powerful, undoubtedly rivaling any of the Navy's admirals. What made them even more terrifying than the admirals was that they rarely took action. No one knew if they had consumed any devil fruits or what their special attacks were. With 5 such powerful and enigmatic individuals, it's no wonder the Revolutionary Army harbors a fear of them. Furthermore, within the Holy Land of Marijoa lies CP0, a dedicated group of celestial dragon lackeys. These individuals are considered the celestial dragon's strongest shield, and each possesses extraordinary strength. Furthermore, according to intelligence gathered over the years, within the Holy Land of Marijoa lies a mysterious celestial dragon guard, also comprised of powerful individuals. All of this demonstrates the unfathomable power of the world government. And this is just in terms of personnel. Beyond its vast number of powerful individuals, the Revolutionary Army has uncovered clues over the years that the world government is secretly researching secret weapons to further solidify its rule. Goku, while you're incredibly powerful and could easily defeat Admiral Kizaru, you stand no chance against a world government of that magnitude if you attempt to overpower it with force. After hearing Dragon's words, Sabo, Kerala, and other Revolutionary Army officers nodded with solemn expressions, clearly aware of the situation. Goku's idea, while good, was far-fetched and unrealistic. He actually wanted to travel alone to the Red Earth continent to negotiate with the world government and the 5 elders, demanding they relinquish world rule and hand it over to the Revolutionary Army. If they hadn't known Goku long ago and knew him to be sane, they would have thought he was crazy. Of the people present, only Goku remained relaxed. The others, like Pugil and Robin, who had always steadfastly supported Goku, wore grave expressions. While they knew Goku's strength better than the others, they didn't think the world government was a mere paper tiger in his face. After all, it was the most powerful organization that had ruled the world for 800 years. It stood like a towering mountain, unshakable and awe-inspiring. Bang! Pual suddenly pounded his fists, looked at Goku, and boomed, "Boss Goku. Whatever decision you make, I absolutely agree with it, but this time, please take me with you, too. Let me fight alongside you." His eyes were filled with a resolute determination, ready to face death. After all, his life already belonged to Goku. If Goku wanted to embark on such a treacherous mission, how could he not follow? Robin, standing beside him, had clenched her knuckles until they were white. Childhood nightmares and 20 years of dark experiences on the run had left her with a deep fear of the world government. But at this moment, she pursed her lips and feigned calm, saying, "Goku, I'm going with you, too." Sabo and the others' expressions dropped as they heard their words, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Shouldn't they have collectively advised Goku not to go? Why are you two adding fuel to the fire? Seeing their differing expressions, Goku couldn't help but scratch his head. "Well, actually, you can rest assured. I'm quite confident in my abilities, haha. Besides, what if they agree right away?" He said the last part to cheer everyone up, to lighten the mood. After all, even with his simple nature, he knew that was an impossible scenario. However, his humor didn't elicit laughter, but instead made the atmosphere even more solemn. For a moment, his smile grew awkward. "Goku, I don't agree with you going either," Sabo said, seeing everyone fall silent. "Although your ability allows you to leave at any time, what if the world government has a way to counteract it? And to be frank, even if you did get the world government's approval, our Revolutionary Army doesn't currently have the power to lead the world. And if they can't, the world will likely be in chaos." He looked at Goku seriously. Despite the world government's inaction and evil deeds, they still control the world and won't allow it to fall into chaos. Without this controlling hand, many ambitious individuals, including pirates, would surely seize the opportunity and stir up great turmoil in this world. Thousands of innocent people would then perish. "I've thought of that." Goku suppressed his smile and nodded seriously. "I think the Navy should be able to help you. While there are many bad elements among them, There are also many good ones, like Smoker, a Marine with a heart of justice. The reason I kept that admiral here the other day was so you could talk to him and the higher-ups within the Navy. How about you meet him now?" He blinked, then suddenly vanished. Less than 2 seconds later, he reappeared. This time, however, he was accompanied by another person, Kizaru. Kizaru was still a dishevel, his wrists covered in sea stone cuffs, but the rest of him was still covered in dust from Goku's kick. It wasn't that the Revolutionary Army was deliberately abusing him, denying him a bath or a change of clothes, but rather that he simply refused to do so. Being suddenly brought here by Goku wasn't particularly surprised. After a quick glance around, his gaze settled on Long. Yo, isn't that Long? It's been a long time since we last met." His tone remained unremarkable, as if being Goku and his men's captors for the past 2 days hadn't affected him at all. Long stared at him for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Kizaru, it's been a long time." He hadn't seen him since leaving the Navy, perhaps 30 years. Seeing his former acquaintance again filled him with emotion. Kizaru pulled up a chair and sat down, yawning again. "Son Goku is in league with your Revolutionary Army, so what do you want from me?" One reason he felt so relaxed was that he knew they wouldn't kill him, otherwise, they wouldn't have captured him and could have just killed him. Unfortunately, although we all want Goku to join our Revolutionary Army, he rejected us before. "He's not a member of the Revolutionary Army," Long said, shaking his head. "Oh? That's interesting." Kizaru raised an eyebrow, seeming quite surprised by the situation. "As for what I want you to do," Long gave Goku a deep look and pondered for a moment. Although he still disapproved of Goku's plan, it would be beneficial to have a brief chat with Kizaru now to understand his and the Navy's views on the world government and the Revolutionary Army. They could even try to win him over and get him to join their Revolutionary Army. After all, he knew Kizaru could be won over, unlike Akainu, whose so-called absolute justice would absolutely not allow him to be associated with him. So, after a moment's deliberation, he was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Goku suddenly spoke, outlining what he was about to do tomorrow and his hope that Kizaru would correct his mistakes and help the Revolutionary Army maintain world stability. Finally, he added with a serious face, "I hope the Navy's actions are truly worthy of the word justice that you bear, and not, as before, attack innocent, defenseless civilians." Chapter 277 Landing on the Red Earth Continent. Kizaru had been leaning lazily in his chair, even snapping his fingers occasionally. But as Goku's words continued to pour out, his slack body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and his back involuntarily straightened up. His eyes gradually widened, and his face first showed a hint of disbelief, and then was filled with solemnity and shock. At that moment, he stared intently at the man before him, his heart churning with anxiety. He longed to ask him what had given him the courage to declare such a formidable challenge to the world government and demand its relinquishment of power. But when his eyes met Goku's composed face, the scene of his disastrous defeat 2 days prior flashed back in his mind like a nightmare. He felt the overwhelming force that had left him powerless, and a faint pain tingled in his back, a reminder of the humiliation of that defeat. He opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it in frustration. He couldn't defeat him, truly couldn't. Beyond all else, the man's strength gave him a shred of confidence to speak so boldly. However, just because he had the other man's confidence didn't guarantee it. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the world government, a presence he didn't want to provoke. So, he wrinkled his wrinkled face, the wrinkles on his face deepened a little, and spread his hands helplessly. "I said it before, I am just a man who follows orders. Justice is never decided by me." What he meant was, he doesn't care how you fight the world government, whoever wins in the end, whoever controls the power to lead the world, that's who he will listen to. "Then what was your original intention in joining the Navy, Kizaru? Do you still remember what you said about seeking justice for the suffering people?" Ryu suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on him. He and Kizaru were close in age, having trained and carried out missions together in the Navy. It could be said that they had been companions for a long time. Because of this, he understood Kizaru well. Although he had a lazy personality and often appeared careless when carrying out missions, he knew that he harbored justice in his heart. Kizaru was silenced by his question, a complex flash of confusion, struggle, and a hint of unspeakable pain in his eyes. His original intention, the original intention of joining the Navy? He seemed to have buried it deep in his heart for so long that he had almost forgotten such a thing existed. This world has always had its own operating system, namely, the trend of the times. This is what he has realized in recent decades. Under the trend of the times, the power of one person is powerless. What about being an admiral? Not to mention him, even Marshal Sengoku had to bow his head and grit his teeth to carry out the orders issued by the world government that violated his sense of justice. They all knew in their hearts that the trend of the times could not be defied, so they could only choose to hide their inner thoughts, follow orders, and at the same time do what they could to do justice. Then, they waited silently, waiting for another trend that might come one day. Seeing that Kizaru kept silent with a complicated look on his face, Long took advantage of the situation and continued, "Kizaru, you know the purpose and goal of our revolutionary army, and I also believe that the justice you hold in your heart has not died out. So I am here to sincerely invite you to join our revolutionary army and contribute your strength to liberate the whole world with us." His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone was full of sincerity. He looked like he was looking forward to and welcoming Kizaru to join. Kizaru was silent for a long time, and then he picked at his messy hair, making his already messy hair even more messy. He slowly raised his head and finally refused, saying, "Sorry, Long, I don't have any thoughts about joining the Revolutionary Army for the time being." After saying that, he looked at Goku again with a serious expression, "Sun Wukong, I promise you that if you can succeed, I will do my best to help maintain the stability of the world, but if you fail," he paused and didn't continue. "If you fail, then what else is there to say?" In the blink of an eye, a day passed. During this day, in order to convince Dragon and Sabo that they really have the strength to face the world government, Goku showed off his skills. With the joint efforts of Dragon, Yixao and the released Kizaru, he defeated the three at an extremely fast speed, which brought an unspeakable shock to the other party. Although it did not completely dispel their concerns, it at least made them, as well as the onlookers Sabo, Robin and others, believe that he really has a certain confidence in going to the Red Earth continent this time, and he also has enough strength to retreat unscathed. "Goku, take this image Den Den Mushi." In the courtyard, Long handed out a Den Den Mushi, and wanted to give it to Goku, who was preparing to go. Whether Goku's trip was a success or a failure, it would be a major event worth remembering. If it succeeded, this video would be praised by the world forever. If it failed, they could also learn about the unknown internal situation of the Holy Land Mary Joaquin during the live broadcast, and make adequate preparations for their future overthrow of the world government. However, he had just handed his hand halfway out when he paused and retracted it. "Forget it, Goku, I'll go with you, and I'll take the Den Den Mushi," Long said after pondering for 2 seconds. He still couldn't let Goku go to face the world government alone. Although he would not participate in the battle, when necessary, such as when Goku was seriously injured and could not escape, he could find ways to rescue him and let the two of them successfully escape from the Red Earth continent. Moreover, the recording of the Den Den Mushi also requires someone to move and protect it, otherwise it is very likely that the on-site footage will not be recorded. "Yet, okay." Goku nodded. Soon, under the worried gazes of Robin, Puile, Sabo, Kurla and others, Goku soared into the sky and flew rapidly towards the direction of the Red Earth continent. And Long followed closely behind, transforming into the wind and chasing after him. "You must return safely, Goku." Robin clenched her hands, her heart filled with worry. After being persuaded by Sabo and Kurla, she and Puile finally gave up the idea of going with Goku, because they knew that with their own strength, they might not be of much help there, but would become a burden to Goku and distract him. "Goku, you are the most brave and powerful person I have ever met. Regardless of whether you succeed in this journey, you are the most amazing person in my heart." Sabo looked in the direction where Goku left, his eyes full of deep respect. Whoosh! In the sky, a white light flashed like lightning, and then a rumbling sonic boom echoed in the sky, as if the sky was playing a war song for Goku's journey. Goku's whole body was emitting white flames, and a long white airwave was dragging behind him, leaving a striking trail in the blue sky, like a bright comet passing through the sky. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, looked at the empty sky behind him, blinked, and scratched his head. "Huh? Am I flying too fast?" In his perception, the dragon's aura had been left behind by him for tens of thousands of miles, and was now moving at a speed that was very fast for people in this world, but as slow as a turtle for him. If it continued to move at this speed, it would probably take a long time for the other party to fly to where he was. "Well, forget it, I'll go over first." He held his chin, thought for a few seconds in the air, and a nonchalant smile appeared on his face. Then his whole body burst into white flames, and he rushed towards the direction of the Red Earth continent. Soon, he raised his eyebrows, looked at the magnificent red land in front of him and smiled slightly. We're finally here. Snap. After landing in a deserted area, he suddenly condensed a ball of energy in his hand, causing it to float in the air. Then, he locked onto Long's energy and moved there instantly. In less than 2 seconds, he reappeared there with Long, who hadn't reacted yet. What is this? Long's pupils shrank as he looked at the scene around him, his expression filled with shock. No, they have arrived at the Red Earth continent already? How long has it been? It seems like less than a minute. Chapter 278 Akanu's Lava Fist. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, sunlight poured down unreservedly on the training ground, illuminating the ground with a dazzling, blinding light. The Marines, as usual, were engaged in their arduous daily training, their neatly arranged formations casting neat shadows across the training ground. Attention, a captain-level officer, his gaze piercing the hundreds of Marines before him, barked out instructions. I declare that the next exercise will be 200 laps around the drill ground, as usual. The 10 slowest runners will add an additional 50 laps. Do you understand? His voice was high and powerful, seemingly piercing everyone's eardrums. Understood. The soldiers' expressions grew more solemn, their postures straighter. They roared in unison, their deep, powerful voices coalescing into a wave of sound that echoed across the training ground for a long time. After watching the soldiers turn in unison and enter the runway to begin their training, the officer glanced up at the sky with a sense of meaning. It was a brilliant blue like a sapphire, without a single cloud to obscure the sky. Golden light poured down unreservedly, its warmth permeating everyone. Yet, for some reason, the officer felt a nagging sense of unease, as if the clear blue skies were merely an illusion, soon to be overcast and ushered in an unprecedented storm. Oh, perhaps I'm overthinking it. There's no way a storm is possible in this weather. The officer frowned slightly, then shook his head and let out a silent laugh. Even if a storm did occur, it would be as docile as a kitten before the impenetrable Marine headquarters. What was there to worry about? In contrast, in the Admiral's office, Zanguo frowned, his expression grim. The reason the headquarters remained calm, untouched by the events of the past 2 days, was because he had immediately suppressed the news. Aside from a few high-ranking officials who knew of the Demon Slayer Order's failure and Kizaru's whereabouts, the rest of the staff remained unaware and continued to carry out their daily work as usual. Of course, there was one thing that no one in the Navy knew except him. Yesterday, Kizaru, who had been missing, suddenly contacted him via encrypted phone and hurriedly told him the Navy should do nothing. He then hung up, leaving no further information. He could confirm that the caller was Kizaru, as only he could make such an encrypted call. So, a huge weight lifted from his heart, and then a new one hung high. Knowing Kizaru was safe was a relief for him, and for everyone in the Navy. But Kizaru's words, however, left him with doubts. He was a smart person, and he knew that the other person's request for the Navy to do nothing meant that they should not interfere with Goku's arrival on the Red Earth continent to meet the 5 elders. Common sense would dictate that the Navy wouldn't stand idly by and would definitely intervene. However, even that wasn't possible, as the 5 elders would have given their orders. As early as the day before yesterday, 2 days before the agreed date, their Navy had secretly dispatched an admiral, 10 lieutenant generals, and 1,000 elite soldiers to the Red Earth continent, following orders from the 5 elders. He believed Kizaru hadn't failed to anticipate this, to understand that the Navy couldn't possibly sit idly by. Therefore, this sudden remark from the other party was cause for deep reflection. Was it a hidden message? Ever since receiving this message yesterday, he had sat here, pondering it all day. Finally, a terrifying thought, one that terrified him, emerged. Could Kizaru believe that the world might be changing? Sengoku clenched his right fist, pressing it firmly against his mouth. His left hand rested on the table, his index finger tapping repeatedly, revealing his inner turmoil. Kizaru, what's going on with you now? Are you with that Son Goku, or are you with the Revolutionary Army? He peered through the mirror, glancing out a window. He knew Kizaru must know something, which was why he specifically told him this. The news of Son Goku's connection to the Revolutionary Army had been confirmed through various intelligence reports. If his suspicions were true, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly be involved. Otherwise, Son Goku alone wouldn't be enough to change the world. In the vast castle known as Pangu City in the Holy Land of Marijoa, the 5 elders sat at attention, expressions solemn. Everything is arranged, but we don't know when that lunatic will arrive. The god of scientific defense, Gigalusha Satan, half closed his eyes, a cold glint in his eyes. Being blatantly provoked, to them, it was a provocation, by Goku was a humiliation they had never felt before. At that time, fisher tigers climb onto the Red Earth continent, and the release of thousands of slaves seemed insignificant to them, because they saw him as nothing more than a pitiful insect. Had they not stood by and watched, aloft in Panga City, without taking any action, that little bug, fisher tiger, would never have escaped the Red Earth continent alive. But now, Goku was different. After the demon-slaying order failed, the 5 vice-admirals were defeated in a single blow, and Admiral Kizaru's whereabouts were unknown. They realized they had greatly underestimated Goku. This opponent wasn't just a bug they could easily crush, but a ferocious beast capable of ripping off a bite of flesh and inflicting pain. Since it was a ferocious beast, they naturally stopped being so careless and began to take it seriously. And the beast's provocation, compared to that of a bug, infuriated them no less. Furthermore, the fact that this criminal, wanted by the world government, had the audacity to personally meet them in the Red Earth continent, an unprecedented event, made them feel even more humiliated. Since when had a man with a bounty on his head for offending the celestial dragons dared to treat them so defiantly? HMPH, if he comes, I'll see him kneeling before us, begging for mercy. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if he doesn't come, it'll be extremely difficult for us to capture him. The god of agriculture, Shepherd Tenpit Saint, folded his arms across his chest and snorted coldly. While Goku was powerful and posed a considerable threat to them, they weren't really afraid. After days of planning, they were already prepared to keep him here. And even if he had helpers, they were confident they could capture any incoming attackers. So, right now, Shepherd Tenpit Saint was only worried that the enemy was just talking big and didn't dare to come. Then, all the preparations would be in vain, and they'd be like the clowns, being made fun of. He will definitely come. Someone with Conqueror Haki wouldn't go back on their word. The god of finance, Azambaran V Nasujiro Saint, resting his hands on his katana, spoke with conviction. His gaze fixed firmly on the center of the conference table, as if he could see through it, the approaching Goku. After these words, the 5 elders fell silent. They waited, silently, waiting for Goku's arrival. Amidst the desolate Red Earth, a stillness reigned, only a gentle breeze stirring up dust. Long, stunned for a moment, regained his composure, his understanding of Goku's abilities growing even greater. With such speed and the power of miraculous teleportation, wouldn't he be able to travel anywhere he pleased, the vast world at his command? He cast a deep glance at Goku, his mystery growing stronger, and he couldn't help but wonder where he came from. However, they had more important matters to attend to, so he briefly pondered and suppressed his thoughts. Wukong, wait here for a moment while I return to the sea to find my bearings, Long said, looking at Goku. The Red Earth continent was vast, and even the Holy Land of Marigia lacked any compass. Even though he had once reached the Holy Land of Marijoa during his time as a Marine, with no reference points around him, there was no way to determine its exact location. Therefore, to determine his location, he would first need to determine his current position on the sea, and then use that position to find the direction of the Holy Land of Marijoa. However, Goku unexpectedly raised his hand to stop him. Well, I remember you saying that Marijoa was the only human settlement on the Red Earth continent, right? Long nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. That should be the case now. What's the problem? Then there's no problem. I found the location, Goku grinned. It's right over there, and not far from here, he said, pointing to the right front. The streets of the Holy Land of Marijoa were now deserted, not a single celestial dragon in sight. In the past, the place was always filled with the arrogant laughter of the celestial dragons and the miserable cries of the slaves, but now it seemed strangely deserted. This was because the celestial dragons had all heard of the attack today, and for their own safety, the 5 elders had ordered them to retreat to a safe area. Initially, some arrogant and spoiled celestial dragons, or some simply foolish and simple-minded, were displeased with their decision to retreat, threatening to stay and see who would harm them. After all, in their hearts, they held an unparalleled position as the rulers of this world, and no one dared disrespect them. But upon learning that the attacker was the vicious criminal Sun Wukong, who had previously disgraced the Holy Charles and made him a laughingstock, these previously arrogant celestial dragons immediately retreated. Though still unwilling to accept the attack, they obediently withdrew. However, while these celestial dragons had departed, the slaves they had imprisoned in the underground prisons of their respective residences remained trapped in darkness. The prisons were dark and damp, filled with a pungent stench of decay. The slaves, clad in tattered clothing and bound by heavy chains, huddled in corners. They felt the usual cold and darkness, completely unaware of what was about to unfold outside, still desperately awaiting salvation that would arrive at an uncertain time. Outside the holy ground, two figures descended from the sky. Looking at the vast, castle-lined area before them, Goku placed his hands on his hips, raised an eyebrow, and a hint of curiosity etched in his expression. "This is Marijoa, huh?" Long nodded, his expression solemn. "Indeed, from now on, Goku, be careful. 3 days would surely allow the world government to be fully prepared. Therefore, Goku must be facing numerous dangers now." Just then, their eyes suddenly locked. A dog-headed arm, formed from molten lava, suddenly flew out of the holy ground and hurtled towards them. The scorching lava swirled and surged, the rising heat hissing and distorting the very air in its path. This was undoubtedly a powerful attack, a deadly blow capable of overwhelming the enemy. Boom! The dog-headed molten arm slammed down at the two like an arrow, so fast that the people had no time to react. The dog-headed mouth snapped shut, revealing sharp magma fangs, as if to devour the enemy into the boiling magma. As it hit the ground, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and the surrounding air was shaken violently, forming a series of visible airwaves that quickly spread in all directions. For a moment, the figures of Wukong and Long disappeared, as if they had been mercilessly melted into liquid by the magma. The whole scene fell into dead silence, only the boiling magma continued to flow in the huge pit, as if announcing its victory. Chapter 279 You are not a devil fruit user. In the hilly terrain 1,000 meters from the holy land of Marijoa, a cold wind whipped across the desolate landscape like a knife. The red earth, whipped up by the wind, filled the air, adding a touch of desolation and loneliness to the surroundings. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the silent red earth, and more than a dozen sailors filed out. A vice admiral was the first to emerge, carrying a large, strangely shaped instrument on his back. After gently placing it on the ground, he stood at the entrance and shouted a stern command, "Quick, quick, quick! The superiors have given the order, everyone, set up the equipment immediately." The sailors, who followed him out of the cave, moved swiftly and with a serious expression. They immediately arrived at the equipment and methodically began adjusting and configuring it. Seeing them begin working, the vice admiral's serious expression relaxed slightly. Hundreds of meters to his left and right, a vice admiral led naval soldiers, either emerging from a cave or a small cave, directing them to deploy similar equipment on the surface. In fact, there were more than just these 3 locations. Looking down from above, one could see that, centered around Goku in the holy land of Marijoa, 10 vice admirals, led by naval soldiers, were stationed in a surrounding formation. Connecting them with a line, they formed a striking rectangle. About half a minute later, seeing the soldiers complete the setup and deployment, the vice admirals raised their tightly grasped dendenmushi and reported in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief Sora, deployments are complete for points 1, 2, and 10. Good." An old but powerful voice echoed from the other side of the dendenmushi. Its owner was none other than the former Grand Admiral of Marine Headquarters and current Supreme Commander of the World Government Armies, Hyperbone Sora. "I order you to activate immediately." "Yes, Commander Kong." Upon receiving Kong's order, the lieutenant generals didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the soldiers to activate the equipment. Beep, beep, beep. As the soldiers pressed several buttons on the instruments, a low humming sound suddenly erupted. The soldiers quickly stepped back, no longer daring to stay near the instruments. Their eyes stared solemnly at the instruments in operation. Meanwhile, they secretly wondered who their superiors were targeting with these devices. Boom! As the instruments reached full power, a deep roar, like the roar of a tiger or a dragon, echoed. The sound shook the earth, trembling the surrounding air. At the same time, about a meter in front of the instruments, visible ripples appeared out of thin air, like a stone thrown by a mischievous child, stirring up calm waters. Then, these ripples quickly spreading upward, downward, left, and right at an astonishing speed. The pouring sunlight was distorted by the trembling space, twisted and refracted by the ripples, like wielding snakes, weaving strange and dazzling light and shadows in the air. This is the space oscillator. As expected of the world government, they were able to create such a device in such a short time. Vice Admiral Mazambia observed the scene before him, his eyes filled with admiration. As a Vice Admiral, he naturally knew that they were targeting Sun Wukong this time. Sun Wukong's ability to teleport was no secret, especially the Navy members who participated in the Demon Slayer Order, who witnessed his mysterious appearances and inexplicable disappearances. Therefore, for the world government, hoping to capture Wukong and prevent his escape, this ability must be restricted. After analyzing various intelligence and speculations, they believed that Wukong's ability was spatial, meaning he could move freely in space. However, if space became unstable, could he still use this ability? They believed not. Therefore, building upon existing technology, they created a spatial oscillator capable of vibrating and destabilizing space. This way, if Sun Wukong attempted to escape by teleporting, he would despairingly discover that this place had become a cage, and he was a captive bird, unable to fly. Lieutenant General Mazambia's lips curled slightly at this thought, a hint of pride in his eyes. Sun Wukong, your end is here. As a staunch supporter of the world government, he was immensely pleased that Wukong would be captured. Buzz! As the 10 spatial oscillators swung into action, the spatial ripples connected, forming an impenetrable, invisible hemisphere that completely enveloped the interior. And that wasn't the end. Once this was complete, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the ground further inside the vibrating space. Immediately, a pale yellow light curtain emerged from the crack, extending skyward to form a hemispherical light shield. From a distance, it resembled a large bowl turned upside down on the ground. This was none other than the energy shield the world government had spent centuries constructing. Once activated, neither those outside nor those inside could escape, barring the use of special abilities. Originally constructed to protect the Holy Land of Marijoa, the world government unexpectedly used it for the first time to trap Goku. They already knew Goku possessed flight. The special oscillator could prevent him from teleporting, but not from flying, which was why they decided to deploy this ultimate weapon. With both, they would surely leave the enemy with no escape. Gulp. Gulp. Within the vast pit, bubbling magma continuously bubbled, each bubble bursting with a puffing sound. The scorching heat hissed like a swarm of angry snakes, distorting the air above. Above and behind the pit, Goku and Dragon hovered in the air, neither of them showing a single sign of damage from the attack. What a powerful attack! Goku blinked in surprise as he gazed at the bubbling, steaming lava below. Well, be careful, Goku. This is an attack from Admiral Akainu, the magma man who ate the magma fruit, Dragon said seriously. As they spoke, they slowly descended to the ground. Just then, a tall, straight figure draped in a white cape strode out of Marijoa's. It was none other than the Admiral Akainu, Sasuke, that Dragon had mentioned. Oh, you've come, Dragon, but are you the only two? Akainu looked at Goku and Dragon with a sinister expression. He wasn't surprised that his attack hadn't injured them. If it had been so easy, they wouldn't have needed to mobilize so many troops. However, he hadn't expected Goku to bring only Dragon with him. He had expected many members of the Revolutionary Army to accompany him. Is there some other conspiracy? He half closed his eyes, speculating with the utmost malice. After all, in his eyes, both Goku and Dragon were vicious criminals who openly challenged the world government, evil beings he would ruthlessly and with all his might destroy. HMPH, whatever schemes you have, they're all useless. You'll die here today, he snorted inwardly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Though he couldn't figure out the reason, he wasn't worried, because their plans over the past 2 days were enough to counter any schemes. As his thoughts raced through his mind, Dragon spoke. Akainu, it's been a long time. He didn't answer the question, even though it was true. The two sides were in a hostile relationship, and the correct approach was to keep the other side unpredictable and unable to discern one's plans and intentions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like being a simple-minded fool? Hey, your name is Akainu, right? It's indeed just the two of us. Actually, I was the only one coming, but Dragon wanted to come, so he came along. At the sound of the voice next to him, Dragon's calm demeanor froze. Across from him, after hearing Goku's frank and generous response, Akainu narrowed his eyes and snorted inwardly. HMPH, you're still trying to trick me? You really think I'm a child? He refused to believe Goku's words. The more Goku talked, the more he felt the enemy had more men, simply hiding somewhere else. So, he raised his hand and gestured. Not far behind him, the lieutenant saw the gesture, his face grim. He immediately picked up his den mushi and said something. Long watched the entire scene unfold. As a former Marine, he naturally understood the meaning of the gesture. The enemy still had many hidden men, and they needed to be found immediately. A hint of surprise filled him, and he glanced at the innocent-looking Goku beside him. He sighed inwardly, going the other way. How brilliant. He had almost strongly blamed Goku earlier. How wrong he had been. Hey, where are the 5 elders? I came here to see them. After greeting Goku, his smile faded, his expression turning serious. You can't just see the 5 elders whenever you want, son Goku. You'd better consider your situation first, Akainu sneered. With a wave of his hand, he said, attack. Suddenly, a large number of Marines emerged from the castle walls behind him. They had already drawn their rifles, and upon hearing the command, they immediately pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the sound of bullets blasted out, accompanied by countless sparks. A dense barrage of bullets, like a torrent, rained down on Goku and Ryu. Ryu flicked his finger hidden beneath his robe, and as the den mushi flipped on, a gust of wind suddenly arose, sweeping away the incoming bullets. However, when the wind met the torrent of bullets, his expression changed. So many sea-stone bullets. Sea-stone bullets are incredibly difficult to manufacture. He'd considered that some of these bullets might be sea-stone, but he hadn't expected the sheer volume of bullets to be sea-stone, so complete that his wind wouldn't have the slightest effect. Pa. 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 Though somewhat taken aback, he remained calm, relying on his observation haki to dodge most of the bullets. A few, however, were too much to avoid, piercing his coat and scratching his body. Though a slight pang of pain coursed through his body, he paid no attention to it, his eyes fixed on the man standing motionless before him. No, wait, he moved, but only his hands? Ryu's eyes were filled with shock as he stared intently at Goku. Equally astonished was Akainu, who stood stoically watching the scene. Akainu's eyes widened slightly, a look of disbelief on his face. This guy blocks sea-stone bullets with his body, isn't he a devil fruit user? Just now, he'd witnessed with his own eyes the sea-stone bullets hitting Goku, only to bounce off like steel, causing no harm. The only thing Goku did was shield his eyes with his hands. Bullets don't work on me, Goku said, raising his hands from his face. A shower of crushed bullet debris fell down. This scene stunned Akainu and the other Marines, as well as Dragon and Sabo and the Revolutionary Army, who had witnessed the scene through den mushi. Wait? You're not a devil fruit user. You can catch ordinary bullets, but how can you catch sea-stone bullets? Goku ignored their surprise and looked up curiously at the pale yellow light shield that had appeared above him. Then, looking at Akainu, he extended his hand and hooked his finger, a faint smile on his face. Hey, I have to fight you guys before I can see the 5 elders, right? In that case, come on, I'm just looking to stretch my legs. Chapter 280, Fierce Battle, the Knights of God join in. In the Kingdom of Norris, at the Revolutionary Army base, Sabo, Kurla, and other members of the Revolutionary Army, along with Robin and Pugil, gathered in a conference room, their eyes fixed on the large screen projected before them. They watched Goku catch bullets with his bare hands, even blocking them with his body. This is Goku's body made of steel. Kurla's eyes widened, her mouth dropping into an O shape, her face filled with shock. If he'd blocked bullets with his armament haki, that would be understandable, but Goku had nothing on his body. This was truly astonishing. Goku is truly amazing. I can only think of 2 people in the world with a body like his, Sabo said solemnly, his gaze blazing as he stared at the screen. Who? Sabo, a member of the Revolutionary Army, asked curiously. The New World's pirate emperor, Kato, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Sabo slowly pronounced the 2 names, causing everyone present to grimace. The strength of these 2 individuals was far more renowned than even the admirals themselves. The former was known as the world's strongest creature, possessing unimaginable defense and vitality. He had single-handedly challenged the Navy over 10 times and received a full 40 death sentences, yet none succeeded. The latter, likewise, was hailed as a monster, possessing a body as invulnerable as a steel balloon and immense strength. As the only female among the 4 emperors, she terrified countless people in the New World. 4 emperors? Goku is truly a monster too. Koala smacked her lips. Another thing. Did you notice? These bullets are sea-stone bullets. Goku doesn't dodge or evade them. Isn't he a devil fruit user? Sabo questioned. He determined the bullets were sea stone based on Dragon's dodging. Otherwise, Dragon, a nature-type Esper, wouldn't need to dodge. Yet, I didn't even notice. Koala was stunned. Ha ha ha! A sudden burst of laughter broke the brief silence in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. Pual grinned broadly and sarcastically said, "You don't know this, right? Boss Goku has never been a devil fruit user. On the Red Earth continent, outside the holy land of Marijoa, a cold wind rustled the sand and gravel on the ground. Seeing the sea stone bullets fail against Goku, Akanu's heart skipped a beat, as if a heavy stone had fallen. They had always assumed Goku had ingested some mysterious devil fruit, even though he possessed both teleportation and light bullet attacks, two completely unrelated abilities. After all, there were countless bizarre devil fruits in the world. For example, their illustrated guides recorded devil fruits that could grant two different abilities. Furthermore, how could the other person possess these abilities if he wasn't a devil fruit user? So, no matter how they reasoned, they never doubted his devil fruit user status. Unexpectedly, just now, this certain conclusion, which had always been so certain, was ruthlessly overturned. Son Goku, you're not a devil fruit user. Akanu's brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on Goku like a vicious dog's. They had originally planned to directly incapacitate the enemy with poison gas, but Dragon's appearance dissuaded them, as Dragon's ability was ineffective against poison gas. So, they prepared to implement Plan B, using various sea stone weapons to weaken the enemy, severely reducing their health, and then they could easily defeat them. Unexpectedly, after taking the first step of Plan B, they found that this approach was also blocked. Yet, when did I ever say I was a devil fruit user? Goku scratched his face, puzzled by the question, and then said seriously, "Stop talking nonsense. Come on, if you want to fight, then fight." Then, as if realizing something, he turned to look at Dragon behind him. "Dragon, stand back. I can take them on alone, okay?" Dragon didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. He hadn't come here to fight, but to record everything that happened here. Given that, it was natural to stay away from the battlefield. Seeing the two men's exchange and Dragon's retreat, Akainu narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, unable to figure out what they were up to. Had they come here, intending to fight alone? A thought flashed through his mind, but he cleared it of all distractions and focused his attention on Goku. Well, he just wanted to see how capable this guy was. He didn't particularly care about Kizaru's disappearance 2 days ago. Firstly, he believed Dragon was involved. Secondly, he boasted of his own strength, surpassing Kizaru's. A cool breeze rustled across the field, gradually transforming into a warm breeze. A sweltering heat filled the air, making it feel oppressive. Unbeknownst to him, Akanu's arms had completely transformed into scorching magma, emitting an astonishing wave of heat. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the ground, muttering, "Lava hell, boom." In an instant, the cold, hard ground where his fist had struck transformed into scorching magma. The boiling magma swirled like boiling water, rising continuously with a gurgling sound. Immediately afterwards, the ground in front of him also transformed into magma at a visible speed, gradually rising higher and higher. Like a tsunami of magma, it swept towards Goku with the force of a tsunami. Buzz! Buzz! The scorching magma swirled and surged, the rising heat hissing and distorting the air around him. Feeling the surging heat coming from him, Goku raised an eyebrow and jumped up without thinking. But at this moment, Akainu, as if anticipating it, swung his other arm, held Og. In an instant, this arm, like a volcano ignited, filled with surging, hot magma, shot towards Goku at astonishing speed. Boom! Like a laser cannon, the arm, carrying a blast of heat and destructive force, hurled itself towards Goku in midair. Wherever it passed, flames and black smoke rose, and the air twisted like snakes as if scorched by a blazing iron. Seeing this, Goku's face lit up with amusement. He leaned slightly, a white aura emanating from his body as he thrust his fist forward, colliding with Akanu's incoming fist. Bang! The white fist and the rock fist collided fiercely, a tug of war, unleashing a devastating blast of air. Centered around the two men, this blast rippled in all directions, creating a series of gusts of wind. The howling wind swept up sand and dust from the ground, sending them whirling through the air. For a moment, the field was ablaze with flying sand and rocks, and a cloud of dust was swirled far into the distance, making it almost impossible to open your eyes. Akainu narrowed his eyes, a touch of surprise and disbelief as Goku took his punch. What was that white flame? Did this guy have a third ability? Without time to ponder, he bent his legs slightly and leaped high like a cannonball, soaring into the sky higher than Goku's own. Meteor volcano, once high in the air, he shouted, facing Goku below, and rapidly danced his two lava fists. As his fists danced, a large number of huge lava fists burst out, like lava meteors, trailing long flaming tails, bombarding Goku below with a blanket of fire. This move made the Marines watching from behind look solemn, their eyes filled with awe. What a blessing! To witness Admiral Akanu's meteor volcano once again, one Marine exclaimed with emotion. He had once accompanied Akanu on a pirate-suppressing mission. That was the first and only time he had witnessed Akanu's meteor volcano move. With a single blow, the massive pirate group, boasting 50 pirate ships and a bounty of 700 million on every member, was destroyed, their ships wrecked and their lives lost at sea, with not a single soul escaping. Now, would their enemies suffer the same fate under this very attack? He watched the scene unfold with curiosity and anticipation. Soon, his face froze, a look of disbelief written all over his face. On the field, Goku watched a torrent of lava fists rain down from the air. He chose not to take them. White aura erupted from his body once again, and he charged directly at the magma fists. From a distance, he looked like a nimble bird, gracefully dodging each whistling lava fist. Like a rocket, he darted towards Akanu above with lightning speed. His movements were swift and agile, each dodge perfectly timed to a dazzling spectacle. Boom! 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 Fists of magma, like meteors, slammed into the ground one after another, instantly triggering earth-shattering explosions. Lava splattered in all directions like fireworks, forming massive black mushroom clouds. The immense impact of the blasts, like the slamming of a sledgehammer, carved massive craters into the ground one after another. Furthermore, the ground shook violently, like an earthquake, even shaking the nearby castles of the Holy Land of Merijoa. Akanu didn't notice this. Or rather, even if he did, he wouldn't have paid any attention. The celestial dragons in Merijoa had already been evacuated, leaving only slaves and servants. If these were caught in the aftermath of the attack, they would be dead. This was a necessary sacrifice to defeat the enemy and eradicate evil. He gazed at Goku, soaring below, a sneer curling his lips. Haha, you want close combat? As you wish. While he'd been attacking from a distance, that didn't mean he wasn't a formidable melee fighter. You see, he wasn't like Kizaru, who focused too much on his fruit power and neglected physical training. If he and Kizaru fought without relying on his fruit power, he was confident he could beat the other man to pulp. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed from the sky, resounding throughout the heavens. High in the sky, Goku's fist and Akanu's fist collided like meteorites, sending up a violent gust of air. Feeling the immense power coming from the other side, Goku curled his lips. His last fight with Kizaru, and with Ryu and the others, he had always displayed overwhelming strength for a quick victory. This time, he had plenty of time to slowly spar with his opponent. What kind of energy is this? Akanu stared intently at the white aura radiating from Goku's fist. He could sense that this strange energy, like armament haki, could reach his physical form, meaning it could injure him even in his elemental form. With his guard heightened, he launched a powerful kick into Goku's abdomen. Bang! Utilizing the recoil Goku had resisted. He plummeted from the sky like an eagle, landing steadily on the ground. All around him, billowing steam, huge pits filled with scalding magma teemed everywhere, as if testifying to the ferocity of the previous attack. He had fallen to the ground because, while he could reach the air with his moon steps, he couldn't stay there for long, and it was difficult for him to fully exploit his advantages in the air. On the ground, amidst this magma-filled environment, he was undoubtedly the master. With a snap, Goku followed suit, landing on the ground as well. While the surroundings were harsh, they were nothing to him. Namek, where he had fought Frieza, was far more hostile. After a brief pause, their eyes met, and they moved in unison. Akanu's eyes gleamed coldly, and his magma-like fists suddenly took on a pitch-black hue, hardened armament haki. Goku's expression shifted, as if he'd sensed the increased power of the attack, but he remained silent, charging forward with his original force. Bang! Following the blow, a figure somersaulted backwards before landing firmly on the ground. Is this what's called armament haki? The power has certainly increased quite a bit. The figure was none other than Goku. He clenched his fist and snapped his fingers, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Seeing his attack gain the upper hand, Akainu, without hesitation, launched another fierce attack at Goku, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he delivered with all his might. After all, in his philosophy, pursuing victory was the right path. However, he hadn't anticipated that this time, Goku wouldn't hold back. He quietly increased his power, blasting the incoming lava fist away with a single blow. Immediately, he kicked off the ground, his body swift as a flash, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. With his pupils shrunken, he sent him flying. Admiral Akainu, the many Marines watching the battle cried out in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, having never imagined that even someone as powerful as Akainu could be sent flying by Goku. Bang! In the distance, Akainu flew along, crashing onto a small, raised slope before barely coming to a stop. Amidst the rubble, his eyes darkened, his displeasure at being sent flying by Goku. Damn you! I'll grind you to dust. He rose from the rubble, casually wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He then transformed his fists into magma, about to activate his power. But at that moment, whoosh! A bolt of black lightning shot out from Marijoa, striking Goku at astonishing speed and stopping him in his tracks. As the victim, Wukwang's brows furrowed, and his body suddenly vanished like foam, leaving the black lightning empty. However, when he emerged from another location, he was surprised to find that the black lightning had turned a corner and was heading his way again. This time, he finally saw the black lightning clearly. Inside was none other than a completely black bullet. Although he was confident he could block it with his bare hands, his instincts forced him to extend his index finger and, with a flash of light, precisely struck the incoming bullet. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of inky black smoke suddenly appeared in the air. Simultaneously, a few drops of black liquid splashed onto the ground, making a sizzling sound and corroding several holes at a visible speed. Tisk! It was blocked, on the top of a castle in Marijoane. A short man wielding a strange spear and wearing a gas mask exclaimed in anger when his attack was blocked. Akainu looked over, his eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, the Knights of God have finally taken action. Chapter 281 It's over in seconds. At the edge of the battlefield, a warm breeze whistled past, and Long's wide sleeves rustled in the breeze. Hidden within his sleeve, his hand tightly gripped the video Den Mushi, stealthily recording the scene ahead. Meanwhile, he himself focused intently on the battlefield, fearing to miss anything. As he watched Goku and Akainu's battle become stalemated, he was deeply puzzled. With Goku's strength, he should have been able to defeat his opponent quickly, so why was he locked in such a stalemate? But before he could comprehend this, a sudden change unfolded on the battlefield, causing his pupils to shrink slightly. Who's that person? CP0? No, that shouldn't be him. Confusion flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the strange man atop the distant castle. Then, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and his brows furrowed in a frown, his tone tinged with wonder. Could this person be a member of the legendary Knights of God? The Knights of God were one of the most mysterious organizations within the world government, charged solely with protecting the safety of the celestial dragons and upholding their dominance. It was said that all of its members were celestial dragons, each incredibly powerful, a formidable force among the elite. Despite years of inquiring about this organization, the Revolutionary Army had only managed to gather this much information. If this is indeed the organization, then there must be others. His expression darkened as he quickly searched for any suspicious figures. The Revolutionary Army had no idea of the identities or capabilities of the members of the Knights of God. But it was clear that this extremely secretive organization, affiliated with the world government and solely responsible for protecting the celestial dragons, must be incredibly powerful. He had always opposed Goku's arrival, knowing the situation was too complex. Without fully understanding the strength of the forces there, arriving would be practically suicidal. As expected, his search revealed several more remarkable figures. To be more precise, it was these individuals who revealed themselves, allowing him to discover them immediately. At the gate of the Holy Land of Marijoa, after the man in the gas mask muttered, three figures of distinct appearances appeared. The leader was tall and burly, his face heavily wrinkled, revealing his age. He wore round sunglasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light, obscuring his gaze. Dressed in a light-colored suit typical of a world aristocrat, topped by a dark, ankle-length cape, and wielding an ornately decorated katana in his left hand, he exuded the majesty and mystery of a world aristocrat. But the most peculiar thing about him was his facial hair. His hair formed a tall, forward-curving spike, with two sharp hairs jutting out from his temples. His chin also curved forward, forming a forward-pointing crescent moon with his hair. He was none other than the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Saint Figurando Gringold. Behind him, a slender, graceful woman and a tall, middle-aged man with muscular legs stood on either side, acting as his followers. Talva, I told you you'd fail, and you still didn't believe me. At that moment, the beautiful woman glanced sideways at the man on the castle's roof, her lips curling slightly in a sensual, alluring smile. A hint of amusement lingered in her eyes, and a blood-red rose adorned her hair, swaying gently in the wind, echoing her thorny words. HMPH. That was just an accident, Lulana. You'll see. Saint Talva leaped down, gun in hand, his gaze betraying defiance beneath his gas mask. He was a parahuman user possessing the tracking fruit, allowing him to lock onto anything within his sight. His attacks would not cease unless they struck or were destroyed. Unlike the target fruit consumed by Vanderdicken IX, his tracking ability required a fixed gaze before attacking. If he couldn't see, he couldn't launch a locked-on attack. However, he only needed sight to lock onto the target, physical contact wasn't necessary. It could be said that the two fruits had their own strengths and weaknesses. Lulana smiled softly and didn't respond. She gazed at Wukong, who was gazing at them from the front, and licked her flaming red lips, her face a look of excitement, akin to that of prey. Haha, this prey looks quite sturdy this time. I wonder how long it can withstand my attacks. Her voice was soft, yet held a chilling chill. His head is mine, Lulana, a muffled voice rang out from beside her. It belonged to the middle-aged man with muscular legs. He had high cheekbones, thick lips, and narrow eyes like cold, snake-like pupils, his gaze never leaving Wukong. Then we'll see who's better, Smud. But I think I'll be the winner. Lulana's tone was unyielding, her large, long-lashed eyes narrowed slightly, and she exuded a dangerous aura. Then, suddenly, like a nimble cheetah, she lunged towards Wukong, who was watching from a distance, clearly intent on gaining the upper hand. But how could Smud be left behind? He bent his legs slightly, his powerful leg muscles instantly tensing and surging like a cannonball. He shot up into the air, tracing a semicircular arc and stirring up a gust of wind. His target also aimed directly at Goku. Huh? Who are these two? Goku blinked, scratching his head in confusion. Although he didn't know their identities, his menacing demeanor told him they weren't friendly, clearly enemies like Akainu. So, without hesitation, he crouched slightly, adopting a combat stance as if instinctively, awaiting their attack with eager interest. Whoosh! Lunaline ran swiftly across the ground, her long, shapely legs swinging rapidly beneath her short red skirt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her gaze fixed on Goku, a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, like a ferocious velociraptor, ready to tear its prey to pieces. Wow! As she charged, her right hand reached into her waistband and pulled out a palm-sized rolled-up cloth bag. Unfolding it, she revealed a dense mass of inky black needles, each as long as an index finger and as thick as a grain of rice. Meanwhile, the air was truly faster. Like an eagle swooping down from the heavens, Smudshang reached above Wukong before Lulana Palace could. Unbeknownst to him, his feet had transformed into two long blades, their edges gleaming with a cold light, exuding a chilling aura that left no doubt they could sever anything. His legs contracted like two compressed springs. Then, as he neared Wukong, his tense muscles exerted force, and his legs shot out like lightning. The blades flashed coldly, aiming at Wukong as if to slice him into 4 pieces. Bang! Faced with such a fierce, yet direct, and easily dodged attack, Wukong naturally chose not to take it head-on, instead easily leaping to the side and dodging it. Then, with a resounding explosion, Smolder Saint plunged into the ground like a rocket, instantly creating a massive crater. Instantly, dust rose in the air, spreading like smoke, obscuring Smolder Saint's figure. Haha, this guy's still reckless as ever. You might be faster than me, but what good is it if you can't hurt your prey? Lulana Gong, watching this from her sprint, sneered inwardly, disdainful of Smolder Saint's attacking style. However, she actually liked him, because if he did that, she'd be the first to inflict the first wound on his prey. She stared at Wukong, her expression growing increasingly excited. Suddenly, with a whoosh, she swung the rolled cloth bag forward, and the inky needles within shot out like a scattering of flowers. Immediately, she removed the rose from her hair and held it in her mouth. Her long, flowing black hair suddenly came alive, spreading and expanding like venomous snakes. As she dashed through the swirling black needles, the twisting strands seemed to find their target, precisely entwining each one, anchoring it firmly at the tip of her hair. From afar, the inky needles gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Lulana's long hair, spread out and dancing in the wind, resembled the mythical Queen Medusa, a sight that was undeniably terrifying. "Let me pierce you to pieces," she leaped up, her steps light and graceful, reaching Wukong. At the same time, the needles tied to her hair, like streaks of black lightning, pierced Wukong one after another with a sharp, piercing sound. The tips of the inky needles now resembled the stings of a wasp. No. Far beyond, actually. These inky needles were forged from the world's hardest material. Their strength was enough to prick even those possessing armament hacky like a hornet's nest. Huh? Seeing the hair laced with needles attacking him one after another, Goku's eyes widened slightly, intrigued by this unique attack method. Swish, 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 swish. He didn't even attempt to block, instead swaying his body left and right, his speed so fast that it left a dazzling array of afterimages. Thus, under this impenetrable attack, he actually dodged every incoming blow. What? Lulana's pupils shrank, as if she couldn't believe that all her attacks had missed. She subconsciously gritted her teeth, and the rose she was holding in her mouth broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. But she paid no heed, her gaze fixed on Wukong before her. Her hair flew faster and faster, leaving streaks of afterimages. However, no matter how much she sped up, no matter how hard she pushed, Wukong, like someone looking down from above, always outpaced her, forcing her to remain in a constant state of inferiority. It looked like a senior mentoring a junior, or a tiger toying with a kitten, which filled her with rage. Suddenly, perhaps because she had maintained her top speed for too long, her body reaching its limit, Lulana Palace abruptly stopped her attack and retreated a distance, breathing heavily. Sweat streamed down her forehead, dripping down her delicate cheeks and onto the ground. But she didn't care. She gritted her teeth, her fingers clenching her palms tightly. Damn human. Despicable human, anger blazed in her eyes, a murderous look etched between her brows. This evil or a martyr beautiful features, making her look like a ferocious Rakshasa. Hey. Not continuing, across from her, Wukong said with a smile, his hands on his hips. He appeared relaxed and carefree, a stark contrast to Lulana Gong's sweaty demeanor. A closer look revealed that, aside from where he stood, there was only a single footprint on his right side. This led to a startling conclusion: he had simply dodged by moving back and forth between these 3 footprints. Lulana Gong hadn't noticed this. Or perhaps, the rage welling up within her had oblivious her to such details. Hearing Wukong's question, she felt her divine dignity severely challenged. Wukong's smile stabbed her heart like a knife, a profound mockery that only fueled her already smoldering rage. Bang! She kicked the ground hard, and several long cracks appeared under her powerful stomping. Like a raging lion, she charged at Wukong again with ferocious force. Simultaneously, Smud Saint, who had previously blasted into the ground, leaped up from the crater. Landing closer to Wukong, he muttered, "Shave." In an instant, he appeared beside Wukong like a ghost, then raised his right leg, which had transformed into a blade, and launched a fierce kick at Wukong's body. Unexpectedly, Wukong had sensed the blow and simply dodged it with a sideways motion. At the same time, he reached out with swift movements, his hands like iron gripping the opponent's legs. Immediately, he grabbed the opponent and spun him around in a whirlwind, sending gusts of wind whirling around. Once Smud Saint was completely disoriented, he raised his lips slightly and swung him. Whoosh! The opponent was launched like a cannonball. Die! Lowly human! At the same moment Smud Saint flew away, Lulana Palace rushed towards him, blazing with fury. At that moment, her hair unfurled like a peacock's feathers, rapidly extending further, swooping down from above, in front of, and to the sides of Wukong in an encircling formation. She couldn't believe it. Under such an encirclement, Wukong could still dodge like before. In the distance, the ancient Saint Green, who had stood silently like a statue since his appearance, suddenly flashed a faint light in his calm eyes beneath his sunglasses. Immediately, with speed unseen by the naked eye, he drew his katana and swung it forward with a thunderous swipe. Swish! In an instant, a deep purple crescent-shaped light burst from the blade, streaking forward like a bolt of purple lightning. At that moment, Wukong suddenly vanished from Lulana Palace's encirclement, stealthily approaching behind her. With a single, precise slash of his sword, he ignored the obstruction of his hair and struck her neck. While his opponent's attack was novel, it had become dull after experiencing it once. Furthermore, he could tell that she seemed to possess only this single attack, and had even lost some of her rationality. Against such an opponent, he found it difficult to muster any interest in a fight, so he simply dispatched her with a single blow, letting her sleep. After all, there were still so many other opponents out there, weren't they? Wukong chuckled to himself. But, at that moment, his brows furrowed, and he glanced behind him. He saw a crescent-shaped blade of deep purple light, darting behind him with lightning speed. The attack struck with unstoppable force, precisely catching him while he was focused on Lulana Palace and his body momentarily stagnating from the impact of the sword strike. It was a perfectly timed attack, a masterful one that anyone who witnessed it would admire. And this attack came so suddenly that almost no one in this world could dodge it. Chapter 282 Predicting the Future? Oh no. At the same moment, Long, watching from afar, felt his pupils shrink. He too could see how brilliantly and perfectly timed old Saint Green's attack was. He would have had to transform his body into an elemental form to avoid it. So how would Goku, unable to transform into an elemental form, counter this attack? He stared intently at the scene before him, and the scene that followed made his pupils dilate. A look of shock spread across his face. Bang! A white aura suddenly erupted from Goku's body, and the purple, lightning-like blade's light was like wood meeting iron, easily blocked by the aura, unable to advance an inch. Then, with a few crackling sounds, the blade's light shattered like fragile glass, dissipating into star-like points of light that vanished into the sky. What? Seeing this, Talwa Saint, standing next to old Saint Green, stared wide-eyed beneath his gas mask. His expression faltered, a look of astonishment as if he had seen something. You have to remember, old Saint Green was the most powerful of their Knights of God. No, even in the entire world, he was one of the very few who could truly claim to be the strongest. Even the admirals of the Navy couldn't even compare. Yet, even such a formidable figure had just had his attack blocked. And he'd blocked it without taking any damage. He wasn't even thrown back a single step. Old Saint Grim had already sheathed his sword, as if the thundering blow hadn't been his. The scene before him surprised him, and his eyes narrowed slightly beneath his sunglasses. This guy changed the future, he wondered to himself. The reason the previous attack had been so perfectly timed wasn't because he possessed some incredibly sharp insight into the battle situation, allowing him to foresee Goku's next move. It was because, like Katakuri, he possessed a powerful observation haki, allowing him to foresee the future for a brief moment. As Goku flung Smutsho into the air, facing Lulana Palace's attack, he used this ability to foresee Goku about to appear behind Lulana Palace and stun her. This was precisely why he had timed his attack with such precision, unleashing a powerful and unstoppable attack. However, he hadn't anticipated that, in the future vision he had envisioned, Goku would be sent flying, suffering significant damage. In reality, Goku had blocked the attack unscathed, rendering his sneak attack ineffective. In the distance, Goku turned, his face devoid of the anger of the surprise attack. He placed his hands on his hips, raised an eyebrow, and said approvingly, "Hey. That attack was quite good, the opponent's timing was truly impeccable, even for a martial arts master like him, he couldn't fault it." Hence his expression of approval, a gesture of approval for the attack. Meanwhile, a subtle surge of excitement welled up within him. Could it be that in this place, he might encounter a master of an exceptionally high realm? Even if their physical strength was far inferior to his own, that wouldn't matter, because a competition of realms could improve one's self-improvement even more than a competition of physical strength. With this thought, he raised his lip and continued, "Hey. Let's fight." His voice was resounding, echoing throughout the area with a strong wind. Ancient Saint Green remained unmoved upon hearing his words. But Saint Talwa, standing beside him, was different. He pointed at Wukong and cursed, "You ain't like human. How dare you speak to the great ancient Saint Green like that?" Even though he was shocked that Wukong had taken the attack, he still held Wukong in contempt. They were gods, the noble and mighty ones who ruled this world. A lowly being like Wukong, as insignificant as a speck of dust, should grovel at their feet and beg for mercy. Wukong glanced at him in confusion, then ignored him, his gaze fixed on the ancient Saint Green, interest and anticipation evident. This infuriated the Saint Talwa. He sensed that Wukong's glance was filled with the same disdain he often gave to lesser creatures. He raised his spear and unleashed a barrage of bullets. These were carefully crafted bullets. Among them were poison bullets that would kill most people within a minute, explosive bullets with the explosive power of 10 artillery shells, blasting the victim from the inside out, and thorn bullets that instantly sprouted steel like thorns, inflicting a hellish death upon the victim. These, in turn, were superb bullets he had developed for the purpose of hunting. Combined with his tracking fruit, these bullets were a powerful weapon, inflicting fear and despair upon his former prey, leading to an agonizing death. However, when he switched his target to Wukong, the results were completely different. At this moment, Goku was completely focused on Old Saint Green, ignoring even Akainu, who hadn't finished fighting him yet. Consequently, he showed even less interest in Talva's attack. Without a second thought, he simply glared at the lightning-fast bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple explosions echoed simultaneously, resonating across the battlefield. In an instant, these terrifyingly lethal bullets, as if encountering an invisible shockwave, exploded in midair, transforming into tiny specks of dust. This scene left Talva dumbfounded. His gas mask lurched halfway, revealing his unsightly face. How is this possible? His face contorted in disbelief, his masterpiece so easily stopped. That guy hadn't even moved. He'd destroyed his painstakingly crafted weapon with just a glance. His face sank, unable to accept the reality. He raised his gun, ready to attack Goku again. But then, the old Saint Grim spoke, his tone unwavering. Bring back Lulana and Smutter. You have no business here. One of them was knocked unconscious by Wukong's sword strike, while the other, thrown by Wukong, had smashed his head against multiple rocks and was left unconscious. Both were already incapable of fighting. Talva's face froze, and he opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, his hair stood on end, as if a giant hand had gripped his heart. If he could have seen the old Saint Grim's eyes through his sunglasses at that moment, he would have seen those emotionless eyes glance at him. Gulp. Forced to calm down, Talva, remembering the old Saint Grim's usual unwavering demeanor and the ruthless methods he employed against those who disobeyed, swallowed hard and nodded obediently. Yes, Master Grim. After he left, the old Saint Grim, who had been standing still, finally moved. He took steady steps, each one steadily, toward Goku. Finally, when he was 10 meters from Goku, he stopped. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes, like a creator, gazed at Goku with apathy. Loliant, you do possess some impressive abilities, but that's all. For beings like you, challenging the majesty of God is a pipe dream. His voice was perfectly calm, as if simply stating a truth. Yet, a chilling chill permeated the air, chilling the warmth of the surroundings. Goku remained unmoved. He simply raised his hand and waved it gently, as if silently signaling, let me see what you can do. In the distance, Akainu, who had been sent flying by Goku earlier, watched the scene, his fierce eyes narrowed slightly, his mind lost in thought. Elsewhere, Dragon was also watching the scene intently, a solemn expression on his face. He sensed an overwhelming sense of threat from the ancient Saint Grim, a threat that even he, standing at the edge of the battlefield, felt as if his muscles tensed. At that moment, he was certain these men were members of the Knights of God, and that the ancient Saint Grim was their most powerful. Suddenly, a thick, dark cloud had quietly appeared on the horizon behind the holy land of Mary Gees. Like a vast black curtain, it drifted slowly but inexorably toward where Goku and the others stood. Wherever the cloud passed, the once bright sky darkened, as if foreshadowing something. Clang. The ancient Saint Grim drew his katana. The moment it was unsheathed, a sharp edge seemed to pierce the air. This blade was little known to the world, but a seasoned sword expert would be astonished to discover it was the world-renowned Snow Sakura, one of the 12 supreme blades. The ancient Saint Grim held the Snow Sakura in one hand and the scabbard in the other. Suddenly, he swung his sword forward with a speed too fast for the naked eye to grasp. A blaze of purple light, emitting a terrifying aura that made the very air tremble, hurtled towards Wukong. Wukong's brows furrowed, and in an instant, he dodged, his body vanishing into shadow to the left of the ancient Saint Green. He then swept his right leg across the opponent's kneecap, intending to knock him down. But at that moment, a scabbard blade stabbed out from an extremely tricky angle, aiming directly at Wukong's ribs, striking him before his own attack could have. As you can imagine, if Wukong were struck in that spot, his chi pressure, at the same level as his opponent's, would inevitably stutter, exposing his weakness. Although he could have instantly boosted his chi to withstand the blow, Wukong chose not to. That would have been counter to the sparring he sought, and it would have been a veiled admission of his inferior martial arts level. So, without a second thought, he instantly halted his sweeping kick and dodged, creating distance between him and his opponent. Interesting. Can he see through my movements? Goku watched with interest as the old Saint Grim sheathed his sword, his mind brooding. It was as if the opponent had anticipated his attack. The moment he threw his leg, he struck him too, and at the perfect angle, striking him first. This situation couldn't be explained by quick reflexes. After all, even the fastest would still require a certain amount of time to react. It was impossible for him to strike at the same moment. As he pondered this with a certain amount of surprise, he didn't realize that the old Saint Grim across from him was even more astonished. This guy actually changed the future again. A flicker of emotion crossed the old Saint Grim's eyes. He could have attributed his previous miss to the long-range attack, giving the opponent time to react. But just now, they were so close, he could confidently say that no one in the world could have dodged it. Even the renowned Kizaru would have coughed up blood under his blow. But Goku had unexpectedly dodged this perfectly safe blow, defying all reason, and this stirred within him. At that moment, he had to admit that this ant before him, who had dared to challenge the majesty of God, was indeed more capable than he had imagined. But even so, it still couldn't prevent his defeat. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, instantly sending a gust of wind whirling in all directions. Centered around his feet, the ground quickly collapsed and cracked, the cracks spreading rapidly in all directions like the roots of a mighty tree. Black lightning-like sparks flickered around him, accentuating his power. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, these black lightning-like sparks appeared on his sword. The blade, originally gleaming with a pure, cold light like ice and snow, suddenly took on a fiercer edge, emitting an even colder aura. Heroic Haki, the dragon watching from afar froze, instantly understanding what ancient Saint Green was doing. Heroic Haki is a power possessed by only one person among millions. Most people who possess Conqueror's Haki only manage to control it freely. Only a select few, like old Saint Green, can master Conqueror's Haki, even entangling it around their weapons for enhanced attack power. Oh? Has it gotten stronger? The strong wind rustled Goku's clothes as he stood firmly on the ground, watching old Saint Green's transformation with interest. After he finished his moves, he flashed behind him with a ghostly movement, throwing a probing punch. He wanted to see if he could truly see through all his moves. If so, how? Whoosh! Old Saint Green had already seen Goku's coming. As soon as Goku reached him, he spun around, his hand entangling a snow cherry of Conqueror's Haki, and struck at Goku with immense force. Well done! Goku's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration. Facing this dangerous blow, he remained calm. He suddenly switched his fists to palms, striking the blade with his palms, deflecting the ancient Saint Green's strike. What? Seeing his strike miss once again, Green's pupils shrank, a hint of disbelief at his own failure. But he had no time to dwell on it, for Wukong's new attack was already upon him. After deflecting Zhuang's strike, Wukong launched a mysterious kick, aiming directly for his abdomen. This kick hadn't been seen in the vision he had just witnessed. Bang! With a loud, dull thud, Green's body suddenly doubled over, a puddle of saliva and a hint of blood gushing from his mouth. His sunglasses flew off his face due to the violent movement. Immediately afterwards, as if struck by a mountain, he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom, 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 boom. As luck would have it, he flew in the direction of the Holy Land of Merijoa. The Marines watching the battle from the castle watched as a dark shadow, swift as lightning, struck the wall below in an instant, causing their bodies to shake violently. Before they could react, they heard a series of earth-shaking noises behind them. Ancient Saint Green surged forward with unstoppable force, repeatedly smashing through the walls that blocked his path. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into a castle. Just as quickly, he slammed back out, leaving a trail of holes in his path. Finally, boom! After smashing through a wall of a massive castle deep within Merijoa, his body slid a distance before finally coming to a stop. 5 pairs of shoes formed a semicircle in front of him. Inside the castle, the 5 elders, sitting on sofas with impassive expressions, glanced down at their feet. When they saw the ancient Saint Grim lying in the rubble, as dirty as a beggar, their pupils suddenly shrank. Then, with a swish, their eyes turned to the cave entrance ahead. When they saw the light on the other side of the cave entrance, a single black figure, they stood up with a bang, their hair and beard standing up, and shouted in anger, "How dare you!" Chapter 283 Are you the 5 elders? Outside the holy land of Marijoa, Goku's kick remained suspended in midair. His face, previously brimming with excitement, gave way to confusion. He blinked, his eyes bewildered as he stared at the direction old Saint Green had flown, his voice awestruck. Huh? Why didn't he dodge? The fact that old Saint Green had predicted his move several times before piqued his interest, and he was just about to investigate how he'd managed it, when, in the blink of an eye, he'd been unable to dodge and been sent flying. Can't you predict my moves? Goku was stunned. After a few seconds of pause, he retracted his kick, scratched his head, and gave an awkward smile. How was I wrong? He couldn't quite wrap his head around this situation. If old Saint Green couldn't predict his movements, how had he timed his attacks so well? If he could predict his moves, how could he have been sent flying just now? Both of these questions were profoundly contradictory. It was also because the ancient Saint Green had a cold and aloof disposition, unlike typical villains who boasted before a fight, declaring in a contemptuous tone, "I can see the future. All your actions are under my watch," otherwise, Goku would have understood why this had just happened. For while the future can be seen, it can be changed by those powerful enough. At the edge of the battlefield, Long watched in astonishment as the ancient Saint Green slammed into Marijoa and disappeared. That guy, defeated already. Having previously seen him force Goku to retreat after his attack failed, he had thought Goku had met a true rival. After all, that ability to predict his movements was truly formidable, and he assumed he would be immediately at a disadvantage. However, even after the ancient Saint Green unleashed his Conqueror Haki and unleashed his full might, the fight with Goku didn't last long, being defeated in just 2 rounds. Elsewhere, Talwa Saint, carrying the unconscious Smud Saint, had just turned around when he saw this scene. Bang! Saint Smud, held in his arms, fell to the ground again, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fainting, a flicker of pain crossed his features, as if the fall had only exacerbated his internal injuries. Saint Talwa, the instigator, paid no heed to his companion's suffering. His pupils bulged like bells, his mouth gaped wide enough to swallow eggs, and he stood there, frozen in place like a statue. Gee, Lord Ancient Saint Grim has been defeated. A wave of shock washed over him, unable to believe it. How long had it been? Less than half a minute? Lord Ancient Saint Grim, always invincible, like a true god, had been defeated just like that? No. This is impossible. With a roar of inward rage, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, his eyes blank. How strong is this guy? Akainu, who had been watching the battle expressionlessly from his corner ever since the Knights of God intervened, was now filled with shock. He had never expected that the old Saint Green, who had always felt so threatened, would be defeated so quickly by Goku. Originally, he had planned to seize the opportunity when Green injured Goku or exposed him to a flaw, launching a surprise attack and inflicting a heavy blow. While this approach was shameful, he had never cared. History's written by the victors. As long as they won, who would know about it later? But now, Goku's unimaginable strength had shattered his plans. Not only could they not write the history of victory, but if this continued, they would become history being written. Are the 5 elders coming out yet? We can't keep being defeated one by one like this. We must concentrate our forces and annihilate the enemy once and for all. He glanced at the holy land of Marijoa, his expression dark. Even now, he no longer believed he could defeat Goku on his own, let alone with the formidable dragon in the distance. If you want to defeat them, you must give it your all. Within the vast castle known as Pangu Castle within the holy land of Marijoa, the 5 elders were furious, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. They glanced at the ancient Saint Green lying on the ground with a cold expression, then walked past him, completely ignoring his unconscious state. That lunatic truly doesn't take us seriously at all. Saint Shepherd Tenpit coldly observed the dark spots on the other side of the dozens of holes. The opponent's strength exceeded our expectations. To have defeated Green so quickly, his strength is probably on par with Roger's in his day. Saint Izamber and V. Nasujiro, though also furious, remained unfazed and calmly analyzed the situation. Ancient Saint Green had once been a match for Whitebird, and even now, weakened by age, he still possessed formidable strength. Especially with his observation haki, which had been cultivated to the point of allowing him to glimpse the future, anyone unaware of its depth would be utterly humiliated. Even if his strength is equal to Roger's, so what? Saint Topman Vokili's expression was stern, his face devoid of any fear. If the 5 of us attack together, even if he's the king of the world, he'll die in our hands. Indeed, Saint Gigalusha Satan growled, glancing quickly behind him with a solemn look in his eyes. Not only must the 5 of us attack together, but we must defeat him decisively. Don't forget, Lord M is still asleep. If we accidentally awaken him, we'll be in dire straits. With these words, the expressions of the other 5 elders grew even more solemn. Unbeknownst to the world, those who claimed to hold supreme power in the world government actually had a true ruler ruling behind them. He was the true king of the world, even sitting on the void throne, a throne that no one could sit on. His name was Im. They held Lord M in immense awe, for he was immensely powerful and held the power over their lives and deaths. They could be said to be his most loyal subordinates, obeying every command. Fortunately, due to his immense lifespan, he periodically falls into deep slumber. During these periods, they can experience the true mastery of the world and the joys of supreme power. However, they must not awaken Lord M and cause chaos in the world, lest he awaken and punish them, potentially with his life. Outside Marigia's, Goku had come to terms with the defeat of the ancient Saint Green. While he still couldn't comprehend the situation, he didn't mind. He wouldn't dwell on it. Besides, he had come today for a serious matter, one he had nearly forgotten. Fortunately, the ancient Saint Green's swift defeat brought it back to him. Those 5 paths are the 5 elders, right? He pinched his chin, peering into Marigia's. At the point where the ancient Saint Green had flown, 5 auras shot up into the sky, now speeding towards him. So he stood still, waiting for them to arrive. Within a few breaths, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 lightning-fast figures suddenly burst forth from the holy land of Marijoa. Before Goku could get a closer look, 3 of them suddenly leaped into the air. 3 deafening roars echoed simultaneously. The clothes of Saints Marcus Maz, Shepherd Tenpit, and Nasujiro exploded, their bodies undergoing drastic transformations. Among them, Saint Marcus Maz transformed into Izumaten, a bird-headed, snake-bodied figure. Its wings spread, creating a dark shadow the size of a house on the ground. An ominous cloud of black smoke enveloped its form, as if it had emerged from hell, emitting a profound sense of unease. Shepherd Tenpit Saint's mouth rapidly widened in a counterintuitive manner, quickly becoming a more large enough to swallow several men in one gulp. Meanwhile, his body had transformed into a hideous brown sandworm. It aimed at the ground and, like diving into water, burrowed into the ground, disappearing quickly. Meanwhile, Nasujiro Saint's upper body remained almost unchanged, while his lower half transformed into the limbs of a horse at a visible speed. But strangely, these limbs were devoid of any flesh and blood, resembling nothing but a skeleton. Dark smoke swirled around them. Thump, thump, thump. Transformed into a 6-meter-tall centaur, Nasujiro Saint's 4 hooves sped forward, charging towards Wukong like a bolt of black lightning. At the same time, he unsheathed his supreme, great sword, the 12 works of hell. A blue slash, emitting an icy chill that froze even the very air, struck Wukong. Goku was startled at the sight of such a bizarre creature charging towards him. He had never seen anything like this creature with a human head and a centaur body in his entire life. However, after seeing the other creature attack him without a word, he quickly recovered and leaped into the air. But the moment he leaped, the blue icy slash that had been heading towards him with such force suddenly deflected and flew off into the distance. At the same moment, the ground beneath Goku's feet suddenly collapsed, and a sandworm with its maw agape burst forth, soaring upwards, clearly intent on swallowing him whole. This was a joint attack by Nasujiro Sage and Shepherd Tenpit Sage. The former feinted to distract the enemy, while the latter seized the opportunity to devour him whole. Unexpectedly, Goku seemed to see through their plan and leaped, preventing the sandworm from swallowing him immediately. Boom! Looking down at the slime-drenched, ugly, and disgusting sandworm below, Goku frowned and casually fired a blast of energy into its mouth. Damn it! As the energy blast exploded in the sandworm's mouth, Shepherd Tenpit Saint, now a sandworm, screamed in pain. His body, originally charging towards Goku, suddenly faltered, twisting and falling from midair. However, just as one wave of trouble arose, another arose. At this moment, Marcus Maz Saint, transformed into Izumaten, attacked from the air. Its long, pointed beak suddenly opened, and a pillar of blazing fire, so intense it twisted the air, shot towards Goku. At the same time, Satan Saint, who had arrived below at some point, glared at Goku with a fierce gaze. An invisible, oppressive force erupted from his body, instantly descending upon Goku. Mid-air, Goku felt a powerful, invisible force restraining him, as if he were frozen in ice, unable to move. But this proved no challenge to him. With a single exertion, the freezing force shattered like a raging fire, dissipating into thin air. Puff, Saint Satan, having unleashed this power, paled as if struck by a sledgehammer, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. He ignored his injuries, his gaze fixed on the sky. There, Saint Makisma's pillar of fire had already engulfed Wukong, its blazing flames, powerful enough to melt iron into liquid, threatening to incinerate Wukong within its charred skeleton. Hit him, Saint Shepherd Tenpet, gasping for breath on the ground, saw the scene unfolding in the air, his face beaming with joy. Their impulsive attack was intended to achieve a decisive victory, allowing the enemy to inflict heavy damage before they were familiar with their methods. And now, it was clear their plan had succeeded. At least that was what he believed. But soon, the joy on his face froze, quickly giving way to a look of deep disbelief. How is this possible? The area of the sky that had been engulfed by the flames was a thick cloud of smoke. Driven by the surrounding wind, the smoke dispersed at a visible speed, revealing the scene within. In his imagination, even if Wukong didn't die, he would be severely injured by the blow. Even if not seriously injured, he would definitely suffer some injuries. There was no other possibility. But now, what did he see? Wukong was not only completely unharmed, but even his clothes were barely damaged. Only a few scorched edges fluttered in the wind, as if to prove the presence of the flames. Huh, it's really hot. In mid-air, Wukong wiped a few drops of sweat from his forehead, which had been exposed to the intense heat, and smiled calmly. He then glanced at the two unremarkable monsters below, then at the strange snake-like, bird-like creature hovering in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Saint Satan and Saint Topman Vouchery, the only two resembling human beings on the ground. Hey, are you the five elders? His smile faded, his expression turning serious. After all, today's business was to meet these five. HMPH. Sun Wukong, do you know what you're doing? Saint Topman Vouchery snorted, his eyes sharp as a knife. Challenging the majesty of God, opposing the world government, even causing chaos in the Holy Land. No one has dared to do this in these hundreds of years. Goku blinked and scratched his head. So, you are the five elders, right? Seeing the other party's question, which seemed to indicate a credence, the Vorkuli Saint's eyes twitched, and he gritted out a sentence. Yes, we are. Without waiting for Goku to reply, he continued, Son Goku, didn't you say you'd come find us? Now we're here, so tell me, what do you want to see us for? He made no mention of the world government's plan to capture him. In fact, at this moment, he and the other five elders were secretly communicating in their minds through their special abilities, discussing how to deal with Goku next. After the previous quick and decisive exchange, they found that Goku's formidable opponent was once again beyond their imagination, forcing them to stall for time and plan their strategy. Seeing that Vorkuli Saint finally acknowledged their identities, Goku nodded and immediately began to express his previous thoughts. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something and looked off into the distance. He saw a young man with chains on his feet and a panicked expression running out of a street in the Holy Land of Marigis. He kept turning his head to look behind him, as if he was facing some monstrous beast, so he ignored what was happening ahead. When he sprinted out of the street and arrived outside Marigis, his eyes flashed with surprise before suddenly froze. Not only was he seeing the five elders in various forms ahead, but he also noticed that Admiral Akainu was standing a short distance to his right, looking at him coldly. An escaped slave? What an eyesore! Akainu, already in a bad mood, raised his arm without a second thought, ready to blast the other man with a stream of lava. After all, the battlefield here was too sparse for a slave to watch. In fact, even the Navy soldiers behind him would be eliminated after this incident to protect the secret. As for who killed him, there was no need to ask. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Wukong's Fury, Yimu appears. Daya's heart was pounding. He didn't know what was going on today. Why had the celestial dragons, who came to the dungeon every day to randomly select a lucky person to play with, not come today? Why was the dungeon, usually stable, so subtly trembling today? He also didn't know why a loud noise had just come from above the dungeon, drawing the attention of a guard who was serving him food. He had seized the opportunity to knock him unconscious and successfully took the cell key from him. I don't know what happened, but this is my only chance. He opened the cell and thought determinedly as he looked down the deserted hallway. Before fleeing, he glanced at the ring of keys in his hand. Besides the key to his cell, it also contained keys to other cells. If he wanted, he could open the cells corresponding to those keys and free the others, who had been captured as slaves like him. But after a quick look around, he gave up the idea. Because at that moment, none of the slaves around him, who had seen him knock the guards unconscious and escape, asked for help in opening their cells. Not even a hint of hope crossed their faces filled with the same numbness and emptiness of the past. It was as if they had no interest in escaping at all. Daya's chest tightened. He knew it wasn't that these people didn't want to escape, but most likely they had been trained and tortured by the celestial dragons for so long that they had completely lost their sense of independence. Let alone whether they would follow him if his cells were open now. Even if Daya pulled them away, they would probably struggle to get back into their cells. Damn celestial dragons! Daya clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred and rage. He had been captured here just over half a month ago, so his rebellious spirit hadn't yet been fully extinguished. And in this situation, he seemed the only one who could escape. Swish! Without hesitation, he immediately ran towards the dungeon exit. Then, relying on his past observations, he successfully circumvented another guard and escaped the dark, silent, and icy dungeon. Then, cautiously and fearfully, he fled the castle, using memories of his capture to identify the direction leading out of Marijoa, looking back every step of the way. How strange! Why is there no one on the street? As he fled, he noticed the deserted streets, a scene that filled him with confusion. But at the same time, he was also overjoyed. The absence of people on the streets would make his escape much easier. However, when he finally escaped Marijoa, he stopped in his tracks, stunned by the scene before him. What? Before he could react, he felt a sudden surge of heat around him. He glanced over, his pupils shrinking as he saw Admiral Akainu staring at him with a cold expression. Furthermore, his right arm had transformed into molten lava, and his palm was pointed at him. Even an idiot knew the other party was planning to attack him. No. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, and he instinctively wanted to flee. But how could he react to Akainu's attack? Before his body could register the signal from his brain, a ball of magma surged towards him, ready to incinerate him to a skeleton. At this critical moment, an orange figure suddenly appeared before him like a savior. With a casual slap, the magma that was plunging him into a cascade of sparks. At the same time, a faintly angry voice asked, "Hey! What are you doing?" Seeing Wukong suddenly appear in front of him and block his attack, Akainu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Son Wukong, what are you doing?" He was confused as to why this man, who was currently facing the 5 elders, had rushed here to save this insignificant slave. Goku said sternly, "Of course I saved him. Who is he? Why did you kill him?" He could tell immediately that Daya wasn't on the world government's side. His attire and demeanor were completely different. Furthermore, Akainu's attack had clearly intended to kill him, which was why he chose to save Daya. Just a slave. He's in a place he shouldn't be, so he's doomed, Akainu said coldly. His eyes flickered at the word slave, as if a memory had occurred. This man was being hunted by the world government because he had rescued a slave from the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. They had assumed that the slave must have known Goku, which was why he had saved him. But no matter how they investigated the slave's background, they could find no trace of Goku. Later, when they learned that Goku had helped King Cobra, a complete stranger, quell the rebellion in Alabasta and that King Cobra had connections to the Revolutionary Army, they changed their theory, concluding that Goku and the slave had likely had no prior contact. Slave, Goku turned his head and gave Daya another serious look. At such close range, he could clearly see the strange collar around his neck. If he remembered correctly, Pual had also worn a similar collar. Seeing Goku's gaze, Daya instinctively flinched. But then, recalling Goku's rescue and what he had just said, he lowered his guard and said excitedly, "Thank you for saving me." He hesitated for a second before dropping to his knees, about to kowtow. Please save me from here. I have a wife and parents waiting for me at home. I can't die here in obscurity." He didn't know what had happened here, but he knew Goku was the only one who could save him, and that so-called righteous admiral. Ugh! Get up, Goku quickly grasped his head, then pulled him to his feet with a force he couldn't resist. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Goku said earnestly, looking him straight in the eye. Daia's face lit up, and he wanted to thank him profusely. But at that moment, the collar around his neck, which had been silent until then, suddenly made a beeping sound. What? No. How could it be? His face paled instantly, and he clutched the collar around his neck in terror. How could this explosive collar possibly activate now? It clearly required the celestial dragons to press the remote control to activate it. Could it be that the celestial dragons knew he'd escaped so quickly? He'd considered removing the explosive collar, but the key was on the celestial dragons, so how could he possibly get it? Using force to open it wasn't an option either, because if he did, the collar would explode. So he resorted to using a piece of wire, hoping the celestial dragons wouldn't notice his escape until he could reach the sea and fiddle with the collar. But how long had it been since he'd escaped? How could the celestial dragons even know he'd escaped? Hey, Son Goku, see, even if you'd saved him earlier, it wouldn't have helped. He was going to die anyway. Akainu scoffed at this. The explosive collar has a lesser-known function. If it's outside a certain range from the remote control, it automatically activates, triggering an explosion. Just as he finished speaking, the beeping sound of the explosive collar reached a crescendo. And then, bang! With Daia's eyes filled with fear, it exploded. After a few seconds, a startled voice emanated from the smoke. "I am fine." Daia repeatedly touched his neck, and was overjoyed to find no blood gushing out. "Hey, what's all this on me?" When the smoke cleared, he discovered he was covered in a thin layer of white flames, leaving him bewildered. "I told you, you'll be fine." A voice made him look up, and it was Wukong who spoke. He looked at Wukong, who looked serious, and suddenly realized that it was Wukong who had saved his life again, and it was the white flames on his body that had kept him alive. Thank you. Thank you." Having escaped death once again, he burst into tears, his snot and tears streaming down his face. For the first time since being captured and brought to this hellish place of pain and torture, devoid of light, he felt such a profound sense of security. It was as if a beam of light had descended from hell upon him, shutting out all the spirits that might seek to harm him. "Hey, Five Elders, may I address you as such?" Wukong suddenly turned and spoke, attracting the Five Elders' attention. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "How many more like him are there?" The Five Elders exchanged glances, and Saint Wakiri stepped forward to answer, "Who would know such a thing?" Millions of slaves had been captured, and new ones were replaced almost daily. How could the Five Elders, so powerful and influential, care about such trivial matters? After receiving the answer, Wukong remained expressionless and continued, "Then release them all and allow them to return safely to their former homes." At these words, Daia, who had already stopped crying, suddenly widened his eyes. Oh my God! Who is this man he had encountered? Could he be a god? He had thought it was remarkable that he had rescued him, but he hadn't expected him to actually rescue all the slaves. Meanwhile, the Five Elders reacted in stark contrast. They were stunned for a moment, as if they hadn't understood what Wukong had said. Then, as they caught on, they all sneered, as if they had heard something ridiculous. "Haha, Son Wukong, I didn't know you were." Saint Satan was about to taunt him, but Saint Waucheri raised his hand to stop him. "Son Wukong, this was once an absolute impossibility, but now it's possible," Saint Waucheri replied, smiling at Wukong. "If you let us kill them now, we promise to release them and allow them to return safely to their homeland." "Well, if you care so much about them, you wouldn't disagree, would you? This is a great deed where one life is worth 10,000. He could see that Wukong was likely a person with a strong sense of compassion. Such a person might actually risk their own safety to save others. The other Five Elders also understood this and echoed, "That's right. We are people of our word. If you agree, we will keep it." They wholeheartedly approved of the idea of such an easy victory. This way, they wouldn't have to continue the fight and wouldn't have to worry about disturbing Lord Yemu's slumber. They looked at Wukong expectantly, hoping he would agree. But after a moment of silent observation, Wukong suddenly shook his head. "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" After so many years of encountering all kinds of bad people, he was no longer the innocent young man who was easily deceived. He didn't detect a single word of truth in the Five Elders' words. Seeing their refusal, the Five Elders looked stunned, then sneered, "Haha, it seems you're nothing but a hypocrite. Your desire to save them all lip service. They were still trying to goad Goku into submission, his conscience pounding. But they didn't consider that there were many ways to save people. Would Goku be unable to do so without them? Goku ignored them and looked at Dea. Do you know where other people like you are? Dea nodded, then shook his head. I only know where I'm being held. There are many others like me, enslaved by the celestial dragons. As for other places, I'm not sure, but they're probably all in prison underground, just like us. Underground? Goku pondered. He could indeed sense a considerable amount of energy beneath Mary Joa. He hadn't understood what this was before, but now he figured it must be the energy of those imprisoned slaves. After hearing the exchange, the 5 elders seemed to understand what Wukong was planning. A sneer curled up the corners of Wuchili's mouth. Son Wukong, you can't save them on your own. I don't know the exact number of slaves, but I know there are at least thousands. Your methods are powerful. You've made the explosive collars incapable of harming the slaves. But what if all the slaves' explosive collars exploded simultaneously? The sinister voice sent a chill through Dea's body. He couldn't imagine the horrific scene of thousands of slaves lying in a pool of blood after all the explosive collars exploded. What kind of hell would that be? Wukong turned and looked at Wuchili again, his expression impassive. What do you want to do? What? Haha, if you don't surrender now, we'll activate all the explosive collars simultaneously. What do you think? Wuchili, believing he had Wukong's weak spot, said with a playful expression. He could see that Wukong still cared deeply about the slaves, otherwise, he wouldn't have been asking about their whereabouts. Just as he was gazing at Wukong with a hint of smugness, Wukong suddenly appeared before him, and before he could react, he punched him in the face. Bang! In an instant, Wuchili's cheek caved in, and several teeth flew out. Immediately afterwards, his voluptuous body flew backward, slamming down at an angle, creating a massive gully in the ground. What? The other 5 elders were equally unable to react to this shocking event. By the time they realized what had happened, Wuchili had sunk deep into the gully, his eyes rolled back, and he had passed out like a dead pig. Wukong withdrew his hand, glancing at them with a fleeting glance. Without a word, he turned and slowly walked towards Dea. Tick, tick. Before they knew it, beads of sweat formed on the faces of the remaining 4-5 elders, dripping furiously to the ground. Their bodies stiffened, their throats dry as they stared at the figure's back. Just now, the Wuchili Saint, a figure of similar strength, was crushed with a speed they couldn't even react to. They couldn't even see Goku's attack, let alone react. While Goku's glance might have been indifferent, they knew it was a warning. If they made any unpleasant moves, the Wuchili Saint would be their fate. After shocking the 5 elders, Goku arrived before Dea and instantly teleported him to an underground space. Dea was startled by the sudden change in his surroundings, but upon seeing Goku beside him, he quickly regained his composure and scanned his surroundings. The sight made his pupils shrink. In the dim yellow light of the underground chamber, he quickly saw they were in a cell. The stench of the cell was overwhelming, a mixture of feces, urine, mold, and other foul odors that made him feel like vomiting. After all, the stench of his previous dungeon was also quite strong, so he should have been accustomed to it. So why did he feel the urge to vomit? Clearly, the conditions here were 100 times worse than his previous ones. Nearby, Wukong covered his nose and frowned, clearly feeling somewhat unwell as well. But he paid no attention to the surroundings, his gaze immediately locked on a small, dark figure huddled in a corner in front of him. The figure had its head buried between its legs, apparently unaware of the 2 new people in the cell. As Wukong approached, the rustling of footsteps echoing clearly in the silent room, the figure suddenly raised its head like a frightened rabbit. Don't hit me. I can do anything, a childish yet raspy voice suddenly rang out. Before Wukong could even see his face, the figure dropped to all fours, knees and palms firmly planted on the cold, rough ground. Woof, woof, woof. Look, I can bark. He or she watched Wukong stop and imitated a dog's bark. Then, their right leg suddenly lifted to the side. Also, I can pee like a dog. Their face flushed, but not a drop of urine escaped. In an instant, their face paled. No. Don't hit me. I can still lick your feet like a dog. Panicked, they dropped their foot and desperately crawled to Wukong's feet, about to lower their head and lick his feet. Enough, Wukong's low voice suddenly rang out, halting their movements. No, don't hit me, I can still do it. The thin figure trembled violently, about to demonstrate something else. But by then, Wukong had already crouched down, unconcerned with the grime-covered hair, and placed his hand on their head. Enough, you don't have to do anything. Looking at the young hazy before him, Wukong felt a surge of rage. He had seen many wicked people who enjoyed murder and arson, even those who had killed countless lives. But this kind of abuse of Hazy, making Hazy, who should have been innocent and lively under the sun, stay in such a terrible place, and whipping him to learn the behavior of a dog, was the first time he had seen it in his decades of life. Anyone who does such a thing is even more unforgivable than those who simply enjoy killing. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Although Wukong did nothing but place his hand on the thin figure's head, the figure continued to tremble and plead for mercy. It was as if this plea had become a memory within their body. With a click, Wukong extended his index finger and gently tapped the figure's neck, instantly sending them to sleep. In this situation, any soothing would be useless. It would be best to let the figure get some rest. He knew that under these circumstances, the figure must have been sleepless for ages. Behind him, Daya's eyes were already blazing with rage. He clenched his hands tightly, his nails piercing his skin, oblivious. The celestial dragon who had enslaved him might also enjoy torturing his slaves, but there was nothing of the kind in Higher Z. If he hadn't witnessed what had just happened, he wouldn't have known there were people in this world so inferior to beasts, so devoid of any humanity. He stared at Wukong's back and muttered, "You, please save him her. Even if you can't save me, please take him her away. Don't let him her stay in this hell any longer." Wukong lifted the frail, sleeping body, turned, walked over to him, and handed the person in his arms to him. "Whether it's you, him her, or anyone else here, I will save them all." As his words fell, Wukong kicked down the cell door, and a white aura suddenly erupted from his body. Countless points of light shot out from the white flames, landing precisely on every slave in the dungeon. At the same moment, deep within Panga City, in a vast room called the Flower Room, a young woman wearing an extremely long hat, her eyelids suddenly fluttered on a soft, enormous flower bed. Then, her eyes fluttered open. "Whose aura is this?" The woman was none other than I'm, the true king of the world, hidden behind the 5 elders. Though she had just woken, Yemu's face was not a bit hazy. Her brows were furrowed in a look of shock and confusion. Such a powerful aura. Who is this person? How could he suddenly appear in Mary G's? She should have been asleep, but she suddenly woke up because she sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Even though she wasn't directly confronting it, she felt a slight tremor in her body, as if the owner of the aura was a being even more powerful than herself. But how could that be possible? She was the Lord of the world, who had dominated the world for 800 years. Not even Joy Boy could defeat her. Her expression shifted from gloom to brightness. After sensing that the lackeys of the 5 elders were not in Panga City, but outside of Mary G's, a single thought flashed through her mind, and she received their response. A man who challenges the majesty of the gods? Damn it! How could such a person appear in this world again? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and a 5-pointed star magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Even if the opponent was more powerful than her, she was not invincible. She would never allow anyone to pull her from the throne. The magic circle below shone with light, and her figure instantly disappeared among the flowers. Meanwhile, outside of Mary G's, she suddenly appeared beside the 5 elders, gazing blankly at her lackeys. "You truly disappoint me." Chapter 285, Shocking Power. Yim's scream. How had he made Kurla cry? If she had scolded him, it would have been fine. He would have just accepted it without retaliating. After all, he was wrong, and she had done him a great favor. When he was rescued and lying on the bed, dying, it was she who had cared for him, and that had gradually helped him recover. Forget scolding, even if she had hid him, he wouldn't have fought back, just stood there and let her hide him. But now, what should he do if she was crying? He didn't know how to comfort a woman. So, he instinctively looked to Robin for help. Robin was so smart, she should be able to help him out. But Robin's mouth curled up, and she spread her hands maliciously, indicating that she was powerless. He gritted his teeth in anger and looked at Sabo again. Sabo and Kurla were so close, he probably wouldn't have the heart to see Kurla cry. But when he looked over, he saw Sabo still staring intently at the big screen, completely unaware that the beautiful woman beside him was about to cry. He was convinced. He was really convinced. Puile's eyes twitched, knowing he couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, his brain frantically racking for words, ready to form something to comfort Kurla. But then, a familiar presence and two unfamiliar ones suddenly appeared in the room, causing him to snap his mouth shut and look over. Boss Goku. The familiar presence was none other than Goku. Goku's face was serious, and he looked at everyone solemnly, saying, "Come with me. I found many prisoners, and I need your help in leading them out. There were too many slaves held captive in Marajori, and many had become completely apathetic. Even if he could free them, they wouldn't obey his orders to leave the dungeon, and he couldn't knock them all out and take them away." At this point, he needed someone like Sabo, a member of the Revolutionary Army with extensive experience in freeing slaves, to provide guidance. Sabo had been watching the big screen, so he quickly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, he said, "I know. Goku, will follow you, yeah, and these are the people I just rescued." "You?" Goku pointed at Deo beside him and the small figure in his arms, wanting Sabo and the others to take care of them. But before he could finish his words, Kurla, whose expression had suddenly become serious, said decisively, "Leave them to me. I'll take care of them. Also, I'll contact the king immediately to find a spacious place. If you need to bring the rescued people back later, please feel free to do so." "Okay, I'll bring them back," Goku nodded earnestly. Immediately, he returned to Mirajoa with Sabo, Robin, Pugil, and a group of Revolutionary Army officers. Outside Mirajoa, the four still conscious five elders remained frozen in place as Goku vanished. They couldn't believe this man's power was so much greater than they had anticipated. Where on earth did he come from? How could someone of his power have no trace at all? Saint Satan, letting the cold sweat drip from his forehead, asked a question the other five elders were also eager to ask. Ever since Goku's identity was revealed, they had mobilized intelligence personnel worldwide, expending immense energy to investigate Goku's origins. But to their surprise, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. His first appearance was on the Sabaody archipelago. Further investigation revealed no trace of him, as if he had appeared from nowhere. Could he be an alien? Saint Macus Maz pointed to the sky and offered a hypothesis. After all, they knew that besides their own planet, there were other planets beyond the heavens where humans lived. How did they know this? Because of something unknown to the world, even to the vast majority of celestial dragons, their ancestors were aliens from other planets, not the original inhabitants of this planet. The other five elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowed as a thunderclap struck their hearts. That's right. If the other party was from outer space, then everything made sense. Just as their suspicions grew that Wukong was indeed an alien, a cold, yet commanding voice echoed through their minds, "Tell me what's happening out there." Instantly, a chill ran through all four of them. "Master Yimu, you're awake." Their worst fears had finally come true. Disturbing Master Yimu's slumber meant only punishment. But now, even if the other party didn't wake up, they felt compelled to wake him. The situation was no longer within their control. Without hesitation, they quickly and concisely briefed Master Yimu on the situation. Then, silence fell from the other side. As they waited anxiously, Yimu suddenly appeared beside them, radiating an overwhelming aura. He looked at them coldly. I truly disappoint you." Plop. The five elders, chilled by the sight of their master and frightened by his imposing presence, instantly knelt prostrate. "Please forgive me, Master Yimu." They knew they had made many mistakes. Waking Master Yimu wasn't the worst of them. The worst was that, after waking him, he discovered they had allowed the enemy to invade the Holy Land and, moreover, had let the situation spiral out of their control. This was, in a nutshell, a grave dereliction of duty on their part. Yimu stared at them with a cold, ruthless gaze for a moment, then his expression shifted as he noticed Wukong's presence vanish from the ritual for a brief moment before returning to it. Knowing now wasn't the time to pursue blame, she coldly demanded, "Who is that person? Tell me everything you've learned." In the distance, Long, who had been standing at the edge of the battlefield, recording footage, saw a mysterious figure appear on the battlefield, and the five elders prostrating themselves before him. His pupils shrank to the point of pinpoints, his face filled with shock. Who is that person? The five elders actually prostrated themselves before him. A turbulent storm surged within him. As the supreme rulers of the world government, no one could make them bow their heads, let alone kneel. If such a person truly existed, there was only one possibility, that on that empty throne, which had existed for 800 years, unchallenged by anyone, representing the equality of all nations, sat an unknown king, secluded and controlling the world from behind the scenes. Boom. As soon as this hypothesis formed in his mind, it exploded like thunder, blasting his brain into a blank. If the world government, which had ruled the world for 800 years, was actually ruled by a dictator, then this news was truly shocking. If it spread worldwide, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. He was thankful that his camera was pointed in the direction of the five elders. In other words, he had fully captured the scene of the five elders kneeling before the mysterious figure, transmitting it to the Kingdom of North. With a supreme weapon in hand, the collapse of the world government ruled by the celestial dragons would be imminent. Boom. At this moment, who was listening to the five elders' story, seemed to notice his subtle movements. In an instant, a powerful and overwhelming aura of domineering power emanated from him, bearing the force of a tidal wave, pressing down upon him. Its purpose was to destroy the image Den Mushi in his hand. Sensing this unprecedented surge of dominant haki, Long's body tensed, his gaze focused, and an equally powerful dominant haki emanated from him. Instantly, the two dominant haki collided with a startling force, unleashing countless turbulent currents that swept outward with immense force. Bang! Crack! The two dominant haki seemed to solidify into a solid mass, emitting a sound like the shattering of space. Black lightning-like sparks flashed wildly at the point of collision, a scene that was terrifying. Sweat dripped from Long's forehead. His dominant haki was already immensely powerful, and he was confident that few in the world could match him. But now, he realized that IM's dominant haki surpassed his by a considerable margin, a terrifying feeling. Anyone observing the two from the side would have seen IM's dominant haki overwhelming him, squeezing Long's dominant haki at a visible speed. The two looked like a mammoth forcing a tiger back. Long's conqueror's haki dwindled, reaching a precarious point, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Wukong suddenly appeared where their conqueror's haki collided. He glanced at Long, whose face was dripping with sweat and on the verge of collapse, then fixed his gaze on IM, his eyes fixed. Boom! A mighty aura that shook the world erupted from him, instantly crushing IM's conqueror's haki back into his body with overwhelming force. It looked like an adult kicking a disobedient child back into his room. What? IM's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and she let out a high-pitched, piercing scream. She stared at the figure before her in disbelief, her whole body aching as if she were sinking into an icy cellar, overcome by overwhelming fear. Even Joy Boy, who had given her such a headache 800 years ago, didn't possess such overwhelming power. As she panicked, Goku frowned slightly and asked, bewildered, "Who are you?" Unaware of Dragon's identity and unable to inflict any real harm, he didn't use his aura to stun him. Instead, he forced his conqueror's haki back and withdrew his attack. Goku, she's the manipulator behind the five elders, the true ruler of the world government. Dragon breathed a sigh of relief after being rescued by Goku, and hurried to Goku's side to explain the situation. The true ruler. Goku raised an eyebrow, pondered for a few seconds, then looked at him seriously and said, "Since you are the true ruler, I tell you now, you have caused excessive harm to the people of this world. Not only have you slaughtered innocent people, you have also tortured them. You are no longer fit to rule the world. I urge you to mend your ways and cooperate with a revolutionary army to take over the management of this world, so that the people of this world can live a happy and beautiful life." IM's expression shifted with uncertainty at these words. After a few seconds, she bowed her head and said respectfully, "I am willing to obey your instructions, relinquish the throne, and accept you as the new king of the world." Behind her, the five elders hesitated for a moment, then prostrated themselves, saying, "We are also willing to obey your instructions and accept you as the new king of the world." Wukong watched them silently. After a moment, he suddenly took steps toward them. Click! Click! The steady footsteps drew closer. Yimu's head lowered lower, as if burying it in his chest. The five elders crouched on the ground, daring not to breathe or move. When Wukong reached them, the footsteps continued, and Wukong continued to walk behind them. At the same time, his voice boomed from behind, "I have no interest in becoming the king of the world. All you need is your cooperation and to be good people from now on. Long, follow me. There are many prisoners inside waiting to be rescued." Long, frozen in place since the moment he saw him and the five elders surrender, opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he remained silent, transforming into a gust of wind and catching up with Wukong. However, as he passed him and the five elders, he subconsciously glanced over, feeling a sense of unreality. The mastermind behind 800 years of world doom just surrendered like that? Was there some deception? As they vanished from view, swish. Whose head had been lowered almost to the ground, suddenly raised his head, his eyes thick with hatred, his rage blazing as if it were about to burst. Sun Wu Kong, she mentally recited the name, the one the 5 elders had mentioned to her during their briefing. After 800 years as the world's king, she'd never faced such humiliation. This was worse than killing herself. I'll make him pay. I'll make him pay. Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. She'd surrendered because, facing Wukong, she'd found herself unable to muster the will to resist. It felt as if she'd be swiftly defeated the moment she struck out. Having been the king of the world behind the scenes for 800 years, she naturally didn't want to take such a huge risk on her own success. So, she feigned surrender, hoping to slip through and lower Wukong's guard. And now, it was clear she'd succeeded. They just left them there, seemingly completely believing their words. It was terrifyingly naive. Then, she could exploit their naivety and launch a desperate counterattack. Buzz! In a spacious, high-tech cabin, and the 5 elders suddenly appeared. The place was enveloped in a halo of bluish-purple particles, with flickering points of light all around. Everything looked incredibly sci-fi, jarringly out of tune with the world's ordinary technological landscape. Activated immediately. Mule annihilate him once and for all, commanded the 5 elders. She was about to activate none other than one of the 3 great ancient weapons, Uranus. As the only one they possessed, possessing power far exceeding that of any individual, they naturally treasured it immensely. Their long reign over the world was inextricably linked to their control of this supremely powerful weapon. After the world came under the control of the celestial dragons, they activated the weapon several times to eliminate powerful remnants who retained the truth about history and consolidate their dominance, completely vaporizing the areas where these remnants resided. However, as they discovered that Uranus's energy supply was dwindling and they were unable to replenish it, they reduced its use. In the past few hundred years, they have completely ceased its use, reserving its final 2 uses for critical moments. And now, clearly, this was the critical moment. Yes, Master Yim, the 5 elders, their expressions solemn, gathered at the control panel and skillfully began to operate. Soon, Saint Satan pointed to a sensor rising from the console and said respectfully, Master Yim, please grant me your permission. As the true controller of the world, Yim naturally bound the use of the Heavenly King to herself. No one but her could truly control the Heavenly King's attack. Yim placed her hand on it expressionlessly. The next moment, accompanied by a continuous beeping sound, the previously dimmed lights in the cabin all lit up. Lock onto Mary Gia's and the area within 1,000 meters. Send the damned man and his beloved slave to hell, Yim commanded in a cold voice. A day earlier, the 5 elders had relocated the celestial dragons in Mary Gia's to a safe location 1,000 meters away. Within this designated area, aside from the unconscious Saint Vorkuli, Saint Grim, and a few members of the Knights of God, there were no other celestial dragons. Im was unfazed by their burial. Useless men, often more trouble than good, were dead. As for the Marines summoned to help, and Admiral Akanyu, to protect the secret of their existence, they too must be buried. Boom. 10,000 meters above Marijoa, a massive vessel, hidden for centuries and unseen, suddenly roared. It was the Uranus, a one-of-a-kind sky battleship. Its main hull was a perfect spindle shape, with sharp pyramidal protrusions extending from each end. Its hull was constructed of dark gold armor of an unknown metal, appearing remarkably indestructible. About half a meter outside the hull, a faint blue light slowly flowed, making it appear incredibly invisible against the azure sky. And its size is so huge that it is comparable to a medium-sized island. Inside the control room, the 5 elders completed their attack lock and reassured Lord we've locked on the target. Please give the order. Gazed down through the screen. Though the distance prevented her from seeing anything, she could almost see the damned man rescuing slaves within Marijoa. Loliant, feel Mu's wrath and perish in despair, she spread her arms, feeling everything was under control, her entire being radiating a supreme and domineering aura. Fire. Crush him from you, with her cold, ruthless command, the 5 elders immediately pressed the red button, the weapon's launch switch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, the warship's bow and stern spikes emitted an overclocked hum. Purple-red energy streams emerged from the spikes, flowing along the strange patterns on the warship's surface and converging towards the bottom. Around the ship, as the energy streams began to converge, the air distorted, and the very space seemed to tremble. Violent energy rapidly gathered beneath the warship, the purple-red light growing ever brighter, until it was blindingly bright. Finally, at its peak, a pillar of purple-red light, 5 kilometers in diameter, roared like an enraged ancient dragon, instantly tearing through the void and hurtling towards its target below. Inside Marijoa, Sabo and a revolutionary soldier painstakingly delivered several inspiring speeches. The slaves, their shackles freed, finally, half-heartedly, chose to follow them out of the underground prison. "We're done here. I wonder how the others are doing. Sabo, should we go find them?" the revolutionary soldier asked Sabo after leaving the prison and returning to the surface. "No, A sudden, thunderous roar stopped Sabo's words and he looked up. The sky was now completely shrouded by the dark clouds that had drifted in from the distance. A gloom fell over the heavens and earth, like a gaping abyss threatening to swallow the entire world. Within the boundless dark clouds, flashes of lightning darted back and forth like snakes, their unbridled brilliance awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, bright as daylight. A moment later, thunder boomed, shaking hearts and minds. Sabo watched the scene, his brow furrowed. He somehow felt a sense of impending doom. But what could possibly be? The 5 elders had already been defeated, paralyzed by Goku's attack, leaving them unable to move. This meant that the world government was doomed, completely broken and powerless. In this situation, could the world government still have the strength to strike back? As he pondered this, his expression suddenly changed, as if an invisible hand gripped his heart, choking him with fear. This was because he had suddenly sensed a great terror emerging. And this great terror seemed to be in the sky. Swish! He wasn't the only one looking up. The Revolutionary Army soldiers around him, Puile, Robin, Ichixeo, and the others elsewhere in Marijoa, Akainu and the Marines outside Marijoa, all looked up one after another, expressions of unease, solemnity, and the uncontrollable fear of facing a life-or-death situation. "What is that?" A cry of surprise streaked across the sky, drowned out by the rumble of thunder. But then, the thunder died down, and a sudden, dead silence descended upon the world. Suddenly, a faint purple-red light pierced the thick clouds in the previously pitch-black sky. Then, it grew brighter and brighter at a visible speed. In less than 2 seconds, boom! A massive, mighty pillar of purple-red energy, enveloping Marijoa and the surrounding area within a kilometer, suddenly broke through the clouds, plummeting down like divine punishment. Wherever it passed, space trembled violently, and an aura of devastation erupted recklessly. The pale yellow energy shield, supposedly designed to prevent Goku's escape and claimed to be unbreakable, shattered like an egg hitting stone upon contact with a purple-red energy beam, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. At that moment, everyone, from the weaker slaves to the middling Sabo and Robin to the world's most powerful, Ichigo and Akainu, lost their ability to speak. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, frozen like statues. Under such an attack, they couldn't even think of resisting. They knew that any resistance would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. There was no chance of success. As for escaping, there was no time for it. A dazzling purple-red light already filled their eyes. In the underground prison, Dragon, who had accompanied Goku to rescue the slaves, after much deliberation, still felt uneasy and told Goku that and the others might be plotting something. Unexpectedly, Wukong wasn't surprised at all, nodding calmly. "I know." Long was taken aback. "You know? Then why are you still?" As if hearing his inner question, Wukong added, "I'm just giving them a chance to mend their ways." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong suddenly looked up and shook his head. It looks like they didn't seize this opportunity. Then, the figure suddenly vanished. Long was stunned for a second. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting. What was that? Without a second to think, he instantly transformed into a gust of wind and flew towards the ground. Wukong's figure suddenly appeared in the air above Marijoa, his clothes rustling in the wind, but he remained motionless. His expression remained calm as he watched the mighty beam of energy pouring down from above like divine punishment. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. In that case, don't blame me." He suddenly lowered himself slightly, his hands resting on his waist like a calyx. In the blink of an eye, a bright blue ball of light appeared in his hands. Then, When the purple-red energy beam was within 10 meters of him, he thrust his hands upward, Kamehameha, swoosh. The blue ball of light, trailing a meteor-like tail, crashed directly into the falling purple-red energy beam. In front of him, the blue ball seemed as tiny as a stone encountering a towering mountain. The mountain's impact would have crumbled the stone to dust in the blink of an eye. But then, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. The tiny stone, seemingly a compressed star, clashed with the mountain, sending it flying back with a resounding bang, as if to return it to the very place from which it came. What's that? Sabo, who thought he was doomed, suddenly saw the purple-red energy beam about to fall overhead being blocked by a soaring blue ball of light. No. It was effortlessly pushed back. His eyes widened. Following the trailing tail of the ball of light, he soon spotted a figure hovering in midair. Is that Goku? He was stunned. There was no mistaking that familiar orange color. Elsewhere, Dragon, emerging from the dungeon, was stunned by the spectacular scene above. Without a second thought, he pulled out his video recording mushy and aimed it at the sky. Goku, you're truly astonishing. You're the savior of this world. Dragon stared intently at the orange figure. He knew that from today on, the entire world would be transformed because of that person. Boom. The blue ball of light, with unstoppable force, pushed back the purple-red energy beam, thousands of times its size. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the sky, making the purple-red energy column shrink in everyone's view. Then, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. The purple-red energy column continued to rise. Soon, it was beneath Uranus, the king of the sky. Inside the Uranus warship, beep, beep, beep. Countless sharp alarms rang out. The five elders were in chaos, completely unaware of what was happening. Im watched the scene with a cold expression, a sudden sense of alarm rising in her heart. Before she could think, a five-pointed star magic circle appeared beneath her feet, ready to teleport her elsewhere. But at that moment, the warship shook violently. And countless beams of light burst in from outside, drowning everything inside. No. In the next instant, she, the five elders, and this legendary ancient weapon, all vanished in a surging torrent of energy, vanishing from the world. Above Mary G's, Wukong retracted his hand, his hair whipped by the howling wind. A large hole appeared in the sky, and sunlight streamed down through it, casting a golden halo over Wukong. Countless eyes focused on him. In that moment, the world itself paled in comparison. On the ground, Yixao leaned on his staff and sword, gazing upwards. Though he could not see, he seemed to perceive a golden figure as bright as the sun. Recalling the bet from a few days ago, he looked dazed and couldn't help but mutter, "Sir Sun, so this is your true power." Chapter 286. The world is shocked. Alive, we're alive. Outside Mary G's, many Marines collapsed, dazed and sweaty. Meanwhile, their faces were filled with the relief of having survived. Just now, they had witnessed a catastrophic, world-destroying attack, their eyes filled with despair as they awaited death. Unexpectedly, a figure stepped forward, like a deity descending from Earth, and easily repelled the devastating attack. Even more unexpectedly, this godlike figure was none other than the very enemy they had recently battled, Sun Wukong. We were saved by him. Many soldiers' eyes were filled with complex emotions, their minds a whirlwind of thoughts. Some, with eyes filled with self-blame and regret, murmured, "What have we been doing all this time?" They claimed to be on the side of justice, yet they turned a blind eye to the innocent civilians captured or bought into slavery by the celestial dragons. And yet, Sun Wukong, whom they branded as a heinous criminal, was hell-bent on rescuing the slaves, having even just saved their lives. Such a stark contrast instantly plunged these soldiers, who still held a shred of kindness and justice in their hearts, into self-blame and regret. Not far away, Akainu, standing quietly and alone, observed the situation. In the past, renowned for his ruthlessness, he would have ruthlessly slaughtered these wavering soldiers. But now, he remained impassive. This wasn't a change of character, but rather a newfound sense of confusion within him. This confusion stemmed not only from the realization that Goku and he had been playing games, and the vast disparity between his own power and Goku's, but also from the discovery that behind the five elders lay a hidden dictator. His long-held belief in absolute justice was based on the rule of the existing world government. He viewed anyone and anything that opposed or threatened it as evil. But recently, reality had dealt him a harsh blow, revealing that the world government, never a dictatorship, had in fact been controlled by a dictator from the beginning. The entire world lay prostrate at its feet, toyed with at will, and Akainu was no exception. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, the sky and earth were shrouded in darkness. Boom! Lightning raged, thunder roared. A fierce wind blew, bringing a doomsday roar. Rain poured down like a waterfall, cascading onto rooftops and the ground. Many Marines, with their flags furled and sheltering under eaves, watched in amazement at the sudden storm. Atop the Marine building, Sengoku paid no attention to the storm. He let the pelting rain pelt down on him, his eyes fixed on the direction of the holy land of Marijoa. This feeling, what's going on over there? Not long ago, he had suddenly felt a shuddering sensation, and he had immediately come here to search for its source. Finally, he had zeroed in on this direction. Though he could see nothing, he knew something earth-shattering must have occurred on the Red Earth continent, in the land of Marijoa. Soon after, as the storm gradually subsided, Sengoku received a call from Kizaru. As Kizaru shared the news, boom! Beneath him, countless spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the roof of the Marine building. He paid no attention to the situation, only exclaiming in shock, "What did you say?" A day later. Deep within Marijoa, within the cavernous Panga city, the Revolutionary Army's higher-ranking officials, led by Ryu, Sabo, Korra, and Ichisho, the Marines, led by Sengoku, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Shuru, and several old-world government officials, led by Sora, gathered in a conference room to discuss important matters. Although it was Ryu who had invited them to the meeting and was the chairperson, Sengoku, Aokiji, and the other Marines paid no attention to Ryu. Instead, their gazes were fixed on a figure in the corner. Despite being in a corner, that figure possessed a magical power, drawing their attention. Feeling many eyes on him, Goku, who had been daydreaming with his chin in his hand, blinked back to reality and tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Why are you looking at me? What's going on? He hadn't wanted to attend this boring meeting, which was boring to him. But there was no way. Dragon and Sabo had said that he was the main contributor to the overthrow of the world government and a great hero. They could miss the meeting, but Goku absolutely couldn't. Finally, tempted by Kerala's promise of 3 delicious meals, he swallowed hard and agreed, "Kerala, woo 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 dragon. Sabo. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for the cause of revolution? Ahem, back to the point." Upon hearing Goku's voice, Dragon, who had long noticed the distraction of Sengoku and the others, paused and offered a helpless smile. "Marshal Sengoku, if you have any questions for Goku, please ask first." Sengoku, realizing his distraction had led him to disrespect the other person's words, apologized. "I apologize." Although Dragon was the son of his comrade Garp, a nephew of his generation, and once his subordinate, if Garp hadn't been away recently and missed the meeting, he might have witnessed him angrily beating his rebellious son. But Dragon's status and position were now completely different. He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army that overthrew the world government, and he had the unfathomable power of Son Goku at his side. It would be foolish for him to continue to rely on his seniority. After expressing his apology, Sengoku finally turned his attention back to Goku. Looking at the man they had long sought, yet now meeting face to face for the first time, he said seriously, "Mr. Son, I have only one question for you, a question all of us in the Navy would like to ask you." What's the question? Seeing his seriousness, Goku withdrew his hand from his chin and sat up straight. "What we want to ask is, what do you believe in justice? Or, in other words, what kind of justice do you believe the New World Government represents?" Not only Sengoku, but also Crane, Aokiji, and other high-ranking naval officers stared at Goku, seemingly hung up on his answer. With the overthrow of the celestial dragon-ruled world government, the world would be in tatters. If news were leaked, the world would be in turmoil. Countless ambitious and conspirators would emerge, eager to seize a share of the turmoil. Not to mention the already powerful pirates, they would inevitably take action. The only way to prevent this from happening was to establish a new world government, one capable of maintaining global stability. As for this new world government, their navy is an indispensable force. In fact, the main purpose of their coming here to attend the meeting today is to discuss how to establish a new world government. But before discussing this matter, they are still a little confused. What kind of justice does this new world government represent? This question is related to their decision whether to remain in the Navy and contribute their own strength to the new world government. So they hope that Goku, the man who overthrew the old world government with his own strength, the man who represented the birth of the new world government, can give them a satisfactory answer. Goku blinked when he heard this question, and then scratched his face. The question you asked, a friend in the Navy also asked me before. Zanguo and others were stunned. Has a Navy asked Goku such a question? Before they could ponder, Goku put on a serious expression, glanced at them, and said solemnly, my definition of justice is to bring down those bad guys who harm innocent people. The world government's job is to bring down these bad guys and allow the people to live a stable and happy life. Sengoku's expression grew even more solemn, his eyes narrowing slightly. A flash of light flashed in the mirror. Then, what if the bad guys are within the government? Goku frowned and said slowly, no matter who the bad guys are, as long as they do evil and harm innocent people, they should be brought down. Is it justice to bring down all bad guys, regardless of their identities? Sengoku pondered. Although he thought this kind of justice was a bit too idealistic, he didn't object. He even hoped that one day everyone in the world government would experience this kind of justice. A few seconds later, he suddenly stood up and bowed to Goku. Thank you for your answer. I'll be enlightened. He then turned to Ryu. Ryu, what do you think of the justice that Mr. Sun described for the new world government? Long, who had been waiting for his question, leaned forward slightly, glanced around at the group, and smiled softly. I think Goku is absolutely right. The new world government we want to establish should have this kind of justice. Time ticked by. After a day of discussion, everyone unanimously decided that the new world government would be led by 3 decision makers. 2 of them would be Ryu and Sengoku. The final vacancy would be filled by a capable individual chosen from among the kings after the World Conference. As for the Navy, since Sengoku already served as the decision-maker for the world government and could no longer hold the position of Grand Admiral, the group voted to elect former Admiral Aokiji as the new Grand Admiral. Anichishou, eager to contribute to maintaining world stability, joined the Navy, becoming the only 2 admirals alongside Kizaru. So where was Akainu? Knowing he couldn't continue under the new world government's leadership, Akainu had already tendered his resignation to Sengoku and subsequently departed on his own, his whereabouts unknown. It's worth noting that the former world government's supreme commander, Sora Akainu, remains in office to maintain stability. However, he frankly stated that he was struggling to keep up with the pace of the new era and hoped that Ryu and Sengoku could quickly find a replacement. Okay. Then in 3 days, we will release this video and the new world government's announcement worldwide. Ryu, his face weary but his eyes still blazing, stood up and declared firmly. 3 days was the limit they had to prevent the old world government from falling. Within these 3 days, the new world government would be rapidly established, and the world's navies, revolutionary armies, and other forces would also be mobilized to prepare for any potential consequences of the announcement. Well, I hope we can all work together to help the new government quickly stabilize and minimize the harm caused by the unrest to the people of the world. Sengoku followed suit, his voice resonating like a bell. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, a subtle atmosphere of restlessness and unease enveloped the world. Although Long and Zanguo had suppressed the news the day the old world government was overthrown, there was always a wall of truth. Rumors would always leak out, or some shrewd individuals would discern clues through subtle clues. Fortunately, even if the world was somewhat restless, it was still far from boiling over, giving the new government time to prepare. Now, with preparations complete, it was time to release this earth-shattering video and announcement to the world, one that would send the world into a frenzy. In the Kingdom of North, the capital square was now packed with people, many with puzzled faces gathered. They stared at the king's guards, who had erected a giant screen in front of the square, and asked, "Hey, do you know what's going on? Why did the king send us here?" The guards shook their heads, saying, "We don't know. We're just following orders." The people suppressed their doubts and prepared to see what the king was up to. "Hey, I know, it's woo woo woo." In the corner, Dongli quickly covered Miayu's mouth, ignoring her struggles and sighing wearily. How could he have accidentally let Miayu overhear what he had said back then? He had been following her closely for the past 2 days, barely able to sleep, fearing she'd leaked the news beforehand. In the Kingdom of Alabasta, at the royal palace, Cobra and Vivi stood by the railing, watching the navy bustling about in the square below. "Father, what do you think the world government is suddenly announcing at this moment? Why is it such a big deal?" Vivi, beautiful in her princess dress, asked, blinking her large, puzzled eyes. "I don't know, but it could be something big." Cobra's expression grew solemn. He hadn't heard any gossip, but the recent decrease in world news had given him a glimpse of something amiss, a sense of impending trouble. Grand Line New World. On a certain island, the red-hair pirates, having wandered the seas for a few days and resting, emerged from the tavern, bleary-eyed, to find themselves surrounded by a dense crowd in the center of town. "Hey, Captain, what's going on over there? Why are there so many people?" the portly lackey asked curiously, chewing on a piece of meat. "Let's go over and take a look." Shank's eyes flashed with curiosity and interest. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked over. He reached the front of the crowd. Oops, excuse me, please, excuse me, sir, please let me pass." He acted like one of the other ordinary people around him, putting on a smile and apologizing, then slipped into the crowd like a loach, completely unbecoming of a pirate king. The officers behind him also apologized and squeezed into the crowd. Arriving at the front of the crowd and taking in the scene before him, he couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell? It's the Navy." Nearby, a group of Marines were also rapidly setting up a large screen. He briefly considered leaving, but seeing the Navy had already finished, he decided to wait, figuring he'd just wait and see. Meanwhile, across the world, whether on the Grand Line or the Four Seas, wherever there were islands with significant human habitation, and within reach of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, a large screen had been erected, attracting scores of local residents. As the clock's hands turned to 10, the large screens erected around the world simultaneously lit up. Immediately afterwards, two figures appeared on the screens, drawing exclamations of surprise from countless people who knew them both. What? Marshal Sengoku and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Ryu. How could these two be together? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the screen. The Navy Admiral and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, supposedly enemies, stood together on a raised platform, looking solemnly at the camera. "Captain, these two," besides Shanks, First Officer Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression grave. "Well, don't talk, let's take a look." Shanks had already subdued his unruly demeanor, his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression serious. A few seconds later, amidst the countless expressions of surprise, confusion, and bewilderment, Sengoku on the big screen spoke. "Everyone in front of the screen, no matter what you see or hear, please don't panic. Stay calm. Ryu and I will explain everything." "Well, before we explain, please watch a video." Swish. The scene changed, and Sengoku and Ryu disappeared. In its place, there was an orange figure most people couldn't recognize. Why? Because the figure's back was turned, making its face almost invisible. Only those who knew the person could identify it from behind. Is this Goku? In the palace, upon seeing the figure on the giant screen in the plaza, Vivi immediately threw herself over the railing, exclaiming in shock. "I can't be mistaken. This person is definitely Goku. Ah. Dongli, look. It's Goku." In the capital square, Miyu's eyes lit up with excitement, and she tugged at Dongli's clothes and shouted happily. "Yes, I see." Dongli didn't cover her mouth this time, and looked at the strangely familiar figure on the big screen with the same excitement. This person seems familiar. On an island in Grand Line Paradise, Kiao Elaboni blended in with the crowd, tearing into the barbecue in her hands without paying any attention to her ladylike appearance, while gazing at the orange figure on the big screen with confusion. "Bonnie, does he look like that guy, the one named Son Goku?" crew member Tots muttered from behind. Son Goku. Bonnie's eyes widened slightly, thinking of the man she'd encountered a few months prior, upon arriving on the Grand Line. As the world watched, the first voice boomed from the giant screen. It was a calm, confident, and unhurried voice. "Hey, I have to fight you guys before I can see the 5 elders, right? In that case, come on, I'm just looking for some exercise." The orange figure on the screen beckoned a finger at the sullen Akainu standing before it. With that gesture, it looked as if they didn't take the Admiral seriously. Swish. The scene shifted, and a simple fist landed on Akainu's face, sending him flying with a series of deafening explosions. The blow also revealed half of the orange figure's face, offering a glimpse of his true features. "It's him." Bonnie stopped chewing, her eyes fixed on the profile. Though only half of the face was visible, she couldn't mistake it. This was the detestable man who had so much appeal to her, but who had nearly gotten her arrested by the Navy. After confirming his identity, she was filled with shock again. He actually punched a Navy admiral, and look at the background. Is that the Red Earth continent? He's going to meet the 5 elders? Are those buildings in the distance Marijoa? These thoughts popped up, each one more shocking than the last. Was this man crazy? Why was he going to Mirajoa to meet the five elders? Was he going to die? She wasn't the only one stunned. At that moment, anyone who understood the power of the Navy admirals, and what the five elders represented, was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the man whose face was half revealed on the screen. Shanks's expression was grave and serious. Although they had never met, he recognized the man on the screen. He was the man who had always eluded him. Son Goku, what on earth are you trying to do by going to the five elders? As countless viewers watched in shock, an orange figure on the screen casually shattered a surprise attack from a distant building. Immediately afterwards, two unfamiliar enemies appeared and attacked him with incredible ferocity. The scene terrified ordinary civilians and many pirates. But the orange figure remained calm, strolling through the enemy's attacks without even a scratch on his clothing. Soon, the scene shifted to show the two enemies lying unconscious on the ground, while the orange figure stood calmly, as if he hadn't been attacked at all. Too strong. This guy is too strong, a white bear in an orange jumpsuit cried in fear, clutching his face. If it were me, I'd have been turned into a dead bear long ago. Too scary. Shut up, Beepo. Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, said coldly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Ah. Captain Marseilles, Beepo instantly bowed in apology. Lolliant, you do possess some remarkable abilities, but that's all. Those of you, challenging the majesty of God, are mere wishful thinking. A voice, high and mighty, filled with coldness and contempt, echoed. On the large screen, the voice came from a man whose imposing authority was palpable even through the screen. At a glance, most viewers knew this man was undoubtedly one of those worldly nobles who claimed to be descendants of the Creator, the celestial dragons. They all stared intently at the orange figure, wondering how he would respond when faced with the will of this world. Would he surrender, or retreat immediately, daring not to fight again? The orange figure offered them a third answer. Bang! The momentarily arrogant celestial dragon's sunglasses were suddenly knocked askew. Like a cooked shrimp, he slammed into Mirajoa at a speed so fast they couldn't even see. There was no further movement. The screen fell silent. A deathly stillness spread across the screen. Countless viewers stared at the scene, their minds frozen in ice, their minds paralyzed. How dare he? This was the common question that rose in their minds. Shanks's expression was grim beyond measure, knowing that something even more earth-shattering was about to happen. And sure enough, after the celestial dragon's defeat, 5 figures emerged from Mirajoa, attacking the orange figure. In the next second, they were seen vomiting blood, collapsing to the ground, or retreating in terror. Hey, are you the 5 elders? An orange figure, hovering in midair, calmly asked the 5 figures, some transformed into monsters, some still retaining their human forms. Upon hearing their affirmative response, boom! Like a bolt from the blue, countless viewers erupted in shock. What? They are the 5 elders. The supreme leaders representing the highest authority of the world government, ruling the entire world. They attacked together, yet were defeated by the orange figure. Many viewers, paralyzed by the wave after wave of shocking images, were frozen like statues. They lost their ability to speak and move, and could only stare blankly at the giant screen, watching the ensuing scenes unfold. Just as they expected the battle between the 5 elders and the orange figure to continue, the scene suddenly shifted to focus on a young man, his clothes tattered and grimy. He looked at the orange figure before him and suddenly knelt. Please, get me out of here. I have a wife and my parents waiting for me at home. I can't die here without knowing why. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The orange figure helped him up. Just then, the audience heard a disturbing beeping sound. Some knowledgeable people immediately pointed at the collar around the young man's neck and shouted, "That's the explosive collar. That's making that sound. It's going to explode." No. I can't die here. As the young man on the screen wailed hysterically, a sudden explosion echoed, causing many viewers to close their eyes and watch. They knew the young man was doomed. No one could survive the explosion of an explosive collar. However, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the audience opened their eyes again and were shocked to find that the young man was completely unharmed. I told you, you'll be fine, a resounding voice resonated, reassuring them. The voice belonged to none other than the orange figure. The man who had already shocked them so much? How is it possible? How did he do that? The audience, well aware of the explosive collar's power, was once again shocked. Even as they were stunned, A voice continued to blare from the big screen. Hey, 5 elders, may I call you that? How many others like him are there, HMPH, who would know such a thing? Then release them all and let them return safely to their former homes. Boom. The words rang out, sending shockwaves through the audience's brains. They already knew the young man was a slave of the celestial dragons in Marigiees, and now, not only had the orange figure saved him, but he also planned to rescue the others? Haha, Sun Wukong, that was once an absolute impossibility, but now it's possible. If you let us kill you now, we promise to release them and let them return safely to their homeland. The sinister and cunning voice of the 5 elders rang out, introducing the audience to the orange figure's name for the first time. Sun Wukong? Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere? Many in the audience murmured. Then, someone with a sharp memory pulled out a wanted poster from somewhere, pointed at the portrait on it, and shouted, "That's him." A few months ago, the world government suddenly put a bounty on him, calling him a global terrorist. Yet, the Morgan's World Economic newspaper said he was wanted for injuring a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago and rescuing a slave being tortured by them. The moment these words were spoken, a sudden realization struck everyone. It was him. So, the Morgan's news was true. Now, facing the pressure of the 5 elders, what would they do? Wukong ignored the 5 elders and simply inquired of the young man who had escaped, asking the location of the remaining slaves. After learning his location, the 5 elders, desperate, threatened again. Sun Wukong, you can't save them. If you don't surrender now, we'll activate all the explosive collars simultaneously. What do you think? For a moment, the audience, already dissatisfied with the celestial dragons, erupted in curses. Bah! Despicable bastards. So the leaders of the world government are such despicable rubbish, their faces flushed with anger, veins bulging. Then, their eyes lit up and they applauded. On the big screen, Goku, with a single punch, had bludgeoned the threatening 5 elders to pulp, rendering them unable to move. Excellent. Well done, Sun Wukong. From now on, you are the one I admire most. That speed. Shanks, who had remained calm until then, was surprised for the first time. While he was delighted by Goku's punch, he was even more struck by the terrifying speed he had just displayed. At that speed, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his opponent's shadow. Just as he was stunned, he hadn't anticipated the next scene on the big screen, which shocked him even more. A hint of an imperial aura emanated uncontrollably, stunning the surrounding spectators and even the Navy maintaining order. Who is that person? Suddenly, a mysterious woman with a strange figure and a tall hat appeared on the big screen. As soon as she appeared, the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, prostrated themselves before her like her minions. This eye-popping scene caused the kings of the member states watching from around the world to drop their expressions. Impossible. Who is this woman? Why are the 5 elders kneeling before her? Have we been deceived all these years? Has someone always occupied the void throne? Many kings were distraught, their hearts shattered. Alabasta. Upon seeing the woman and hearing the words "Lord, I'm" from the 5 elders, Cobra's pupils constricted. He clutched the railing tightly, muttering, I'm. Could this be the same person from 800 years ago? The scene continued. As countless viewers watched in shock at IM's sudden appearance, he suddenly attacked the cameraman. Goku, who had previously disappeared, suddenly reappeared, causing him to scream. Later, upon learning his identity, Goku addressed him with 2 words that shocked the audience even more. I tell you, you have caused too much harm to the people of this world. You are no longer fit to rule it. I urge you to mend your ways and allow the people of this world to live a happy and beautiful life. And the 5 elders' actions then stunned everyone. Bowed his head in submission to Goku, and the 5 elders knelt, proclaiming that they would make Goku the new king of the world. Boom. Everyone's minds exploded. King of the world? What a position. Regardless of whether the people everywhere agreed, regardless of how much truth there was in it, at this moment, under the oath of the supreme ruler of the world government, no one with ambitions for power would be unmoved. But, just when everyone thought Goku would take on the title of King of the World, unexpectedly, Goku showed no reluctance. Without even turning back, he simply replied, I'm not interested in King of the World or anything like that. As long as you cooperate and be good people from now on, that's all that matters. Dragon, follow me. There are many prisoners in there waiting to be rescued. Huh? Countless people stamped their feet in despair. What a golden opportunity. and he's letting it go. However, many others were filled with admiration, a deep-seated respect for Goku. This guy, I really can't figure him out. Shank's face was filled with admiration. This was the first time since Roger that he had felt such admiration for someone. After the conversation ended, the screen shifted to dark, silent underground space. As the camera panned around, the crowd saw slaves in tattered clothing, glassy eyes, and scarred bodies. There. Isn't that my child who went missing 6 months ago? I won't mistake you. That's my child. A woman squeezed through the crowd and frantically ran to the screen. With a trembling right hand, she stroked a tiny slave sitting in a cell on the screen and burst into tears. Then, through her tearful eyes, she saw her child being rescued from the cell by Wukong. He said, "Don't worry, you won't be hurt again." Her tears suddenly deepened. She wept and kowtowed. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Thank you for your great mercy, woo woo woo. Thank you. The screen showed countless slaves being rescued by Wukong. Seeing these miserable slaves, many viewers felt a surge of sympathy and indignation. As the slaves were being rescued, a voice rang out, a voice everyone knew belonged to the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon. Dragon expressed doubts about the surrender of Am and the 5 elders, suspecting it was merely a pretense. Goku, however, nodded calmly, "I know. I'm only giving them a chance to mend their ways." Then, shaking his head, he said, "It seems they didn't seize this opportunity." The audience was stunned by this. Didn't seize the opportunity? Were Im and the 5 elders plotting something? Swish. The scene shifted. A dazzling purple-red light pierced the screen, causing countless viewers to squint. "What is that?" countless people exclaimed in surprise. On the screen, a pillar of energy, vast beyond comprehension, descended from the sky, obscuring the entire sky and sun, seemingly threatening to destroy everything on the ground. Is this what Am and the others are doing? Are they crazy? They want to wipe out all of Mary J's. Shanks's heart was shaken once again, and a surge of rage surged within him, causing the sword in his hand to tremble wildly. Even he couldn't withstand such a devastating attack, and his survival was uncertain. And even if the powerful Goku could protect himself, how could he ensure that all the innocent people in Mary J's were safe from harm? He couldn't imagine it. But then, on camera, Goku, suspended in midair, suddenly struck a strange pose. Then, a blue ball of energy, infinitely smaller than the energy beam, shot up into the sky, actually pushing the beam back. A moment later, a faint explosion could be heard from high in the sky. Then, sunlight streamed down, shrouding Goku's tall figure in a brilliant glow. His face, fully visible for the first time, was revealed to the public. At that moment, the audience was speechless with shock. It was as if they were witnessing a deity descending to Earth, showering the world with sunshine and warmth. At the same time, the large screen split in two. Wukong's golden figure froze on the right, while the figures of Zanguo and Long appeared on the left. Long's expression was solemn, and his voice was like a bell. "Everyone. As you can see, the old world government, once filled with cruelty, oppression, and deception for 800 years, ruled by a dictator, has been overthrown, and the most important hero of this overthrow is our world hero, Sun Wukong. With his help, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy have established a new world government, a new government dedicated to world harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams." At this point, he paused, took a deep breath, and then opened his hands as if embracing the world. "Everyone. A new world has opened. Let us cheer together." 1 second. 2 seconds. The whole world fell into dead silence. But then, boom. Like a meteorite dropped into boiling water, the whole world began to shake. Chapter 287 The Storm. The next day. "Hey. Did you hear about what happened yesterday? Was it true?" "Of course it was. I wasn't there yesterday, but my son was, and he told me about it like crazy when he got home. And didn't you see that newspaper the newsbird delivered this morning? Every section is dedicated to yesterday's events." "Huh? There's such a thing? Quick, where's your newspaper? Let me see it." Such conversations continue to unfold around the world today. Although a large number of people missed the new government's broadcast yesterday for various reasons, those who did, afterward, rushed to spread the word like crazy, wanting to vent their excitement and shock. Word spread quickly, from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Within half a day, over half the world's population had heard the shocking news of the fall of the old world government and the establishment of the new world government. And then, With a newsbird's influx of reports today, even more people, for reasons like being in the ocean and lacking access to information, receive the news. It's safe to say that by now, over 90% of the world's population has received the news, all stunned by it, their jaws pounding with questions like, who am I, where am I, and is this the world I know? In the Sabaody archipelago, at Shaki's Rip-Off Tavern, Pluto Rayleigh set down his newspaper, picked up his bottle, and gulped it down. A little glistening liquor spilled from the corner of his mouth, trickling down his beard, but he paid it no mind. He slammed the bottle onto the counter and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. So refreshing, Son Goku. Truly a hero, Roger. This is the new era you've been wanting, isn't it? It looks like it's already here, Dad. Dad. Something big has happened. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco, the usually calm second in command of the Whitebird pirates, now looked moved and ran over, newspaper in hand. Whitebird, who was receiving an IV drip, opened his eyes. He showed no concern for Marco's mention of the big news. Instead, he burst into laughter. Gilila. Marco, how have you turned back into that impulsive little brat? Oh, Dad. This is truly a big deal, a shocking event you could never imagine. Seeing Marco's still serious expression, Whitebird stopped teasing and held out his large, fan-like hand. Let me see it. He took the newspaper and glanced briefly at it. Whitebird's eyes narrowed, his expression becoming equally serious. After a long moment, he finally read the contents of the newspaper twice carefully. He closed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the armrest. After a long moment, he sighed, as if lamenting the world, or perhaps himself. The old era has ended, and a new era has arrived. Bang, boom, boom. Hand over your treasures. In a town, a scoundrel pirate fired a rifle into the air, then shouted at the residents who had caught his attention. Behind him, dozens of pirates, brandishing their weapons, echoed fiercely, "That's right. You've heard of the Black Panther pirates, right? Our Captain Black Panther is a pirate with a 50 million bounty on his head. We don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't surrender your treasure. Aren't you afraid the new government will arrest you?" The two leaders of the new government have said they'll crack down on those who cause trouble in the coming period. Some residents, mustering the courage, stepped forward in an attempt to force the pirates back. Unexpectedly, Black Panther sneered, "Tisk. What does the new government say? The world is so big, there are so many criminals, how can they catch them all? Besides, I'm a pirate with a bounty on my head, so why would I be afraid of that? Even if the Navy comes, I'm no match for them." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly boomed from behind. "Oh? Then would you be afraid if you met me?" Black Panther and the other pirates turned to look. Black Panther still cursing, "Which bastard is this? He's even more arrogant than me," but when he caught sight of the towering figure behind him, his face froze. You're the new Admiral Fujitora Aisho." After a few seconds of frozen expression, his fierce expression returned. "Admiral, so what? Brothers, this guy's just blind. Are we really afraid of a blind man?" Encouraged by him, his men grinned back, "That's right. I don't know how a blind man could become an admiral. Perhaps the Navy is completely depleted. Captain, let's kill this admiral today and make our Black Panther pirates famous." With that, Black Panther drew his sword and led the charge, followed closely by his men, towards the solitary Aisho. But then, bang! An invisible and intangible force instantly descended upon them, crushing them to the ground, unable to move a finger. Clang! Before them, Yixio thrust and pulled out his sword, his expression impassive. "This new era, about to usher in countless lights and beauties, I will not allow anyone to disrupt it." The naval forces deployed from various locations swiftly suppressed the situation, arresting many pirates who had attempted to take advantage of this period to stir up trouble. At the same time, an invitation was sent from the new government to the four great pirate emperors occupying the Grand Line's New World: Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebird Pirates; Shanks, captain of the Red Hair Pirates; Kato, governor-general of the Beast Pirates; and Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates. HMPH. They're asking me to go and meet them? What a huge honor. Who do they think I am? I'm Kato, the Beast King. Kato tore up the invitation, gulped down the wine flask, and smashed it to the ground. With a domineering gaze, he looked down upon the man who had come to deliver the invitation. Under the intimidating aura of an emperor, anyone present would have looked solemn, even trembling with fear. However, this man showed no fear. After seeing Kato reject the invitation and even shred the letter, he pulled out another one from his pocket and said seriously, "Sir Kato, here is another invitation. I believe you'll change your mind." After opening it, as he spoke, he handed it to Quinn, the Plague King, who was standing beside him. "Another invitation? What's your new government up to? Were you playing a trick on me with that one?" Kato narrowed his eyes, but gestured for Quinn to take the new invitation. The palm-sized invitation seemed incredibly small in his hand. He couldn't discern the difference between this invitation and the previous one. To think that simply because the content was different would cause him to change his mind was ridiculous. With this thought, he casually opened the invitation. The next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from it, causing his pupils to shrink. What? Faced with this aura, he felt like a small boat facing a raging wave, ready to capsize at any moment. Even though he had always been fearless and had never believed anyone could kill him, a cold sweat broke out, and his hands and feet stiffened. Not far away, the three calamities, noticing his strange expression, were filled with confusion. What was written on it that shocked Kato so much? Gazing at the blank invitation, and seeing that the three calamities and the others were unaffected by the powerful aura, Kato's expression was grave, filled with uncertainty. What kind of person could have trapped an aura within a simple piece of paper, leaving him completely unaware of it? It even managed to cover only him, the one who had opened the invitation, while keeping those around him completely unaware. A name quickly popped into his mind, Sun Wukong. Could this man be so powerful? Although he had seen the video his men had copied from elsewhere, and the unparalleled attack at the end, he hadn't been there, so he couldn't know the attack's true power. So, in his pride, he had been somewhat scornful, believing he might be able to withstand it. But now, sensing the terrifyingly powerful aura within the invitation, he realized he was wrong. Soon after, he closed the invitation with a gloomy expression and looked at the man who was waiting patiently with a calm expression. He said, "I know. I will be there on time." The man smiled as if he had expected this. "Then I look forward to your presence." Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling, with the same gloomy expression, closed the invitation. "Tell them I will be there, but they must prepare delicious desserts for me." The woman who delivered the invitation smiled slightly. "No problem. We won't neglect you." Chapter 288 I Will Make You Strong. A week later, Whitebird and red-haired Shanks, who gladly attended the appointment, and Kato and Charlotte Lingling, who were forced to attend, each accompanied by a few members of their pirate group, arrived beneath the Red Earth continent. The New World government's headquarters, built on an island, the city of Aurora. Inside the city of Aurora, Dragon, Sabo, and the others welcomed them and held a meeting, during which they laid out the purpose of their invitation. What? This is absolutely impossible. Upon learning of Dragon and the others' intentions, Charlotte Lingling could no longer contain her anger, her face gloomy as she shouted, "Impossible!" Kato's face was equally gloomy, his eyelids twitching. The new government's appetite was enormous. They wanted to completely eliminate piracy, and it would be fine if they had taken the lead in removing the pirate designation. But they even wanted to take over their territory and force them to behave themselves under government supervision, refraining from robbery, rape, or anything else that harmed the people. How could this be tolerated? He had long since transformed Wano country into his own, a land where he was king, free to do as he pleased. Given this, how could he surrender his territory to someone else? Thinking this way, he knew there was no chance of reaching an agreement between him and the new government. The only remaining path was a decisive battle. He had brought the three calamities and several powerful officials with him on this trip, precisely to prevent such a situation. Even if Son Goku was incredibly powerful, the Beast's pirates were no pushovers. Who would win or lose was uncertain. Furthermore, at this moment, he and Charlotte Lingling exchanged a silent glance, each knowing from their eyes that the other shared the same intentions. With two great emperors joining forces, how could this newly formed government defeat them? Boom. There was no point in talking without a clear path. Since there was no agreement, why bother opening the war now? And since they were going to fight, they might as well strike first and catch the enemy off guard. So, at that moment, the two men, in perfect sync, unleashed their combined aura and launched a ferocious attack on Dragon. If they could kill Dragon, one of the leaders, the new government would be thrown into chaos, perhaps even collapse. In that world, chaos would be the perfect time for them, the time they most desired, the time they most thrived in. Half a day later, Whitebird and Shanks signed the agreement. Dragon took the agreement, extended his hand, and shook it with a faint smile. Thank you both for your cooperation, both of you. I believe that with the combined efforts of each of us, this world will become a better place. Gulala, Whitebird roared with laughter. I'm just a remnant of the old era. It's up to you, the young people, to forge the new era. Shanks shook his head and smiled, gazing into the distance with a touch of emotion. What a shame. Captain Roger won't be able to see this. Elsewhere, in the dining hall, Korra bustled about in the kitchen, while Goku also busied himself at the table. I'm done, Kurla. Goku put down his large bowl and turned to look at Kurla behind the windowsill with a playful smile. I know. Don't rush me. It'll be ready soon. Hearing Kurla's complaints, Goku blinked adorably, scratched his head, and looked at Sabo beside him and asked, Sabo, did I mean to rush her just now? Sabo spread his hands and smiled helplessly. You certainly didn't rush her, but in this situation, she'll think you did. I see. Goku nodded thoughtfully, as if he were being taught. Seeing that he had finished, Sabo took the opportunity before Kurla brought the new meal to the table to take a deep breath and said solemnly, Goku, I want to learn from you. I find myself too weak. With my current strength, it's difficult for me to effectively deal with various emergencies in building a new world. He thought of the sudden outbursts of Kato and Charlotte Linlin not long ago. Though they had been prepared, they were still caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the two emperors. While battling Jack, one of Kato's three calamities, he realized he still had a significant gap in strength compared to Jack. Not to mention the two other calamities, Flame and Plague, who were even more powerful than Jack, and Kato, whose mere presence intimidated him. Ultimately, if it weren't for Goku's ability to dispatch Kato with a single punch, a single kick to Big Mom, and his own sword-wielding sword that sent their officers into peaceful slumber, their newly established One City would likely have been destroyed. Therefore, realizing his own shortcomings, he resolutely resolved to learn from Goku, the current world's greatest master. Little did he know, the master he thought was the world's greatest was actually the universe's greatest. He looked at Goku expectantly, and Goku lived up to his expectations. Without a second thought, Goku smiled brightly. Okay, Sabo, I'll make you very strong. Chapter 289. Ending thoughts on the One Piece arc plus update suspension notice. The One Piece volume is about the same length as originally planned, at 300,000 words, just right. In terms of the thrill of the plot, I personally think it's slightly better than the Naruto volume, but that's just better. It doesn't quite capture the feeling I had in mind. Especially the crazy writer's block at the end, it completely lost the feeling I had originally intended. Only when I fought the grim old Saint and did I find the thrill again. I'd like to thank all my readers for their continued support, including subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendations. I'm especially grateful to Infinite Dragon Ball for their generous donations of over 20,000 Kidian coins, as well as the numerous donations for Super Saiyan Max, Affix, Wind Shadow Blindness, and the North Atlantic Current's Barehanded Asteroid Crushing. We're deeply grateful. And, One Piece isn't truly over yet. Free extra chapters will be released to make up for the hiatus. These extra chapters will focus on the events after the overthrow of the world government, such as the reunion of Luffy and his three brothers, Bonnie finding Kuma, Boa Hancock finally meeting Goku, and Goku's transformation to Super Saiyan. These stories will likely be along these lines. Then there's the update hiatus, which everyone's probably concerned about. Actually, I wanted to end One Piece right after I finished it, because writing for the past 6 months has been incredibly exhausting. Before, readers didn't realize it, wondering why the author was constantly taking time off or getting sick. Now I understand. Writing is truly mentally draining, requiring constant sitting and disrupting sleep patterns. Let me put it this way, my hair has been falling out at a much faster rate than before. After mopping the floor all day, I'd find a pile of hair on the floor again. Also, I've lost weight and haven't had time to work out. Honestly, I used to be a muscular guy, but now I'm a skinny bastard. Besides that, there are all sorts of other ailments. So, I need to rest and recuperate for the next while. In fact, even if you asked me to start the next world right now, I wouldn't be able to do it because I haven't even prepared an outline. And then there's this big assignment from my boss, which means I have even less time and energy to work on an outline. So, all in all, this book was supposed to be finished, but I think if I miss this one, it'll be hard to write about Goku's journey through the heavens later, So after some thought, I've decided not to finish it for now. As for the next world, I already have an idea. It's not Tiga, as I had previously thought, though I might still write about Tiga, but rather Goku intervening in a big duel with Belial. Belial is also obsessed with power, and he's quite powerful. The thought of Goku transforming in front of him and then saying he can transform 3 times is hilarious. Plus, those Ultramen are pretty powerful, so I think having Goku have a good fight is a possibility. Of course, I'm not really familiar with the plots of Belial and the Land of Light. I've only seen a couple of movies before, and I don't remember much of them now. So if I want to write about it, I need to catch up. Since I'm taking a break right now, I'll catch up when I have some free time. That's about it. The side story will be written after I finish my work, so don't rush, it won't be missing. Finally. Thank you all again for your continued support. Thank you so much. Chapter 290. A gentle breeze blew across the azure ocean, propelling the Merry Ever forward. Luffy sat cross-legged on his throne, the bow, staring intently ahead, like a statue. After an unknown amount of time, his body slumped backwards, as if it had lost its spine, and slid down again, sprawled on the deck. Why haven't I seen the island yet? I'm so hungry. His eyes were vacant, their gaze as hollow as a salted fish stranded on the beach, about to dry out. A week had passed since they left their last island, and during that time, an incident during the voyage had resulted in the loss of most of the ship's food supplies. Even more tragically, Luffy's extensive food preparation had already consumed a significant amount of the food. With most of the food gone, they were now living a frugal life, relying on just 1 meal a day to maintain their minimum energy needs. For the others on board, while uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. But for Luffy, a voracious eater, it was undoubtedly a torment of hell. "Dinner's ready," a voice boomed from the cabin, its power as if boundless, causing Luffy, sprawled like a dead fish on the deck, to leap to his feet. A whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly arose. One moment, Luffy lay on the bow deck. The next, he was inside, seated at the dining table, drooling, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the plate Sanji had just lifted. "Dinner's ready, dinner's ready, dinner's ready," he pounded his fists on the table, his fork in his right hand, his expression rapt with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper, who had been fishing for days without success over the side of the ship, dropped their tackle and, a fraction of a second later, rushed into the cabin. They also sat at the table, pounding excitedly. "Dinner's ready, dinner's ready, dinner's ready," the 3 of them moved in unison, their hammering making the table clang loudly. Sanji, the elderly father, was accustomed to the sight of his 3 hungry sons, his heart unfazed. He gently placed his plate on the table, revealing a black pepper steak, evenly divided into 6 pieces, and 6 servings of vegetable salad. Then, with a click, he habitually lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. "This is for today," he was barely speaking when Luffy, his eyes already reddening, made a lightning-fast move, snatching up the plate and shoving it into his mouth. Then, he casually tossed the mirror-smooth plate back onto the table, rubbing his stomach with a worried look. "Why is this so little? It's not enough to fill me up." A brief silence fell. Usopp and Chopper's excited expressions froze as they stared blankly at their empty plates. Sanji's eyes twitched, his mind blanking for a moment. 2 seconds later, "A Luffy, what are you doing? Spit it out, a Luffy, I'm going to kill you." Usopp and Chopper, transformed into frantic beasts, pounced on Luffy from either side. Usopp gripped Luffy's neck tightly, shaking his head wildly as if to disgorge the food he'd eaten. Chopper, his eyes bulging with rage, opened his mouth and bit Luffy's arm, as if to devour it. Luffy screamed and struggled desperately, and the 3 of them engaged in a tug-of-war, stirring up a cloud of white dust. Their figures were engulfed in the smoke, though one of their heads would occasionally peek out. "Give me back my flesh," angrily, Usopp appeared, tugging at Luffy's cheek. "I'm going to eat you." Chopper, biting Luffy's arm tightly, vanished as Luffy flailed his arm. "It hurts. Let go. Let go." Luffy's mask of pain flashed by, eyes closed as he howled in agony. Sanji twitched his lips, watching the scene in silence. He took another drag on his cigarette, exhaling silently. "Guess I'll have to make another one." He shook his head and turned to go to the food storage to get the few ingredients he had to make another meal. Of course, there was no Luffy in this meal. "And no tomorrow's either," he said. But just then, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from outside the cabin. "Island. We see the island," Swish! Luffy and the other two, still locked in a fierce battle, instantly stopped fighting in unison and rushed out, their clothes rumpled and dusty. Outside the cabin, Nami stood on the second floor, gazing at the island ahead, a mere black dot in sight. Her expression was filled with excitement, the fatigue from days of not having enough food completely gone. Finally, they had successfully reached the next island. This time, they were going to have a good meal there. Luffy, scrambling to the bow, clutching his straw hat, crouched like a gorilla, his eyes gleaming as he gazed ahead, his thoughts etched in his mind. Meat, meat, meat. I want some meat. As the Mary docked at the harbor, Luffy, already impatient, leaped aboard and dashed towards the island town. Meat, meat, meat. I want some meat. X2 Usopp and Chopper followed closely behind, their faces etched with enthusiasm. Leaving behind them 3 billowing clouds of dust like earth dragons, the 3 quickly vanished from Nami and the other side. These guys are truly... Nami rubbed her forehead in silence. Nami, let's go too. We haven't had enough to eat lately, and we don't have the energy to exercise. Zoro put down his 5-ton dumbbells, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said calmly. Green Algae Head, you should stay and watch the ship. I'll bring you food and other things later, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette and looking straight ahead. How, is there anything left to steal on our ship? Curly eyebrows, Zoro snorted. Their supplies were running low, and since they were carrying valuables like money, they had no fear of being robbed. Sanji knew this, of course, and wanted Zoro to stay because, hey, if Luffy and the others aren't here, and green-haired man stays here to watch the ship, then Nami-san and I will have some alone time, lunch with Nami-san, shopping with Nami-san, with Nami-san. Sanji's thoughts drifted, his serious face suddenly turning into a sly one, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. Seeing his sly expression, Zoro, who knew his character well, looked disdainful and jumped off the boat. Nami then jumped off the boat and called out to Sanji, who was still daydreaming, Hey, Sanji, let's go. Don't worry about the boat, huh? Oh, Sanji, having regained his composure, hurriedly responded, then gnashed his teeth at Zoro's back. Damn green-haired guy, ruining my plans again. Just wait. In town, Nami, Sanji, and Zoro walked the streets, keenly noticing something odd about the town. Do you think the atmosphere here is a little strange? Nami, walking in the lead, asked first. She noticed that everyone on the street, whether selling goods, buying things, or engaging in other activities, seemed distracted from their own tasks. Instead, they gathered in groups of 3 or 4, engaged in lively discussions. Their faces flickered between solemnity, amazement, worry, and joy. With so many expressions on one face, and so many people doing the same, it was hard to believe it was normal. That's a bit odd, Zoro and Sanji nodded. Both of them were meticulous, so they naturally noticed. They seemed to be discussing something in the newspaper. Sanji noticed that many of the people discussing the topic were holding newspapers, some even spread out the entire sheet, pointing and discussing something. Nami's eyes rolled around, and as she passed a passerby, she activated her thieving cat skills and quietly snatched a newspaper from the passerby's waist. She was certain it was someone else's, as the passerby had just been discussing something with someone else using it. After passing the passerby, Nami muttered, unfolding the paper and peering inside. I'd love to see what's in that newspaper that makes them. Her words stopped abruptly. Her body, moving forward, froze in place. She stared blankly at the paper, her pupils dilating rapidly in an instant, her whole body frozen in place. Nami-san, what's wrong? Sanji, who had noticed something was amiss with Nami, immediately came over, his gaze scanning the newspaper before he froze in his spot. Zoro narrowed his eyes, a look of suspicion on his face, and moved to Nami's side to peer at the paper as well. The next moment, the normally reserved swordsman's pupils shrank, a look of shock plastered across his face. 2 bold, black headlines on the spread-out newspaper caught the 3 people's eyes, like thunder exploding in their hearts. The old world government, dictated by the celestial dragons, has been overthrown. Warmly celebrate the birth of the new world government, representing harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams. Like stone statues, the 3 stood motionless in the street, their gaze fixed on the headline. Passers-by were initially puzzled by this scene, but a glance at the newspaper the 3 men were focused on brought a sudden realization. Oh, another group of people who were late to the game. They must have just arrived on the island after a long voyage. They smiled knowingly and no longer felt surprised by Nami and the other two. After all, they had the same shocked expression when they saw the news in the newspaper 2 days ago. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, where are you? In town, Nami and the other two frantically searched for Luffy and the others. This was unbelievable. Something truly horrific had happened. No wonder the atmosphere here was so strange. So, while they were sailing, something so earth-shattering had occurred in this world. This was simply unbelievable. They couldn't find the words to describe their feelings. All they knew was that they had to tell their captain and their companions this devastating news immediately. As for whether Luffy and the others might already know, they scoffed. Those three, so preoccupied with their food, couldn't possibly have noticed. And so it turned out. When they pushed open the door to a restaurant, they saw 3 starving people devouring their food at the table. The 3 starving people seemed oblivious to the strange looks from the rest of the restaurant, simply concentrating on their food, piling several empty plates onto the table. This is mine. Don't fight me, Luffy. What? Whoever eats it first gets it. Ah. Chopper, that's my favorite meat. Nami and the other two approached, but Luffy and the other two remained oblivious, continuing to eat and argue. The next second, 3 iron fists smashed into their heads, and egg-sized lumps instantly appeared. Nami retracted her fists, shoving her hands at her waist, and with a look of egg-like anger, she cursed, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Don't you know something terrible has happened? And you're still eating and eating? Ouch! It hurts." Luffy and the other two covered their heads, like a cat covering its head. "Damn it, Nami, aren't you hungry?" Usopp protested, his teeth bared. "Of course I." A sudden, protesting rumble from her stomach froze Nami's expression. A second later, she casually picked up a meat bun from the table and, while eating, commented, "The buns in this shop are pretty good." Usopp and the others, half an hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and each burped comfortably with their bulging bellies. Luffy slumped in his chair, his belly larger than a pregnant woman's. But surprisingly, it quickly deflated, as if deflated, returning to its normal size in the blink of an eye. "So, Nami, did you have something to say earlier?" The carefree captain had forgotten what had happened, but Usopp hadn't, and he looked at Nami and asked. Seeing this, Nami, who had also been slumped in her chair, immediately sat up straight, her expression changing from relaxed to serious. "Ah, yes, something very serious has happened." She pulled a newspaper from her chest and held it open before Usopp, Luffy, and the others. A fervent celebration by the Celestial Dragons marks the birth of the New World Government. The blaring, bold headline caught their attention first, and Usopp, reading it out loud, subconsciously, blinked. Then, as if his mind hadn't grasped it, he read it again. And again. And again. It wasn't until the 5th time that Usopp finally understood what the headline said. His eyes bulged, and he pointed at the newspaper and trembled. Fake, right. Beside him, Chopper also looked as if he had seen a ghost, his jaw dropping to the ground. Luffy, however, reacted differently. He tilted his head and yawned, seemingly unsurprised by the headline. "What? This is the big deal you're talking about, Nami? I thought it was something else." Nami's eyelids twitched. A vein bulging. "Isn't that big enough? It's the change of world rulers. There's nothing bigger than this, and more. Look at this," she said, flipping the newspaper over and showing Luffy the other side. There was also a bold headline on this side, but this one was much shorter, just 7 words, "World Hero Son Goku." This time, Luffy was finally surprised, his eyes widening. Son Goku. Is that the Son Goku we know? Nami pointed to the left side of the newspaper. Of course. Look, isn't that his picture right here? Luffy looked where she pointed and immediately saw a familiar figure hovering in the air, his face stern and his figure bathed in sunlight, aglow and majestic. Hiss, so handsome. Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled. What a pose. That angle. That background. Just stunning. If only his wanted poster had a photo like this. Seeing the excitement gleam in his eyes, Nami twitched her lips, realizing his focus had shifted again. Unable to bear it any longer, she grabbed his ear and said, "Look carefully at the news report. You bastard, it hurts. I want to see it, can't I? Luffy, in pain, reluctantly tore his eyes away from the photo and, along with Usopp and Chopper, who had regained their composure, turned to the newspaper. After a moment, the three exclaimed in unison, "What? Is Goku that powerful?" The news reported how Goku had attacked the old world government and routed the numerous enemies that stood in his way, and how who had been hiding behind the scenes for 800 years, had attempted to destroy Marigie's, only to be stopped and utterly annihilated by Goku alone. Even a stoic like Luffy knew that the world government possessed the greatest power in the world. The fact that Goku could single-handedly overturn it demonstrated his immense strength. Even though they already knew Goku's formidable power, they couldn't help but be astonished by his even more outrageous display of strength. "So, we're actually friends with someone so formidable." Usopp was stunned for a moment, then overcome with uncontrollable excitement. They were friends with such a powerful being? No, the world's most powerful being. Doesn't that mean they could walk all over the place? Anyone who wanted to become their enemy, all they had to do was claim they were friends with Goku, and they'd retreat in disgrace, never to dare challenge them again. The thought of this scenario sent Usopp trembling with excitement, as if an electric current had passed through his body. He, me, a brave sea warrior, a life and death friend of the world's strongest being, brother. Who else would dare to be my enemy? And who else? As if sensing the source of his excitement, Nami mercilessly poured water over him. We used to be friends with him, but now we're not necessarily friends anymore. Usopp, still excited, froze. He stared blankly at Nami and subconsciously asked, why? Shouldn't we be friends with him now? He didn't understand what Nami meant. It seemed like they had never had any bad blood with each other. The last time they parted on Sky Island, they said goodbye happily, looking forward to meeting again one day. How could they no longer be friends? Nami sighed, pointed at a few words on the newspaper, and asked, what's this? Usopp glanced over and instinctively replied, World Hero, what about this? The new world government. So, you still don't understand, Nami said with a complicated expression. Goku's help in the establishment of the new world government means he must have some connection to the Revolutionary Army or the Navy that established it, and he's been given the title of World Hero, which means he's now firmly on the side of world justice, or the new world government. Doesn't it mean we, the pirates who are so hated by everyone, are now his enemies? After hearing Nami's well-reasoned analysis, Usopp's face, flushed with excitement, gradually turned pale. He was completely stunned and speechless. How could this be? Could it be that Goku would capture them if he encountered them in the future? Chopper's face turned pale, and the thought of such a powerful person becoming their enemy made him sick. As for Luffy, he rubbed his chin. I think even if Goku is on the opposing side, we're still friends. Yeah, but anyway, the situation at sea is very complicated right now. I heard a lot of Navy troops are out patrolling and catching pirates. We were lucky enough to avoid them before, but that might not be the case next time. Luffy, I think it's best for us to stay out of the spotlight for a while and not go out to sea, Nami suggested, and Usopp and Chopper nodded in agreement. Luffy, however, refused without a second thought. No. How can we back down over such a small matter? If we meet them, we'll meet them. I'm full and strong now, so I'm not afraid of them. He rubbed his hands together, his lips curled into a confident smile. At that moment, a tall, burly figure pushed open the restaurant's glass door and boomed, "Oh? Who gave you that confidence?" Zoro, who had been silent until then, suddenly changed his expression. His muscles tensed, and his left hand gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. This person is powerful. He felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Sanji's expression grew grave and serious. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and slowly said to the newcomer, Marine? Looks like things are looking a bit ominous. Although he only saw one Marine, he didn't think there was really only one person on the island. Perhaps a large number of Marines had already blocked the harbor and impounded their ship. In that case, their escape would likely be a desperate struggle. Snap! 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 The lone Marine strode towards Luffy and the others, his steps firm and powerful, his expression relaxed and effortless, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Zoro's grip on the sword tightened, and Sanji's serious expression deepened. As for the timid trio of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, although their faces showed a hint of fear, they didn't flinch this time. They stood aside, staring intently at the newcomer. After all, The thrilling and arduous journey had already shed their immaturity, hardening their spirits and giving them the courage to face any danger that came their way. However, they seemed to have overlooked someone who was clearly not on their right state. This person was Luffy, standing in their midst, his back to the approaching Marine, who hadn't even turned around. Luffy was sweating profusely, his body as stiff as a statue. Hearing the footsteps approaching behind him, he suddenly closed his eyes and shouted, "Everyone, run! Don't attack!" With that, he leaped forward, as if to smash through the wall and escape. What? Nami, Zoro, and the others were startled and instinctively turned to look. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept through them. And the Marine, who was still 6 or 7 meters away, suddenly leaped over them in an instant, moving so fast that their bodies were completely unable to react. The Marine came up behind Luffy, who was about to hit the wall, and slammed his fist, the size of a clay pot, into his head. "You little brat! Why are you running?" Bang! With a resounding thud, Luffy slammed face-first into the ground, his body stopped open. Behind the two, Zoro, finally recovering, didn't have time to think. He instantly drew his sword, assumed a 3-sword style, and attacked a Marine. Sanji wasn't far behind, leaping to his feet and swinging his long legs forward. But at that moment, Luffy sat up, clutching the bump on his head. He looked at the Marine before him, Garp, and howled, "It hurts. Grandpa, Grandpa!" Zoro and Sanji froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief. Nami, Usopp, and the others gaped in shock at Luffy's address. "No, your grandpa's a Marine, then how did you become a pirate?" Chapter 292. Two ships were sailing side by side on the sea. Anyone witnessing this would be astonished. For one was a pirate ship, the other a Navy warship tasked with capturing pirates. The two should never have coexisted, yet at this moment, they sailed side by side like friends, their harmony astonishing. Aboard the Mary, Luffy sat cross-legged on the bow, his hands clutching his knees as he stared ahead. His gaze was long and filled with nostalgia, and upon closer inspection, he could see a hint of uncontrollable excitement. On the deck, Nami and the others gazed at his back. Nami couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought Luffy had a brother besides Ace." Sanji puffed out his cigarette and took over. "Yeah, and I never thought his father was that man." "That's incredible." Everyone was overcome with emotion, still a bit dazed by the news they had heard earlier. An hour ago, in the restaurant. Upon learning that Garp was Luffy's biological grandfather, Zoro, Sanji, and the others tacitly withdrew their attacks, standing with their hands down, their eyes fixed on their noses focused on their hearts, never once looking at Luffy again. Then, the abandoned captain was picked up and pounded all over his head. His screams were so loud that the entire restaurant shook. After beating his rebellious grandson and venting his anger, Garp clapped his hands, crossed his arms, and said nonchalantly, "Luffy, you all know what happened a few days ago, right?" "Huh? What happened?" Luffy, holding his head and grinning, looked up in confusion. Garp, feeling itchy again, clenched his fists and struck another blow. "You brat, you've been sailing the seas, and you don't even know the world's news. Is this how a captain should behave?" Nami and the others listening silently nodded in their hearts. "You're right, Luffy doesn't act like a captain at all. We don't know how he got to this point." Glancing at Luffy, who was howling in pain, Nami felt relieved. She stepped forward and said, "You mean the fall of the old world government and the establishment of the new world government? We've been wandering the seas and haven't received any news. We only learned about it when we arrived on this island not long ago." Garp retracted his fist, nodded, and said, "Yes, that's it." Then he changed the subject. "But, I didn't come to you to talk about that, Luffy. I wanted to tell you something else." Luffy, clutching his head, which was swelling more and more like a small mountain, asked in confusion, "What is it?" Garp picked his nose, looked at him and said slowly, "Your brother, Sabo, is still alive." Boom. A thunderclap exploded in Luffy's heart. His pupils dilated, and for a moment, his brain lost its ability to think. He just stood there, stunned. Below the photo, it was noted that this person was Dragon, one of the founders and leaders of the New World Government. This man was actually Luffy's father. Nami couldn't help but stare at Luffy, still lost in his own trance, her mouth opening, speechless. She wanted to ask, "How much background do you have? What about your mother? What's her identity?" When Luffy regained consciousness after hearing the news from Garp, he eagerly inquired about Sabo's current location. Upon learning that Sabo was at the New World Government headquarters, He immediately decided to head there to meet him. Garp had come to Luffy with the intention of taking him there, and the agreement was immediate. He served as guide, piloting his warship alongside Luffy and his ship, the Mary, towards the New World Government headquarters. Thus, the scene at the beginning, where the Navy and pirate ships sailed together in perfect harmony, unfolded. The New World Government headquarters, the city of Aurora. Sabo, who should have been as busy as he had been these past few days, now stared absent-mindedly out the window. For some reason, images kept flashing through his mind today, and they always involved two figures. They were the figures of two little boys. One wore a red vest and carried a water pipe, the same weapon he used. The other wore a white vest and a straw hat. In the images, these two figures ran joyfully through the forest. Their silvery laughter, the dappled sunlight, and the surrounding, serene forest filled his senses. Every now and then, the two figures running ahead would turn and call out, "Sabo, hurry." Whenever this happened, he tried to see their faces clearly, but each time they were blurry, completely indistinct. Whenever he frowned, trying to think, a sharp pain would surge from deep within his brain, forcing him to pause, and the images would cut off. "Is that my lost memory?" Sabo muttered absent-mindedly, gazing at the azure sky outside the window. He knew he had lost his childhood memories, and he desperately wanted to recover them, to know the identities of the two figures etched so deeply in his mind. Were they his childhood playmates? Close friends? Or perhaps brothers? "Who are you, anyway?" A gentle breeze blew in, carrying the imperceptible sigh away, vanishing into the world. Sabo came to his senses, looking at the scribbled marks his ballpoint pen had unconsciously made on the blank page. He shook his head and smiled, then tore it off. The new government was in its infancy, and the workload was overwhelming. He didn't have time to lose focus. Once everything was settled, he would return to searching for these lost memories. Pushing out of the city, Ace, guarded by Navy soldiers, arrived aboard the warship, filled with doubt. Before he could even survey the situation, he saw a fist enlarge before his eyes. His eyes widened, and he instinctively tried to transform into an elemental form, forgetting he was still wearing seastone handcuffs. And then, bang! The powerful punch landed firmly in his face, causing his cheek to visibly cave in. Then, whoosh! His face and body were sent flying, crashing into the side of the ship with a resounding thud. Garp retracted his fist, a look of dismay on his face. "You little brat, you refused to listen to me and went off to become that worthless pirate. You're nothing like your brother, and you've even led Luffy astray." With that punch, he felt a surge of relief, his body seemingly years younger. During Goku's arrival at Sky Island, Ace, pursuing Blackbeard, finally found his target and engaged in a fierce battle. Even though Blackbeard didn't declare his intention to hunt Luffy down and hand him over to the world government, as in the original story, Ace threw all his might into a quest for revenge for Thatch. As in the original story, Blackbeard ultimately defeated Ace with the power of the dark fruit and used him as a bargaining chip to secure his position as a Shichibukai warlord. Ace was logically taken to impaled down and imprisoned. Blackbeard Teach also awaited a Shichibukai conference, hoping to be officially recognized as one. Unfortunately, the world government was preoccupied with Goku and had no time to convening the meeting, so the event was postponed. And then, the celestial dragon-ruled world government was completely uprooted, rendering the event a complete fantasy. Similarly, to make Whitebird more receptive to and cooperative with the new government's plans to eliminate pirates, Ace was naturally released. Even if his father was the former pirate king Roger, so what? The coming era would be a new era without pirates. For this single purpose alone, Ace should be released. This decision was unanimously agreed upon by Dragon and Sengoku, and Garp, while taking Luffy to the New World Government headquarters, would pick up Ace on the way. Sabo, however, was unaware of this. Time flies when you're busy. After a long afternoon of toiling in the office, Sabo finished his last task and instinctively stretched. He glanced out the window, realizing the sun was already setting. The lingering warmth of the setting sun dipped over the horizon, tinting the sky a brilliant crimson. Sabo walked to the window, letting the afterglow caress his face, feeling the warmth, his tired body seemingly relaxed. How beautiful! He looked ahead, seeing the lush greenery of trees, waves of green gently undulating in the breeze. Farther away, points of light danced, and faint golden shimmers could be seen, like countless spirits waving at him. He gazed at the scene for a long time, a smile on his face. When the sun had sunk most of the way down and the sky grew darker, he was about to look away to find Goku, Korra, and the others for dinner. But just then, a stronger breeze blew, causing him to pause. Far below, amidst the rolling green waves, a stone path, normally difficult to discern, was now revealed by the wind. Along the stone path, a group of people, dressed in various styles, walked in twos and threes, led by a Marine cloaked in a white cape. He recognized this Marine. It was Garp, hailed as a hero of the Navy. Somehow, even though he had never seen him before, he had felt a faint sense of familiarity when he had seen his photo before, as if he had known him for a long time. He didn't know where this feeling came from, and he had never had the chance to ask. But now, the opportunity seemed to have arrived. As this thought occurred to him, his eyes instinctively glanced at the two figures standing to Garp's left and right. He caught only a fleeting glimpse, their faces obscured by the calming green waves. But that very glance made his pupils shrink, and his heart suddenly tremble. These two people. For some reason, he had never seen these two faces before, and his mind held no memory of them. But his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, like the spontaneous joy of seeing someone incredibly familiar. But he clearly didn't recognize them. He instinctively clung to the window sill, wanting to get a closer look, but the green waves nearly obscured the figures on the stone path, making it difficult to discern their faces. So he pulled back, turned, and leaned back against the window, clenching his chin again, his brow furrowed as he pondered. The mind wouldn't deceive itself, but neither would the body's instincts. Could it be that these two people were people he'd lost in his memories? Because of the lost memories, his brain had determined he didn't know them. Because of a past acquaintance, his body was reacting automatically. Could this be the case? On the stone path, Luffy, who had been restraining himself for so long, could no longer contain himself, leaped up to Garp, fists clenched, and eagerly demanded, "Grandpa! We've been walking for so long, it's about time you told us where Sabo is." Ever since landing on this island, Garp had told them to follow him, yet he hadn't revealed Sabo's whereabouts. And just as he tried to bolt into the island, calling out to Sabo as he ran, hoping to find him, Garp would hammer him back with a powerful punch. He had no choice but to suppress his impatience and follow him obediently. But now, he couldn't contain himself any longer. Luffy was scratching his head like a monkey. Crack! Crack! Garp, clutching the senbei bag in one hand, tossed some into his mouth with the other, looking relaxed. He glanced at Luffy and said calmly, "Why are you so anxious? I'm taking you to him now, aren't I? Look at Ace. He's not in a hurry at all." He glanced at the calm Ace beside him. That brat Ace has improved quite a bit in terms of character over the years. Who knows when Luffy will ever reach that level again? When Garp mentioned Ace, Luffy looked over and shouted, "Hey, Ace! Why aren't you in a rush? Don't you want to see Sabo soon?" Ace smiled faintly, his expression filled with nostalgia. "Of course I want to see Sabo soon, but I'm wondering what Sabo looks like now. Will we recognize him when we see him? Also, he's lost his memory now. I wonder if he'll still recognize us." Luffy paused. "Then, without hesitation, Sabo will definitely recognize us. As for what he looks like, Luffy lifted his chin in thought, a larger-than-life version of Sabo as a child popping into his mind. It should look like this?" As they chatted, they advanced a little further. In the distance, they could see the exit leading out of the forest. As Garp gnawed on a senbei, he recalled what Dragon had said. At the end of the stone path, beyond the forest, lay the headquarters of the New World government. And there, too, was Sabo's office. Glancing at his anxious grandson, he lifted his chin slightly and said, "Look, see that exit up ahead? Beyond it is the New World government headquarters. Sabo should be in there." Luffy, who was discussing Sabo's current appearance with Ace, widened his eyes upon hearing this. He glanced ahead, then turned back to Garp, pointing ahead to confirm, "Grandpa, you said Sabo is up ahead." "Yeah, he should be." Whoosh! Before Garp could finish, Luffy bolted off like a rabbit. Garp blinked, but this time, he didn't try to stop him. Instead, he grabbed a handful of senbei and tossed them into his mouth, chewing them with a crunching sound as he glanced at Ace, who was still standing. "Ace, aren't you going to follow?" Ace smiled at Luffy, who was galloping away ahead. He then glanced sideways at Garp. "Of course. I'll go ahead, old man." With that, he chased after Luffy like a nimble leopard. Da-da-da. Ta-da-da. Luffy's legs sped like a roller coaster, hurtling towards the end of the stone path. As he ran, he seemed to feel too slow. He swung his arms forward, stretched them out, grabbed a branch in front of him, and launched himself into the air. In a matter of moments, he had covered hundreds of meters, soared out of the forest exit, and landed on the ground. He steadied himself and looked up, only to be greeted by a majestic gray building. He knew this was the New World Government headquarters Garp had mentioned, and Sabo was inside. A number of people were entering and exiting the building. Seeing Luffy suddenly soar from the forest, their faces expressed surprise, and some curiosity about his identity. However, they didn't think Luffy was the one planning to do something bad. After all, that godlike figure, that world hero, was right here on the island. Even with all their courage, no troublemaker would dare to cause trouble here. Luffy ignored the curious looks from those around him and scanned the building. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. To learn a brother, once thought dead, was still alive 10 years later was a crushing shock to anyone. Especially for someone as loyal as Luffy, who considered Sabo his brother in life and death. The thrill was undeniable. This surge of excitement filled his heart. All along the way, his emotions had been like a pot of boiling water, constantly simmering over a raging fire. Now, the kettle was on the verge of boiling, ready to unleash its surging energy. Huh? Hiss. Luffy exhaled deeply, then took another deep breath, his cheeks puffing out like balloons. Then, staring at the building ahead, his eyes burning, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to release all the surging emotions within him, Sabo. A thunderous wave of sound emanated from his mouth, sweeping across the entire area. A gust of wind arose, carrying waves of sound as it swept through the crowds passing beneath the building. Clothes rustled, and strands of hair danced backward in unison. Immediately afterwards, the invisible sound wave sank into the building, only to sweep out from its back. For a moment, it seemed as if only a single cry remained in the world. It echoed for a long time, relentless. By the window, Sabo, unable to think, decided to go down and confront the group, asking if they recognized him. He took 2 steps, about to descend. But then, an unexpected shout pierced his ears, stopping him in his tracks. Whoosh whoosh! At the same moment, a gust of wind rushed in, lifting the curtains and causing the golden hair hanging down by his temples to flutter. He looked startled, his body trembling at the echoing cry. Something within him seemed to respond, "It's me. I'm here." After a pause of 2 seconds, he spun around, darting to the window and looking down. Then, a young man in a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat slung over his shoulders stood below, his gaze scanning the building intently. The moment he peeked out, the young man's gaze met his own, and their eyes met, their gazes fixed. Below, the young man blinked, then rubbed his eyes, as if trying to confirm something. After a few seconds, he suddenly grinned, a smile of pure innocence and joy. "Hey, Sabo. You must be Sabo, right? I'm Luffy, Luffy." Sabo's heart trembled, and the recurring memories of today flooded back into his mind. In them, the blurriness on the faces of the 2 boys, whose faces had been invisible before, seemed to have faded slightly. Ace, a moment late, rushed out from the forest exit. He paused, and as if with telepathy, his gaze fixed directly on Sabo in the window. Then, he froze for a moment. A figure emerging from deep within his memory, gradually merging with the one before him. After 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he, imitating Luffy, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Sabo. I'm Ace." Boom. As the name Ace appeared, Sabo's memories suddenly vibrated violently. The 2 boys' blurry faces in the image suddenly became clear at a visible speed, until they were completely visible. Even the freckles and scars on their faces were clearly visible. "Ace, Luffy," Sabo muttered unconsciously, his eyes blank. As clear images flooded into his mind, rapidly replaying, tears that had been welling up in his eyes streamed down his face. He remembered it all, he remembered everything. Ace and Luffy, weren't they his sworn brothers from childhood? He had actually forgotten his brothers for 10 years. With a swish, he braced himself on the windowsill with his left hand and flipped out. Then, with a bang, he dropped like a rocket from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Dragon's figure emerged from a window upstairs. Looking at the 3 brothers reunited below, a smile played on his lips. He never thought that Sabo, Luffy, and Ace were childhood playmates. This time, the 3 brothers were finally able to reunite. But my father is here too, should I hide away first? Dragon fell into deep thought for the first time in a long time. Below, Luffy and Ace stared intently at the smoke and dust rising in front of them. Without blinking, they kept their eyes. In the smoke and dust, Sabo pinched his nose with one hand and waved his other hand vigorously. When two blurry figures emerged in his sight, he smiled with tears in his eyes, showing the gentle smile that Luffy and Ace had engraved in his memory. Ace, Luffy, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Chapter 293. What? You guys actually know each other? In the cafeteria, Luffy's eyes widened in surprise, but his hands grabbed food and stuffed it into his mouth without stopping. Across from him, Goku ate just as fast as him, his cheeks moving like a hamster. Gulp. After swallowing his food, Goku looked at Luffy, then at Sabo and Ace with a look of surprise. I'm surprised. I didn't expect Sabo and you, and this, what's your name, Ace? Ace smiled slightly. Yes, Ace. I didn't realize you three were actually brothers. You three look nothing alike. You thought so, Goku. Hearing Goku's exclamation, Sabo put down his chopsticks, wiped his lips, and then explained with a smile, we're not blood brothers, but sworn brothers, so we don't look alike, but even though we're sworn brothers, we're essentially no different than real brothers. As Sabo spoke, his eyes subconsciously flicked to Ace and Luffy. The former raised his lip and nodded. Sabo is right. We're brothers who are better than real brothers. The latter, his arms fluttering, nodded emphatically as he busied himself eating. So that's how it is. After hearing this explanation, Goku suddenly understood. Then he looked at the table, his expression suddenly changing. Where's my barbecue? The portion of barbecue placed in front of him, meant for him alone, had vanished. Only the empty plate seemed to mock him mercilessly. Your meat is gone. Hey, Luffy. Did you steal my barbecue? Goku glanced at Luffy. Although he hadn't witnessed the meat being taken, he immediately identified a suspect. After all, Luffy's love for meat and his reckless behavior and enjoying it were evident after just a few meals with him. He was the only one present who possessed this trait. And Goku's guess was correct. It turned out that Luffy had, not long ago, taken advantage of Goku's distraction and secretly stolen his portion of barbecue. By that moment, the barbecue had already entered Luffy's stomach, completely broken down by his powerful digestive system. In this situation, there was no evidence. So, Luffy feigned innocence, blinking his confused eyes and asking, Goku, what are you talking about? I didn't steal your barbecue. This innocent look left Goku stunned. He scratched his head, uncertainly asking, wasn't it you? Yeah, how could I possibly have stolen your barbecue? It proved that simple people can lie without batting an eyelid. It proved that simple people can be deceived by simple people. After hearing Luffy's reassurance, Goku rubbed his head and chuckled, sorry, I misunderstood you. Then he frowned slightly, pinching his chin in confusion, and asked, strange, then why is my barbecue gone? Nami, dining with him nearby, couldn't stand it any longer. Her eyes rolled around, and then she casually asked, hey, Luffy, how is that special barbecue with mixed sauce Sanji made? Is it good? Busily eating, Luffy nodded instinctively. Delicious, so delicious. Then, suddenly, his movements froze, his expression stiff. Sanji had made the special barbecue with mixed sauce specifically for Goku, to his liking. There was only one portion, the one in front of Goku. That was also the portion he'd stolen earlier. Luffy cast a resentful glance at Nami, as if to say, I'm your captain, and you're cheating me. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at Goku, only to be met with a pair of furious eyes. The secret special grilled meat with assorted sauce was a delectable treat Goku hadn't tasted in ages. Due to its difficulty in making, Goku had only had it once, in Alabasta. Ever since that time, he'd yearned for another taste of Sanji's meticulously crafted dish. Finally, after 2 months, his wait was over. With immense anticipation, he prepared to savor the delicacy slowly and attentively, only halfway through. But before he could even take a bite, the delicacy vanished with a snap, like a bubble bursting, dissipating into the heavens and earth. And the culprit responsible for its disappearance was the man before him, Luffy. It's you. You stole my grilled meat? Goku gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He originally liked food, and during these years of travel, tasting food has long become his second favorite hobby after martial arts. He cherishes the delicacies that he really wants to eat. Now that the special barbecue with assorted sauce and secret sauce is gone, he is naturally very angry. Seeing his angry look, Luffy shrank his neck, but still kept grabbing food with both hands and stuffing it into his mouth. However, his legs under the table were also tense, ready to run away at any time. When Nami and Usopp and other crew members saw this scene, they all smiled and did not eat, but just watched with interest. I was secretly looking forward to, beat him. Goku beats him up. This guy usually likes to take away other people's food, and they have beaten him many times. But unfortunately, the opponent was rough-skinned and thick flesh, and was still a rubber man. Beating him had no effect at all. Afterwards, they gritted their teeth and had no choice but whether to grab him or not. But now, the other party has provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Who is Goku? He is a ruthless man who single-handedly overturned the old world government. They had seen the video before, and the power displayed there was unheard of, simply inhuman. Facing such an unparalleled powerhouse, they doubted Luffy's tough flesh could withstand it. It was bound to inflict upon him an unforgettable, agonizing experience. Under their expectant gazes, Goku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Luffy's back hunched, his legs tensing, as if he were about to bolt. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Beat him. Beat him hard. Nami and the others grew increasingly excited. But the next moment, Goku unclenched his fists, clutching the back of his head with both hands, his furious expression vanishing. Well, never mind. I'll be eaten by you, Luffy, who had already leaped up like a startled bird, dashing a short distance, attempting to escape, froze, stumbled, and fell to the ground, looking back in disbelief. What? What did you say? Nami and the others, who had been waiting to watch the show, were equally in disbelief. Nami leaped to her feet, hands resting on the table. She asked in astonishment and confusion, "No, Goku, why aren't you beating him up?" She'd been so ready to watch the fun unfold, and this was all? Huh? Why would you beat him up? Goku blinked innocently. Why? Luffy stole your favorite food. Nami emphasized the words especially favorite, hoping to reignite Goku's anger and get him to change his mind and give Luffy a good beating. To her surprise, Goku smiled brightly, his expression nonchalant. Oh, you mean that? Just eat it. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Sanji to make me another one later, haha. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned. You're so magnanimous. That's the meal you've been waiting for. Everyone was filled with awe. This was the demeanor and generosity of a strong man. Truly worthy of being called a world hero. This kind of magnanimity, cough cough. They thought about the scene of their long-awaited delicacy being taken away, and their mouths twitched, and their hearts felt a faint infarction. This kind of magnanimity, they couldn't learn. Chapter 294. Time flew by. After Charlotte Linlin, Kato, and their senior officials were all but wiped out, and after Whitebird and red-haired Shanks secretly signed an agreement with the New World Government, the first World Conference since the establishment of the New World Government officially convened in the city of Aurora. At the invitation of the new government, hundreds of kings from around the world, both member states and non-member states, gathered in the city of Aurora for a world conference of unprecedented scale. Due to the large number of attendees, this conference was held on the top floor of the new government headquarters. This floor contained a single, vast conference room, covering over 1,000 square meters. Within the conference room, two massive floor-to-ceiling windows framed each side. Through the right window, the kings present could clearly see the Red Earth continent in the distance. Despite the distance, they could still clearly witness its grandeur. It was the largest landmass on the planet. No matter what creature, even giants or giant sea kings measuring thousands of meters in length, it was dwarfed by it, unable to challenge it. Red Earth continent. This is the first time I've ever seen it. The kings of the small, remote nations, who had never left their home countries, were stunned upon seeing the world's largest continent. They had never imagined they would one day be able to attend a conference here alongside great powers far superior in economic and military might. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Get out of the way. You're blocking my way, a haughty voice echoed from the window aisle. King Caesar looked at the plainly dressed, earthbound king, lost in admiring the Red Earth continent, with contempt in his eyes. He also complained inwardly, what a shameless new government. Everyone has been invited to the conference. Isn't this seriously lowering the status of these member states? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Lazzy, dressed simply but neatly and appearing energetic, quickly stepped aside with an apologetic smile. He then extended his hand, forcing a friendly smile and saying, My name is Lazi, and I'm the king of Samo, the kingdom of the Western Sea. May I ask who you are?" Unexpectedly, King Samo didn't even glance at him. After he made way, he held his head high and passed by him like a proud swan, his contempt undisguised. Lazi's smile faltered, and he raised his hand awkwardly. While he knew a king of a small nation might be looked down upon here, he hadn't expected such blatant, exaggerated contempt. Fortunately, someone intervened. "Sir Lazi, let me introduce myself. I'm Cobra, king of the kingdom of Alabasta." Cobra, not far away, noticed the scene and slowly approached, taking the other's hand, extending a friendly gesture to the bewildered king. "Ah, hello. I've heard of you and your kingdom, Lord Cobra." Lacey paused for a moment, then quickly shook Cobra's hand, a look of excitement on his face. The kingdom of Alabasta, a vast nation far surpassing their own in both size and overall strength. He had never expected the king of such a powerful nation to approach him and offer to make his own acquaintance. Cobra smiled and released his hand. "Lord Lacey, it's truly an honor to have heard of you." Then, glancing at King Caesar's retreating figure, he dropped to a smile and said gravely, "Don't worry about that guy. He's incredibly arrogant." "Oh? Lord Cobra, do you know him?" Lacey's eyes tinged with curiosity. "Yes, he and I, like him, share a kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. His name is Caesar, and he's the king of the kingdom of Lulusha." "I see." Lacey nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't heard of that country. He wondered how it compared to the kingdom of Alabasta. Soon after hundreds of kings from around the world had taken their seats, Long, Zanguo, Sabo, and other government officials followed suit. The unprecedentedly large-scale World Conference officially began. "Thank you all for traveling so long to attend our conference. This is the first World Conference since the establishment of our new government, and it's a grand gathering with far more participating nations than ever before. To save time, let's get straight to the point. Please listen carefully." Long sat on the stage, surveying the audience and speaking eloquently. Some of the kings below wore serious expressions, taking notes. Some frowned, listening in deep thought. Still others stared scrutinizingly at Long and the other government officials, paying little attention to the proceedings, their minds preoccupied with hidden agendas. King Caesar fell into the third category. He gave Long a subtle glance, a hint of gloom in his eyes. He had long understood the nature of the revolutionary army led by Long. In his view, it was a dangerous group of rebellious individuals, led by a group of brainwashed individuals. He had assumed this group would vanish under the siege of the Celestial Dragon government. Unexpectedly, the situation unfolded in a direction he had never anticipated. This damned group, aided by a despicable individual, had successfully overthrown the Celestial Dragon government and become the masters of the world. Even more outrageous, the former Navy Grand Admiral had joined them, also taking the throne of world leadership. This newly established government retained nearly all of the previous one's power, forcing him to submit to them and attend this so-called World Conference. "HMPH, I'd like to see what you're up to with this conference. If you try to interfere in state affairs and harm us, we won't tolerate it," he thought, glancing subtly to his left and right. Several kings, sensing his gaze, glanced in return, nodding subtly. These people had long-standing ties of mutual interest and were relatively familiar with one another. They also shared a common trait: their nations were plagued by poverty and suffering. The reason for this was that the royal family had plundered the people's wealth through various means, using it to enjoy a luxurious lifestyle. They knew full well that their own royal family was the one the revolutionaries had once desperately sought to overthrow, so they had secretly formed an alliance before this meeting. If the new government attempted to harm them during the meeting, they would unite as a team and act together. They couldn't believe that the newly established government, under the collective pressure of so many countries, would dare to turn against them. Hope is a beautiful word, representing the beautiful aspirations or ideals in people's hearts. Thus, this island, which houses the headquarters of the New World Government and carries the deep hopes of countless people for a new era, has since taken on this meaning, discarding its original name and becoming known as the Island of Hope. At this moment, on a cliff overlooking the sea to the north of the Island of Hope, 3 figures surrounded a man. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called a siege. It should be called Demon Wind Kick, 3-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds, gear second. Rubber jet bazooka, a flurry of crimson, high heat kicks, lightning fast, impenetrable slashes, and headbutts of both speed and power, all launched in perfect unison from all directions, attacking the central figure. The three attacks coordinated seamlessly, completely blocking the attacker's escape routes. Any attempt to dodge one would inevitably be met by the other two. For a moment, the victim, caught between these three attacks, seemed in imminent danger. However, what unfolded next was not as expected. The victim didn't even attempt to dodge the attack. Bang! With a single punch, he sent the kick and its owner flying from the air, sending them flying back in one blow. Bang! A massive hand reached out, grasping all three long swords from the right. Then, with a flick of his arm, he flung the swords and their owners flying, crashing directly into the person above him. Finally, bang! With a flying kick, his massive foot whipped across the incoming headbit, sending it and its owner slamming into the nearby forest, breaking several trees in a continuous, resounding roar. Nearby, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper stood stunned. This so quick defeat, they couldn't believe that the three main forces on their ship hadn't even managed a single blow against this man. Hey. You're the main force, the main force. This defeat was too quick. Seeing the three men's shocked expressions, Pual spread his hands and chuckled. Who told them to force Goku to hold back? See, that's what happens when you overestimate your own abilities. When the three men glared at him, he added a teasing, actually, Goku did hold back. If he had, they'd all be dead by now. The three men were stunned, then dejected. It seemed true. If a single strike could knock him out, then a single strike could also kill him. So, before the world's number one, their three main forces were a huge gap. Soon, a limping Sanji and a limp Zoro approached from a distance, glaring at each other. Arriving before the man who had defeated them, Goku, they restrained their expressions and said solemnly, Goku, thank you for showing us just how weak we are. The idea of sparring with Goku wasn't just a whim. Ever since they learned Goku had single-handedly overthrown the old world government, and heard Garp's praise for him as the world's strongest, they'd harbored the desire to challenge him. The world's strongest. While Luffy's goal might be to become Pirate King, Zoro's to become the world's greatest swordsman, and Sanji's to find a blue, none of those goals seemed relevant. But the world's strongest. What man wouldn't yearn for it, to know just how far they stood between themselves and the other? So they challenged Goku, demanding no mercy, to make them feel the difference. Apparently, the result was remarkable. With a single blow, they were defeated. It was as if Goku were saying, I'm done in seconds, do whatever you want. Of course, the real Goku wouldn't say that. After hearing the two's thanks, he patted his head and grinned, you've improved quite a bit compared to before. Not bad. Zoro and Sanji shook their heads and said in unison, no, not even close. Then, startled, they turned their heads and glared at each other, their teeth gnashing. Green algae head. Who allowed you to imitate me? It's you. You with your curly eyebrows. You're disgusting. Lightning sparked between their eyes. Just moments ago, they were comrades working in perfect harmony, now sworn enemies. Goku blinked and scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Then, as if realizing something, he looked away. Luffy emerged from the forest, covered in dirt, a large bump on his forehead from Goku's kick. Hey! Goku, it's not over yet. Luffy ignored the large bump on his forehead, his eyes determined, a look of unyielding determination. Although he knew the gap between him and Goku was vast, he wouldn't let himself give in so easily. He still had a powerful move he'd recently developed and hadn't used yet. Ah, you still want to fight? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Fighting Goku was actually quite interesting, showing off all sorts of unique moves. However, Goku wanted him to go all out, to see the difference between them, so he couldn't just keep fighting back and forth. Yes, I still have one move I haven't used yet, and it's my strongest move yet, Luffy said with a determined expression, clenching his fists. Is that so? Let me see it then. Goku raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Luffy suddenly took a deep breath and bit his right thumb. The next second, his entire right arm expanded like a balloon, transforming into a giant arm resembling that of a giant. What's this? Nami and Usopp, watching from the sidelines, widened their eyes. Pugil, who had been unconcerned, lowered his arm, staring in surprise at Luffy, who suddenly felt a sense of danger. As for Zoro and Sanji, they also put aside their arguments and silently stepped back a distance, watching Luffy intently, eager to witness the power of this powerful punch. Wow, your arm has grown so big. Goku observed the scene with interest, noticing the sweat on Luffy's forehead as his arm grew in size. That move must have taken a lot of effort on you, Luffy gasped. Yes, I just developed this move recently, so I'm not very proficient yet. Then, with a whoosh, he leaped up, raising his fist. I'll show you the power of this move. Gear 3rd, rubber giant pistol. Whoosh. As the giant fist swung forward, the air seemed to be compressed, stirring up violent streams of air that burst out in all directions. In front of the fist, the air currents were even more intense. Wukong was bearing the brunt of the impact, his flowing black hair whipping wildly. Watching the massive fist descend from the sky with such force, as if it could lift a mountain, he curled his lips, then clenched his right fist and swung it out. Bang! As the two fists, one large and one small, collided, a deafening sound echoed. An invisible shockwave emanated from the fist, sweeping up nearby gravel and blinding the onlookers, forcing them to shield their eyes. The trees near them rustled their branches, some even snapping and falling. Beneath Wukong's feet, the ground, impacted by the shockwave, gradually dented, leaving a shallow crater about 10 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Not bad, Wukong said with a smile, sensing a force far greater than before. Then, without restraining his strength, a surge of power erupted from within, flowing through his arms and blasting towards the massive fist. In mid-air, Luffy, mistakenly believing his strength had surpassed Goku's due to the brief moment of even strength, was pleasantly surprised. But before he could savor this surprise, his expression suddenly changed as he felt a force he could not resist radiating from his fist. The next moment, whoosh! He soared into the sky like a launched missile. Wah! Ha ha ha! Luffy, I didn't expect you to be so cute when you've shrunk. After learning that this was a drawback of using Gear 3rd and that it would return to full size after a while, Nami laughed the loudest and scooped him up in her arms, kneading and pulling his little face, having a blast. Luffy, dead fish eyes, life is hopeless JPG. After some playful fun, everyone sat on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the red Earth continent in the distance, which resembled a wall of heaven. It wasn't far, but in reality, it was thousands of meters away. It was only because the red Earth continent was so vast, reaching up into the clouds, that it felt so close. Speaking of which, the Mary's still over there. I wonder how it's doing now. Usopp, who was most concerned about the Mary, had a worried look on his face. The Island of Hope was located in the second half of the Grand Line, so they had to cross the red Earth continent to reach it. Normally, they would have to take the route past Fishman Island, crossing the red Earth continent from a gap 10,000 meters below the sea to reach the second half of the Grand Line. But who could blame Luffy's grandfather, the naval hero Garp, for leading the team this time? And who could blame Luffy's father, Dragon, for being one of the current leaders of the world government? Under the absolute authority of the government, they were able to take a safe route, relying on special means to pass over the red Earth continent and reach the second half of the Grand Line. However, the Mary was left behind in the first half, as Luffy had said he would return and cross the red Earth continent on his own, so to save trouble, he wouldn't bring it with him. Don't worry, my companions are in charge of your ship, and they will definitely take good care of it, said Kerala, who had not attended the meeting but had come here to join them, with a slight smile. Really? That's reassuring. Usopp still had great faith in this gentle and reliable woman, who seemed to be Luffy's sister-in-law. With her assurance, his anxious heart quickly settled. He then changed the subject, looking at the towering red Earth continent, and sighed, why isn't there a passage here? Or perhaps there's a passage like the upside-down mountain on the other side? It would be great. It's so troublesome to cross over, and you have to pass through the seabed, as if recalling some unpleasant rumors about crossing the ocean floor. His face paled slightly. He looked at Luffy earnestly and said, Hey, Luffy, why don't we go from above? There's a safe route like this. Why go underwater? It's 10,000 meters below the surface. Luffy, now fully grown, refused without a second thought. No. I want to go underwater. His eyes sparkled. There's Fishman Island on the seafloor. Don't you want to see what fishmen look like? Yes. The beautiful Fishman lady must be still in the dark depths, waiting to be rescued by a knight like me. The mention of Fishman was like a switch flicked in Sanji's eyes. Pink hearts filled his eyes, and unspeakable images of him and the Fishman lady flashed through his mind. However, lost in these images, he didn't notice that he subconsciously sniffed the fragrance around him and involuntarily leaned to the left. To his left, Zoro, with a look of disdain, used the hilt of his knife to block the approaching pig face. Nami, freshly bathed and radiating a charming fragrance, silently praised her foresight. PFFT, Kerala couldn't help but smile at this amusing scene. Then, looking at the red Earth continent ahead, he sighed. Yes, it would be great if there were a passageway here. That would make travel between the two sides much more convenient, and the construction of the world would be much more expeditious. Beside her, Wukong blinked, then turned and asked, "Are you saying that if there were a passageway here, the people's lives would be better?" Kerala paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, for example, trade could flow smoothly between the two countries, allowing them to transport a lot of goods that neither side possessed. This would strengthen the national economies and improve the people's living standards, and there are many other benefits. In short, a passageway here would be of great significance to the entire world and would definitely help improve people's living standards. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Yo, then let's do it, Kerala looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Wukong? What are you doing? The others, hearing the noise, also looked over, their expressions slightly puzzled. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wukong gazed at the red Earth continent ahead and said with a casual smile, "Since the passage here has so many benefits, wouldn't it be great to open one up?" Haha, everyone was stunned, then stunned. At the same time, in the conference room where the super-large world conference was being held, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 295. I want to end this novel with the Dragon Ball world. Next, I will write about what I think Goku will improve, which is a remarkable improvement in strength. Then I will return to the Dragon Ball world. Those who understand will understand. This world has two choices. One is Dragon Ball Super, at the time of the Tournament of Power, and the other is Dragon Ball Heroes, that's the Prism Planet arc, the Cosmic Conflict arc, etc. Of course, I won't write about every chapter, I will probably only write about one of them, at most two. So I ask everyone, which one do you think is better to write about? Chapter 296. In the conference room, King Cz suddenly stood up, his head held high and his gaze intimidating, glaring at Long on the stage with a hint of anger. What did you just say? Asking us to apologize to the people. Dozens of other kings stood around him, their stern gazes piercing Long like blades, as if cleaving him to pieces. Although they knew Long might attack them during this meeting, they were still filled with shock and anger when it actually happened. How dare he? There were over 40 kings here, many of whose nations were among the world's most powerful. To attack the kings of all these nations at once, was Long mad? Didn't he know that the current world situation desperately needed their help to maintain stability? Didn't he know that if these nations refused to recognize the new government, the newly established one would be shattered? Marshal Zonguo, no, Chief Zonguo, is this what you mean? One king glanced at Zonguo, who had remained silent in the meeting, trying to understand the former naval marshal's perspective. He believed that Zonguo, who had always prioritized maintaining stability, would not agree with Long's radical approach. Unexpectedly, Zonguo, his chin resting on his hands on the table, shifted his gaze, a flash of light catching the mirror's eye. Simultaneously, an undeniable voice echoed, Long's view is my view, and this is also the government's view. Your royal family has long exploited the people of this country, causing them to suffer utterly and in vain. This violates the very principles upon which this government was founded. Therefore, you must publicly apologize to your people, actively repent, and earn their forgiveness. Otherwise, the king who had posed the question had turned livid. Hearing Zonguo's pointed words, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "What else?" Zonguo glanced at him, then swept a cold gaze around the kings who had risen. His tone was icy. "If not, the government will strip you of your royal status and imprison you to face punishment." Bang! The moment these words were spoken, the hearts of all the kings boiled over like water in a frying pan. Not only those kings singled out for apology to their people, but even those who had been unconcerned, enjoying themselves, their expressions changed, looking at Zonguo with a touch of disbelief. Depriving the royal family of their status. Even the tyrannical government led by the celestial dragons had never dared to openly claim the power to strip a nation's royal family. At most, they had secretly replaced the royal family. But now, how could this fledgling government have the confidence to claim such power? Even the indifferent kings could no longer sit idly by. After all, if the government truly wielded such power, wouldn't it mean that their royal family was nothing more than a puppet of the government, ready to be replaced at will? Immediately, an elderly king stood up and, on behalf of the others, Raise this question to the new government. Looking at the excited kings below, Long smiled faintly and raised his hand to make a light gesture in the air. After the conference room fell silent, he slowly explained, depriving a royal family of their status isn't the government's right, but the people's right. The people's right? Seeing the puzzled looks on some of the kings' faces, Long smiled again, pulled a den mushi from his pocket, placed it on the table, and flipped a switch. A second later, the projection screen behind him lit up. Everyone, look, this is the public opinion poll we collected in countries like the Kingdom of Lulusia. It tallies the public's opinion of the current king. Without exception, 99% of the opinions received by the kings of these countries are seriously unworthy of being king. The screen was filled with mountainous piles of white papers. A government member held some of them before the camera, revealing that on each of these polls, the option, "The king is seriously unworthy of being king," had a bright red checkmark next to it. Beneath the checkmarks were names covered in fingerprints. Long glanced at the screen, then at the kings below, whose expressions varied, before continuing, "While the king rules the country, his subjects are the true masters. If more than half of his subjects believe the king is unworthy of the throne, he has seriously failed in his duty, and if more than 80% of his subjects disapprove of him, his throne can be stripped away, and a new king can be elected to lead the nation. As the world's leading government, we have an obligation to help these people dethrone their kings, so that they can no longer be exploited by cruel and merciless kings. Do you understand?" After hearing his explanation, the elder king frowned, pondering for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I understand." He sat down, no longer questioning the matter. After all, he wasn't a king like King Sisi, who exploited his subjects. Instead, he was a kind and compassionate king. If so many of his subjects disapproved of him, he would be ashamed to continue in his position. Not only him, but most of the other kings who had previously questioned the government's deprivation of their thrones also accepted Long's explanation, with only a few still frowning, pondering something. Seeing this situation, King Sisi and the kings who had been ordered by the government to apologize to their people exchanged glances, reaching a unanimous decision. They would never apologize to their people, nor would they accept being deprived of their thrones in this way. So, they would fight back. Bang! King Sisi slammed his hand on the table, then glared fiercely at Long and Zongul, who were looking at him, and shouted, Look! What's that?" A sudden exclamation interrupted him, choking his next words. A vein throbbed in his forehead, and he glanced in disapproval, trying to figure out who had interrupted him. But, just as he looked to his right, the anger on his face suddenly froze, his pupils dilated, a look of astonishment. In the conference room, everyone else looked to the right at the sound of that exclamation, then froze in their tracks. What was that? On the cliffs by the coast, everyone froze in their tracks after hearing Goku's words. As if suspecting she had a hearing problem, Sakura subconsciously pressed, "Goku, what did you just say? What are you trying to open up? Open a passage. Didn't you say there was a better passage here?" Goku tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. "You said it yourself, and now you're asking me? How weird." Ha, Goku, you've got to be kidding, right? Ha, you have to be. I didn't expect Goku to have such a sense of humor. Nami twitched her lips, a dry laugh. Usopp and Chopper, as if suddenly enlightened, burst into laughter, slapping their thighs. Ha. So that's how it is, Goku. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor. Ha. But as they laughed, their laughter faded. Wukong looked at him strangely. "I'm not kidding. Ha. Quack." The laughter echoed by the others, like a duck with its mouth pinched shut. Looking at the stunned, dazed crowd, Wukong scratched his head in confusion, then ignored them, gazing at the red earth continent before him, as if considering a suitable spot to strike. After a moment, he pinched his chin and nodded. This should be it. Immediately, he raised one hand, and energy hummed from his palm, forming a blue ball of light. Immediately, the blue ball grew at a visible speed, from half a meter in diameter to 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters. Kurla and the others looked up at the blue ball of light so close before them, their expressions growing increasingly dazed. No, he was serious. Was he really going to carve a passage through the red earth continent? The moment this thought occurred to Kurla, a shudder ran through her body. No, we must tell Long and the others about this immediately, or the commotion they'll create will make them think someone's attacking the island. As for asking Goku to stop now, she dismissed the idea without a second thought. After all, She also wanted to see if Goku could truly carve a passage through the Red Earth continent. If so, wouldn't she be a witness to this magnificent, historic moment? She frantically pulled out her Mushi and was about to make a call. Meanwhile, the blue ball of light Goku held, continuously infused with energy, grew to hundreds of meters wide. From afar, it resembled a blue star falling to Earth. Being near it, a swordsman as sensitive to energy as Zoro felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing the energy ball wouldn't reach him, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his sword. But the sword that had once given him a sense of security was now completely useless. Is this the true gap between us and him? He asked, his eyes vacant. This energy ball made him feel like he was facing the scorching sun. The power it emanated far surpassed anything he had felt during his previous sparring match with Goku. It was then that he realized Goku had previously added so much water. No, perhaps not water, but the sea. A despairing ocean. What the hell is that? In the conference room, many stared blankly out the window at the blue ball of light, visible from such a distance yet so clearly visible due to its sheer size. If it looks so large from such a distance, how big could it be? This was the second question on everyone's mind. Why does this thing make me feel so uneasy? Are we in danger? A Panic King asked the third question on everyone's mind. On the stage, Dragon's expression was solemn, but he remained calm, for he knew that was where Goku, Luffy, and the others were. And Goku was the only one capable of such a feat. He wondered why Goku had condensed this energy ball, which he believed was powerful enough to destroy the island beneath him. Could it be that some powerful enemy was approaching? Look! It's moving, a king suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the blue ball of light. The blue light seemed to stop expanding and instead began to move to the left. Of course, after a breath, they realized that the blue light was not moving left, but diagonally forward and to the left, shrinking at a visible speed. They stared intently, their expressions grim, wondering where this object was heading. At the same time, Long surrounded himself and Sengoku in a vacuum, preventing any sound from passing through. Then, looking at the chattering Mushi in his hand, he pressed the answer button and said, with the air of a world leader, "Hello, this is Long." A few seconds later, he and Sengoku, caught on to something, both widened their eyes like impulsive teenagers, exclaiming, "What did you say?" When the energy ball expanded to a diameter of over 400 meters, Goku looked up and nodded, "That should be enough." Immediately, under the stunned gazes of Korra and the Straw Hat Pirates, he gently tossed the energy ball forward. Whoosh! The blue ball, powerful enough to reduce any island in the world to ash, soared forward with incredible ease, like a child's toy ball. As it flew low over the sea, the waves below remained still, seemingly unaffected by the energy ball's power. A moment later, watching the blue ball approach the Red Earth continent, Goku waved his hand gently, and the ball plummeted, submerging about halfway into the sea. Then, with an eerie silence, like a hand pressing into a wall of cotton, it sank into the majestic, towering Red Earth continent, seemingly untouchable to the world. Kurla and the Straw Hat Pirates stared intently. 1 second. 2 seconds. Their hearts pounded. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Their eyes widened, their mouths open, as if on the verge of exclamation. 10 seconds passed. Silence reigned, save for a gentle breeze that brushed against the several frozen, dumbfounded statues. Following their gaze, they could see it. Thousands of meters away, the Red Earth continent, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial, like a towering wall of heaven, bisected the Grand Line. Beneath its surface, where it met the sea, a vast circular hole suddenly appeared. Beyond the hole, the shimmering ocean and azure sky were clearly visible. Undoubtedly, the Red Earth continent had been pierced. This once immovable and majestic landmass has left a profound mark that will astound the world and those who come after it. Back then, a young child, accompanied by their father, would cross the Red Earth continent to travel to the other side of the country. Upon seeing the passageway that pierced the Red Earth continent, they would curiously ask, "Dad, why is there a passage here?" The father's face would grow solemn, and, gazing at it with reverence, he would explain, "Son, always remember this is a miracle created by a world hero." Clang. In the conference room, someone accidentally knocked over a cup, and the falling cup broke the silence. The kings, startled awake by the sound, looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they had seen a ghost. They opened their mouths to speak, but words failed. Finally, an elder, the calmest of the group, dropped his plucked beard and said in a trembling voice, "Gentlemen, I am old and my eyesight is poor. Could you please tell me what you saw? After a few seconds of silence, someone replied, I thought I saw a hole in the red Earth continent. Me too. You saw it too. Was it not just an illusion? Yes, I saw it too, so we weren't mistaken? With the last person's words, the kings fell silent again. Wait, let them think about it. A hole in the red Earth continent? A hole created by that strange blue ball of light? Because they were so far away from the red Earth continent, they could only barely discern the hole, unaware that it wasn't just a surface hole, but a tunnel running through it. But even this alone was enough to leave them speechless with shock. After all, that was the red Earth continent. Who, in hundreds of years, could have left such a massive mark there? They couldn't help but glance at Long and Zangul, noticing their composed expressions, as if they'd known what was about to happen. They couldn't help but ask, leaders, do you seem to know what just happened? Zangul loosened his grip on his beard, ignoring the sharp pain in his jaw from the tugging. Yes, we do know. Long, tell us, he nodded expressionlessly as he spoke. Meanwhile, his foot slowly moved, attempting to erase the footprint, which was several centimeters deep. Long used the wind to hold the shattered chair beneath him, making it appear intact. He clenched his right fist before his mouth. Ahem, yes, we know, it was just a small matter, he said with a warm smile, a stark contrast to his ferocious face. It's not that there's a hole in the red Earth continent, as everyone says. Rather, we've carved a passage through it that connects to the Grand Line. The one who carved it was none other than our world hero, Sun Wukong, and as you've just seen, it's clear he succeeded. As soon as the words fell, a deathly silence fell over the conference room. Long smiled, seemingly pleased with the crowd's reaction, then turned his gaze to King Seki, who had previously displayed a fierce expression. By the way, King Seki, what were you trying to say? King Seki forced a grimace. I wanted to say, I accept the government's instructions, and today I will apologize to my people. Chapter 297. Time flew by. Shortly after the World Conference concluded, the new government issued an order declaring that, effective immediately, any ship operating under the name of a pirate would be subject to the harshest crackdown in history. At the same time, the process for ships to sail was streamlined. No vessel would need authorization from the world government, it only needed to register with a relevant local government. Vessels whose islands were unable to register could then register at naval bases. This policy significantly reduced the number of new pirates, as many were forced into piracy by illegally sailing. Of course, this policy's effectiveness was also due to the support of two other forces. What? The government is allowing us to freely explore the treasure left behind by the Pirate King? The legendary One Piece, yes. As long as we claim to be registered explorers, not just wanton pirates, we can freely pursue this legendary treasure, freedom from the Navy, unfettered exploration. Just imagine how wonderful it is. Two young men, clutching their newly purchased newspapers, discussed loudly and unrestrainedly on the street. In the past, such a discussion would have been met with criticism and shunned, perhaps even reported to the Navy. But now, those around them turned a blind eye, or rather, smiled knowingly, approving of the young man's discussion. Then, one young man flips open the newspaper, his excited gaze suddenly faltering. Hey, look at this news. It's incredible. Another young man, still basking in the rosy image of himself as an explorer, having successfully found the One Piece after a fascinating adventure, and being gazed upon with admiration by the world, said with a hint of discontent, "What are you doing? What news could be more incredible than this?" He spoke, his gaze subconsciously gravitating towards the direction his companion was pointing. His previously nonchalant expression suddenly shifted as he took in the details. What? Is this true? A few unassuming but explosive headlines filled the newspapers, filling their eyes. Joint statement by Whitebird and Red Hair. Effective today, their pirate group will officially be renamed the Exploration Group. The two former pirate kings jointly declare, may there be no more pirates in the world. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Thanks to the efforts of the new government, the world has gradually stabilized from the turmoil following the collapse of the old one and is rapidly developing with a new look. Especially after Goku opened the Grand Line, trade, support, and other things between the two sides have become far more convenient than ever before, further boosting global development. Strong nations can become even stronger, and weaker nations, with support, can gradually improve people's livelihoods, allowing their residents to live a better life. Of course, these are only the efforts made publicly by governments. Behind the scenes, other governments are quietly striving to make the world a better place. For example, liberating countries that appear beautiful but actually harbor sin and filth. Dressrosa. Sabo, disguised, arrived at the arena where the Grand Martial Arts tournament was about to take place and signed up for the competition. There must be something fishy going on here, Doflamingo. This time I will uncover the secrets of this country and expose the evil and filth you've hidden. After receiving his ticket, Sabo entered the historic arena, his gaze shimmering from beneath his mask. Doflamingo, a former Shichibuke and king of Dressrosa, immediately severed all shady dealings and destroyed all evidence following the fall of the Celestial Dragon government. The Revolutionary Army and the Navy were preoccupied with establishing a new government and subsequently maintaining its stability, leaving them with little time to monitor Doflamingo. When they finally managed to investigate his past crimes, they discovered he had destroyed the evidence. He had even strongly supported the new government's decisions at the World Conference, making it difficult for Ryu and Sengoku to find a reason to act against him. At the same time, many of their intelligence agents mysteriously disappeared in Dressrosa. This suggests that evidence of Doflamingo's crimes must still exist in Dressrosa, either undestroyed or impossible to destroy. This land, known as the Toyland of Love and Passion, is Doflamingo's base and the only possible place to find evidence of his crimes. So Sabo arrives. After training under Goku, he grows increasingly confident in his abilities and resolves to uncover Doflamingo's crimes and allow this seemingly beautiful country to truly blossom. Hello, sir. Here are the 20 servings of Dressrosa lobster risotto you requested. In a bustling restaurant, a puppet dressed as a waiter, with unsteady steps, pushes a cart laden with food to a single table. The man at the table rests his chin on his hand, gazing around in boredom. Several empty plates lie on his table. It's clear he's finished eating and awaiting his meal. Thank you, the man perked up as the dolls placed the new food on the table, and he quickly thanked them. After the dolls left, his eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands in anticipation at the delicious food before him. Sigh. It looks delicious. Well, I'll start eating. After mumbling to himself, he picked up his fork in his left hand and his spoon in his right, and began to savor the food with joy and satisfaction, taking a bite of lobster meat with one hand and a bite of rice with the other. As he ate, he watched the dolls come and go around him and muttered, "This place is really strange. The dolls are actually alive. Could there be such a race? If so, how do they reproduce?" A strange question arose. After pondering for a few breaths, still unable to find an answer, he shook his head and dismissed it. "Well, whatever," he then exclaimed, looking at his plate of Dressler's lobster risotto, which he had already devoured more than halfway. "The food here is truly unique. The taste is amazing." As he continued to savor the rest of his Dressler's lobster risotto, a sudden cry of surprise rang out from a distance. "Hey! Where's my wallet?" A middle-aged man fumbled anxiously about to pay. Perhaps influenced by his cry, another cry rang out from the other side. "Hey! My sunglasses are missing, too." On the table, as if spreading from person to person, the exclamations continued in rapid succession. "Hey! My umbrella's gone. Where's my clothes? The clothes I just bought are gone. Wait, where's my wig? Why is it gone too?" For a moment, the entire restaurant was filled with similar cries of lost items. The man munching on his Dress lobster risotto blinked, but didn't cry out in surprise like the others. He hadn't lost anything. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a tiny figure that flashed across the floor not far away. He watched as it repeatedly scurried past the crowd, followed by cries of loss. Thinking for a moment, he prepared to stop the theft. But before he could even stand, a puppet pounding a gong appeared. Bang! So many people's belongings are missing. It must be a goblin. Bang! If it's a goblin, then we can all just laugh it off. Bang! After all, goblins are our nation's patron saints. It's perfectly normal for them to take our things. A goblin? The man blinked and scratched his face. Was that tiny figure he'd just seen a goblin? As he pondered, those who had just had their belongings stolen and were angry were stunned at first by the doll's words, but their anger quickly dissipated, and they shook their heads and laughed. "Ahoho, if it was a goblin who took it, then forget it. Yes, if the goblins want it, let them have it." In an instant, the chaotic atmosphere calmed down, and everyone smiled again, no longer dwelling on the loss of their belongings. The tiny figure, presumably a goblin, didn't make any further moves. Instead, carrying a bulging bag, it jumped out of a corner window. No one noticed this, except for the man who was enjoying his dresser's lobster risotto. He quickly finished the rest of his dresser's lobster risotto, rubbed his stomach, and felt the fullness, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he casually pulled out a purse and tossed it on the table. The next moment, he vanished in broad daylight. A moment later, the doll dressed as the waiter arrived and stared in amazement at the empty plates and purse on the table. Hey, that guest left? Maybe he ran away without enough money. Thinking of this, its heart tightened, and it quickly stepped forward to pick up the purse. It opened it and poured out the money. It was stunned. So much money? It calculated that this should be enough for the guest to order 20 more Dressrosa lobster risottos. What a generous guest. I wrongly blamed him. How wrong? The doll put the money back into the purse and clenched it tightly in its hand. Come to think of it, this guest has a very unique appearance, too. Those emerald green eyes are rare. On the street, Wicca, a member of the Tontita tribe, or dwarf people, whom the Dressrosa residents called a fairy, was running at a rapid pace. She was carrying a bag that was so disproportionate to her size that it looked like a sparrow carrying a large rooster. It was a strange sight. The gifts from the adults today are quite good, Wicca thought happily as she skirted the more crowded streets, making sure no one would notice her. Many years ago, when the Riku clan still ruled Dressrosa, King Riku, in order to atone for the atrocities inflicted upon the Tontita by the Don Quixote family, decreed that the Tontita could take whatever supplies they needed from the kingdom, thus giving rise to the legend of the fairies. So, when she took those people's belongings in the restaurant just now, she hadn't considered herself stealing. However, due to past painful experiences and the agreement with King Riku, they wouldn't allow themselves to be exposed to the adults, which was why she had been concealed in her actions, including her current movements. Of course, the Tontita were not only incredibly strong but also incredibly fast, making them difficult to detect even when passing close by. Whoosh, just as Wicca turned a corner at breakneck speed. A large face caught her eye. Hey. Hello, a blonde, blue-eyed man crouched at the corner and waved at her with a grin. Wicca's face paled at the sudden appearance of the large face, and she slammed on the brakes. Then, seemingly due to inertia, her feet stopped, but her body didn't, causing her to stumble forward. As luck would have it, as she stumbled, she accidentally kicked the raised edge of the manhole cover in front of her. Then, in a parabola, her body landed headfirst into the circular drain opening. She would have slid completely inside, but the tuft of fluffy hair on her rear end, like a tail, trapped her in the middle. Help, help, help. Wicca struggled desperately with her short legs raised to the sky, but her hands were stuck to her sides, unable to move. Her immense strength was now completely futile. After struggling for a while, she not only failed to free herself, but actually sank further, becoming even more stuck. Just then, a large hand reached out and gently grasped Wicca's legs. With a plop, they lifted her from the manhole cover. Woo. How could I be so careless, such an idiot, such a fool, such a fool. Not only did the adults see me, but I also trapped myself. As she was lifted up, Wicca remained unconscious, her eyes closed as she sobbed. Her chubby face was dripping with snot and tears, a truly pitiful sight. Hiss, the blond man, who had lifted Wicca, gasped. After a moment's pause, he quickly put on an ingratiating smile. Did I scare you? I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, ha, he apologized as he quickly and carefully placed Wicca on the ground. Then, clasping his hands together, he apologized again. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please stop crying, okay? The little boy, or girl, I think, continued to sob, and the man was at a loss for what to do. Then, an idea struck him, and he vanished from the spot. Less than 2 seconds later, he reappeared there. The only difference was that this time he had a pink marshmallow in his hand. Here, this marshmallow is delicious. Here, have it. Just stop crying, okay? The man put on a coaxing smile, squatted down, and held the marshmallow in front of Wicca. Wicca's nose twitched, and the aroma of the marshmallow finally made her forget her tears and opened her tearful eyes. Is this for me? Seeing that the marshmallow was useful, the man quickly brought it closer to Wicca. Yes, this is for you. I've had it before, and it's delicious. After receiving confirmation, Wicca sniffed and bowed politely. Thank you, Then she took the marshmallow, which was much taller than her, with both hands, brought it to her lips, and took a small bite. Immediately, her eyes narrowed, and a happy smile appeared on her face. So sweet, so delicious. Seeing this, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he finally managed to coax her into submission. Otherwise, others would have thought he was bullying a child. Wait, is she a child? The man pinched his chin in thought. After taking a few bites, feeling her body and soul sweeten, Wicca finally realized there was someone else in front of her. She stopped eating and poked her little head out from behind the missing piece of marshmallow. Thank you for giving me the marshmallow. You are a very good adult. Adult? The man came to his senses, blinked, scratched his head and smiled. You're welcome. It's my duty. Then he extended his hand and smiled kindly. By the way, my name is Sun Wukong. Nice to meet you. Are you a fairy? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. The blonde, blue-eyed man was none other than Goku. His current appearance was that of a Super Saiyan 1. So why had he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Wow! Are you Son Goku? The world hero who defeated the evil celestial dragons and opened the Grand Line, admiring children, teenagers, young adults, even the middle-aged and elderly flocked to him. Mr. Son Goku, I love you. I want to bear you a child. Women with rosy eyes surrounded him. Mr. Son Goku, do you have a wife? If so, can you have me as an additional wife? A burly man with pink lips, pink eyeshadow, and abundant leg hair came running over, his fingers twitching delicately, and pounced on him. This was the scene Son Goku encountered as he traveled after becoming a household name. He could accept the first two scenarios, but the third was a terrifying prospect, leaving him with a nausea and vomiting. So, to prevent such a situation from happening again, he had no choice but to transform and change his appearance. The blonde, blue-eyed Super Saiyan appeared, and aside from Robin, Pugil, and Sabo, who had mastered ki sensing, no one could recognize him. And he could return to his normal life of traveling. Son Goku, Wicca was stunned upon hearing Goku's name. Though the Tanada tribe lived in obscurity, they were not entirely uninformed. They had known Goku's name for 2 months. Back then, they had hoped this world hero would arrive to help them defeat Doflamingo and rescue their companions. But after waiting so long, and seeing Doflamingo return safely from the World Conference to continue his reign as the good king of Dressrosa, they grew disheartened, realizing their hopes had been nothing more than a pipe dream. Seeing Wicca's reaction, Goku's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively covered his mouth. Oh no! How could I have said that name? His eyes darted around like a thief. He transformed into a Super Saiyan precisely to avoid recognition, but habit forced him to reveal his name. After confirming no one had heard, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he still glanced at Wicca nervously, fearing she might recognize him and exclaim, attracting any nearby enthusiasts. Fortunately, after a moment's scrutiny, Wicca simply patted her chest and muttered, "You startled me. I thought it was that world hero." Goku's image was already etched in her memory, so once she regained consciousness, she instinctively denied the blonde man in front of her was Goku, assuming he simply shared the same name as the other prominent figure. Goku, nice to meet you too. My name is Wicca, and I'm from the Tantada tribe. Fairies are what the adults here call us, so you're right about me. Realizing this Goku wasn't the same Goku, Wicca stopped dwelling on it. She placed her right hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and introduced herself appropriately. Tantada, Wukong blinked, then grinned, extending a friendly hand and gently shaking Wicca's. Hey, hello, Wicca. Because Wukong had rescued her and given her marshmallows, Wicca had come to believe Wukong was a kind and good adult. This was a common trait among the Tantada people, they easily trusted strangers. If Wukong hadn't done these things, simply by claiming to be a good person, Wicca would have believed him, too. So, upon learning that Wukong was traveling, Wicca, who considered Wukong a friend, invited him to visit Greenbit Island, where the Tantada lived. Pedestrians on the street stared at Wukong with strange eyes as he slowly passed by. They couldn't understand how or why this man had pinned marshmallows to his clothes. This marshmallow is so delicious, Wicca, hiding in Goku's collar, grabbed it with one hand to prevent herself from falling out, while holding the marshmallow Goku had given her with the other, nibbling it with a look of enjoyment and satisfaction. Her actions made passers-by think the marshmallow was nailed to Goku's clothes. Goku, turn left at the next street, then right. Okay, with Wicca's guidance, the two quickly left Dressrosa and arrived at Greenbit Island, shrouded in primeval forest. Now, Wicca finally didn't need to hide anymore. She sat on Goku's shoulders, her legs dangling as she continued to enjoy the marshmallow, which was now the size of her head. The forest was silent, making the rustling sound of Goku's steps seem particularly loud. After walking for a while, Goku suddenly stopped and glanced around in surprise. Huh? At the same time, several dark figures flashed in the bushes near him. The next second, with a piercing sound, a dark figure suddenly shot out from the nearby bushes, aiming directly at Wicca on Goku's shoulder. Its speed, almost bullet-like, would have caught most people off guard. But then, a massive hand, like a shadow, reached out and snatched the incoming shadow. Ah, you're a fairy too, Goku said curiously, opening his hand and looking at the green-hatted figure in his palm. Damn it! I've been discovered, the Tontatta leader, Leo, gritted his teeth in shock and resentment. Evil adult tribe, you brought Wicca here to harm our Tontatta tribe? He glared at Goku with anger. The Tontatta tribe never appeared before the adult tribe, so seeing Goku and Wicca together, they instinctively assumed Goku was a villain holding their comrades hostage. It was only then, however, that Wicca, her eyes narrowed in delight on Goku's shoulder, finally realized what was happening after hearing the familiar voice. After tucking into a marshmallow, she quickly explained, Leo. It's not what you think. He's a good man, a kind adult who saved me and gave me good food. A good man? The word stunned and enraged Leo, along with the other little people on the ground, who were about to rescue their companions. In a split second, the wariness and anger on their faces vanished, replaced by an innocent smile. So that's how it is, haha. Looks like we misunderstood. I'm so sorry. Leo rubbed his head and smiled apologetically at Wukong. After the misunderstanding was resolved and Wicca explained Wukong's purpose, Leo and the other little people invited Wukong to their kingdom. It was a hidden kingdom beneath the earth, unknown to the world. No adult had set foot there since Rolando arrived over 400 years ago. Hey. Hello, adults. Would you like one of those pumpkin pie I just made? It's delicious. Hey. Look here, look here. This is 100-flower juice drink. Want a glass, adults? Upon entering, Wukong was warmly welcomed by the little people. Looking at the finger-sized pumpkin pie before him, Wukong carefully picked it up and casually popped it into his mouth. He smacked his lips, then, under the little people's expectant gaze, gave an awkward yet polite smile. Ha, it's delicious, it's just a little small, so I can't taste it, he thought to himself. Then, even more carefully, he grasped the glass bottle of 100-flower juice, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth. Ha, it's delicious, he said with a naive smile, rubbing his head. As he was being warmly entertained, Gan Kiao, the leader of the Tontatta tribe, approached, leaning on a cane. After learning about Wukong's deeds from Wicca, he stroked his beard and nodded, so he is indeed a good man. Then he asked, by the way, what's his name? Wukong happened to hear his question, so he turned around and raised his hand in a symbolic way. Hey. My name is Sun Wukong. As soon as these words came out, the enthusiastic little people around him froze. Ganjo was so shocked he nearly pulled his beard out. He looked at Wukong and trembled. Sun Wukong? Your name is Wukong. Before Wukong could reply, Wicca explained, Chief, his name is Wukong, but not the world hero we know. Look at him, he looks nothing like that man. Ganjo, his presbyopic eyes glaring at Wukong, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he certainly doesn't look like that man. Then, he sighed, what a shame. What a shame. If only he were that Wukong, if only that Wukong were here, they'd have a chance of rescuing their companions imprisoned by Doflamingo. Hearing Ganjo's sigh, Wukong blinked and asked curiously, why is it a shame? Because we need his strength? Ganjo recounted, his heart heavy, the story of how their clan had been oppressed by Doflamingo and how he had imprisoned their companions. So we're really hoping that World Hero can come here and help us overthrow Doflamingo's rule and rescue our companions, Ganjo sighed. The little people, once basking in the joy of welcoming a guest, suddenly felt downcast, their raised lips drooping. At some point, Goku's expression grew serious. He rested his chin in thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "Actually, I'm the Son Goku you're talking about." Ganjo, still lost in worry about his imprisoned companions, instinctively waved his hand away. "Don't be ridiculous, young man. Although you share the same name, you look nothing like him." Leo, Wicca, and the others also instinctively said, "Yes, Goku, you look nothing like." The words stopped abruptly. Their eyes widened at the man before them, who had transformed from blonde hair and blue eyes to black hair and black eyes in the blink of an eye. You, they pointed at Goku, stuttering. What the hell was this? A face-changing trick? But could face-changing change both hair and eye color? Hey, I'm indeed the Son Goku you're talking about. How should I put my transformation just now? It's called a Super Saiyan. I didn't want anyone to recognize me, so I went that way, Goku explained with a grin, constantly switching back and forth between Super Saiyan 1 and normal to convince Wicca and the others. The Titatis were known for their trustworthiness, and even though Goku's explanation seemed a bit unbelievable, Wicca and the others immediately accepted his story. Upon accepting this truth, their eyes suddenly lit up. Goku. World hero Son Goku. Please help us. Help us defeat Doflamingo and rescue our companions. Leo raised his head and excitedly looked at Goku. Yes. Please help us. The other little people also looked at Goku with eager eyes. Hey, that's no problem, Goku said, rubbing his nose and grinning. He then added, my friend Sabo is also on the island now, and he says he's looking for evidence of Doflamingo's crimes. How about this? Let's go find him first and tell him everything you know. Upon learning that the new government had also sent troops to search for evidence of Doflamingo's crimes and prepare to overthrow his rule, the Titatis were overjoyed. Without further ado, Leo immediately summoned the Titata troops and prepared to lead them, asking Goku to accompany him through the underground passages to Dressrosa. While requesting Goku's help, the Titatis wouldn't back down. They had long been prepared for a desperate fight, but they hadn't acted because they hadn't seen any chance of success. You go ahead. I'll bring Sabo back with you later. Goku, transformed back into a Super Saiyan, waved to them and teleported away, leaving the Titatis stunned at the disappearance of a living being. Dressrosa, underground in the arena. After deliberately losing a martial arts tournament, Sabo, relying on his agility and meticulous observation, successfully navigated this unknown space, intent on exploring its secrets. Just as he entered a darkened room, a sudden sense of alarm seized him, and he quickly dodged to the side. Half a second after he left his spot, a sticky mass of white goo splattered onto the ground. It was obvious that if he had been a step slower, he would have been struck. Sabo glanced at the goo from the corner of his eye, a look of disgust on his face, before focusing his gaze on the figure in the distance. It was this figure who had just attacked him. Hey, you actually dodged it? An eerie laugh emanated from the figure. I say, who are you, and how dare you come here? As the figure drew closer, Sabo finally saw his face in the dim light, a slovenly, somewhat overweight man, leaning on a cane and wearing a thick cloak. This person was none other than Treble, one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking officers, the user of the sticky fruit. Sabo, having already gathered information, naturally recognized him immediately. However, Treble, due to Sabo's disguise, failed to recognize Sabo's true identity. Before Sabo could reply, the ever-talkative Treble babbled again. Hey, who are you, Asafir? Your participation in the tournament is just a cover, right? Let me guess. Are you sent by a hostile force? Or someone with ulterior motives? Or perhaps a government intelligence agent? Treble smiled wickedly. Well, no matter who you are, once you're here today, you can't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a chain of slime and swung it at Sabo. Swish! Sabo ducked, then lunged, reaching Treble and delivering a fierce punch. The blow was fast and powerful. Sabo thought he could send his opponent flying, but unexpectedly, his fist sank into him like a swamp, completely neutralizing the force it carried. Ha, what are you doing? Walking into a trap, Treble lowered his head and chuckled. He didn't dodge because he knew the opponent's attack wouldn't hurt him, but would instead catch him. From the outside, he looked a bit chubby, but in reality, all that belly and fat was a product of his slime. He was actually a skinny guy, usually hiding his body in slime to confuse his enemies. And now, his opponent fell for his trick, his arm being sucked into the slime, unable to pull it out. Just as he was about to release more slime from his body to completely trap Sabo, Sabo looked up and smiled at him. Oh? Walking into a trap, Toripal's pupils shrank, and a sense of alarm suddenly arose. But before he could do anything, he felt a surge of heat emanating from his slime. Then, boom! His bony body, hidden within the slime, was thrust forth by a beam of light, arcing through the air before crashing fiercely into the wall behind him. What a disgusting creature! Sabo frowned in disdain at the slime residue on his hands, taking out a handkerchief and carefully wiping it. Afterward, he tossed it aside and smiled faintly at the unconscious Toripal lying on the ground in front of him. That's a pretty good move, thanks for the key bomb, Goku, he muttered to himself. Then he turned to his left, towards a shadowy corner piled with boxes. Come out. I know you're there. 2 seconds later, a little girl, seemingly about 10 years old, wearing a red bear coat and short cyan hair, emerged from the shadows with a pouty mouth and tearful eyes. Big brother, are you here to save me? The little girl, looking terrified, glanced at Sabo before lowering her head. But at the same time, she slowly slid closer to him. I've been held here for a long time, big brother, can you please get me out? Weak, pitiful, helpless, that was the look the little girl displayed. Anyone witnessing this would inevitably let down their guard and feel a surge of affection for the little girl. Sabo felt the same way, but when the girl leaned so close, reaching out as if to grasp him, begging him to take her away, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. Without a second thought, he instantly stepped back. As he retreated, Goku, who had come looking for him, suddenly appeared where he had been standing. And so, the little girl's hand grasped the suddenly appearing Goku. Power activated. Contract in effect. The little girl, no, rather, one of the Doquixote family's leaders, the user of the childlike fun fruit, who could transform anyone she touched into a toy, controlling their bodies, thought to herself. The next second, Goku was transformed into a monkey puppet. After all this was done, Sucrose looked up and realized with shock that the target of her ability wasn't Sabo. Sabo was still standing right in front of her. So, who had she just activated her ability on? Huh? What's going on? Goku, who had just appeared here and was turned into a puppet, scratched his head in confusion. Then, noticing the same scratching feeling he'd had before, he lowered his hand again, staring at his brown toy arm in wonder. Hey! Who are you? Sucrose demanded fiercely of Goku, oblivious to her enemy, Sabo. She'd been in disguise for so long, her carefully crafted plans ruined by this guy. Damn it! I'm Son Goku, Goku replied, turning to Sabo. Hey! Sabo, I've come to see you. I have something important to tell you. Sabo was in a daze. Just then, he'd felt his mind go blank, as if something had vanished from his mind. But when he thought carefully, he couldn't place what it was. Seeing the monkey toy talking to him, he didn't bother to think about why it was talking. He frowned and asked, Do you know me? Even Korra would have needed a long observation to recognize his disguise, but the toy in front of him recognized him instantly, truly baffling. Furthermore, he couldn't recall ever knowing such a toy. I'm Son Goku. Goku, assuming Sabo hadn't recognized him due to his changed appearance, gave his name. But Sabo continued to frown. Son Goku. I don't remember knowing you, Son Goku. You're that world hero, Son Goku, Sugar's voice wailed in disbelief from behind. Impossible. She just used her powers on someone like that. Goku turned and nodded. Yes, I'm not used to that name, but it's definitely me. With that confirmation, Sugar's expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief, then to ecstasy, her lips curling uncontrollably. Son Goku. You're that Son Goku, ahahaha. I can't believe someone like you would fall into my hands, she determined, pointing her little finger at Sabo and commanding Goku, go. Take care of that guy. After the contract was established, she could command the puppets to perform tasks or fight. While the monkey puppets weren't suited for combat, she figured the world's strongest being should be able to unleash some combat power. Just as she eagerly awaited Goku's subjugation of Sabo, she was stunned to discover that Goku, having just received her order, hadn't moved a muscle. Hey! Son Goku, I command you to eliminate that man immediately. She thought the instructions were unclear, so she repeated them more specifically. But, the monkey puppet remained motionless. Meanwhile, Goku's voice rang out, You're the one who transformed me into this state, and caused Sabo to lose his memory, right? Though he didn't understand how Sugar had accomplished this, he remembered that Buu once possessed the ability to transform people into various forms, and assumed he possessed a similar ability. As for how Sabo's memory had been lost, he had no idea, but the current situation made it easy to infer that it was Sugar's doing. "Please transform me back, and restore Sabo's memory," though his expression, now transformed into a monkey puppet, was as cold as a dead man's. His tone was filled with sincerity. After all, in his view, despite her venomous malice, Sugar was just a child, and he still hoped she would correct her mistakes. Little did he know, Sugar only looked young. She was actually 20 years old. Having consumed the childlike fun fruit, her physical age was permanently frozen at 10. Expecting her to correct her mistakes was impossible. Sure enough, Sugar sternly rejected his offer. "Don't even think about it." She then mentally summoned her powers, only to find that even though the contract had taken effect, Goku wouldn't move a muscle. Damn it. She gritted her teeth and demanded, "Why? Why won't you obey my orders? Move. Move now." 10 years. 10 years, she had used this ability. During those 10 years, she had single-handedly transformed Dressrosa into the so-called City of Toys, helping Doflamingo to stealthily eliminate numerous spies. Never before had a toy, despite a valid contract, disobeyed orders like Goku. She was now frightened and enraged, her heart beginning to panic. Why should I obey your orders? His will was so powerful that Goku, ignoring the contract's control, expressed his incomprehension. Then, seeing that Sucrose refused to return him to his normal form, he controlled his unfamiliar body and stumbled towards her. Don't come over here." Seeing that the puppet she controlled not only disobeyed his orders but also approached her, seemingly ready to attack her, Sucrose's face turned pale and she stumbled back. Goku, seemingly unaccustomed to walking, controlled his body to fly. Then, with remarkable stability, he soared towards Sucrose. "What? Don't come over here." This scene greatly intensified Sucrose's fear, rapidly exceeding her psychological threshold. The next second, her eyes suddenly rolled upwards, and she fainted from shock. Huh? Goku paused, stunned. He approached the other person hoping to explore his memory and find a way to restore his own and Sabo's memories, but he was so frightened that he fainted. Swish! Just as he was a little confused, a burst of light emanated from him. The next second, he returned to his normal body. At the same time, Sabo's surprised voice came from behind him, "Goku. Why are you here?" Chapter 299. So that's how it is. So, this girl must be Doflamingo's hidden executive. After his memories returned, Sabo pieced together his previous memories and quickly deduced Sucrose's identity. The ability to transform people into toys and then cause them to lose their memories, truly a terrifying power. Looking at Sucrose, who had fainted on the ground, a solemn expression crossed Sabo's face. This wasn't just because he'd learned of her ability, but also because he was thinking of something else. Could those toys in Dressrosa, who looked like living people, have all been Sucrose's doing? Thinking back to the intelligence officers he'd sent out in the past, who were clearly in the archives but had no memory of anything until Sucrose fainted, and he'd only just regained those memories, he knew his suspicions were likely true. Furthermore, verifying them would be easy. "Goku, let's go out and see what's going on outside," Sabo said solemnly, then picked up the unconscious Sucrose with one hand. With such terrifying abilities, he couldn't leave them here. What if they were rescued by Doflamingo's men and used it against others? However, just as he lifted her up, he remembered Sucrose's touch. He put her down, took out his own gloves, put them on her hands, and then bound them behind her back. Only then did he feel relieved and lifted her up again. The two of them quickly left the arena and entered the streets outside. At that moment, the streets of Dressrosa were no longer peaceful. Cries, roars, and screams filled the air. The man, transformed back into human, knelt on the ground, hugging his wife and children tightly, weeping uncontrollably. A ferocious pirate dressed in pirate attire roared, vowing to repay Doflamingo for all the humiliation he had inflicted on him over the years. Doflamingo's men, pale as death, fully enraged, revived enemies while shouting to inform their young master immediately. A fierce fight erupted, overturning numerous street vendors and sending ordinary residents screaming and fleeing. Sure enough, she's the one who made all those indistinguishable toys in this country. This scene confirmed Sabo's suspicions. He gazed at the chaotic scene before him, his face darkening. Without a second thought, He pulled out his den mushi and dialed, "Kurla, tell everyone it's time to close the net. Doflamingo's foul crimes are laid bare before us." Not long ago, Doflamingo, sitting cross-legged in the palace, sipped his wine with a carefree thud. When one of his subordinates rushed in, panic-stricken, and reported what had happened outside, his expensive wine glass shattered to dust. "What did you say?" A voice laced with unwavering cruelty shattered through his teeth, terrifying his subordinates so much that they broke into cold sweat and fell to their knees, refusing to move. "Young master, those toys have all become human," the subordinate said tremblingly. Doflamingo's face remained expressionless. He knew something must have happened to Sugar, otherwise this would never have happened. But who had caused this to happen to Sugar? Treble had always been by her side, and nothing had happened in the past 10 years. No one except himself and the Cotters knew that Sugar had the ability to turn people into toys. If an enemy wanted to target him, they shouldn't have attacked Sugar, who had never appeared in public. A chaotic thought flashed through Doflamingo's mind, but was quickly dismissed. The most urgent thing was not to guess who the enemy was, but to suppress this news. Damn it. It seems a major purge is necessary this time. I wonder what the government will do. Thinking of how hard he had worked to maintain his current position in the midst of a major global reshuffle, and now seeing his position and even his life about to be lost, Doflamingo was furious, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. But in the blink of an eye, his fury subsided, and his cold, sinister laughter sent shivers down his spine. "Hiya, hiya, hiya. I want to see who dares to stand against me." With that, he crashed through the window and tiptoed above the palace. Then he raised his hand and pointed it at the sky. 2 seconds later, boom! Countless white threads erupted from his palm, soaring into the sky. Once they reached a certain height, they radiated outward from the center, plummeting like meteors, piercing deep into the ground. Soon, a birdcage, constructed from countless threads, enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa, trapping everyone and everything within. "What the hell is that?" people on the street, catching a glimpse of the sky, exclaimed in surprise. "That's Doflamingo's ability." Sabo's pupils shrank, fresh off the phone call, knowing Doflamingo had already taken action. Without hesitation, he called out to Goku, who had just sent 2 groups of people, who had just been engaged in a brawl, into happy sleep. "Goku, take those little people you mentioned and find Kerala. She'll know what to do." "What about you?" Goku asked. Sabo turned and waved his hand, his face filled with determination. "I will defeat the mastermind behind all this evil, Doflamingo." The government was naturally well prepared to investigate Doflamingo's crimes. Not only did Sabo infiltrate Dressrosa, but several reliable warriors also lurked there, waiting for the opportunity. After finding his companions, Sabo handed the unconscious Sugar to them, urging them to keep her safe. Then, he headed for the Dressrosa royal palace, ready to defeat Doflamingo. Accompanying him were several powerful warriors, including Goku's devoted fanboy, Puyo. "Sabo, why don't you ask Goku to step in? If you were here, that pink bird would be so frightened it would poop and pee and beg for mercy right on its knees," Puyo said nonchalantly. "How can we always rely on Goku to solve problems?" Sabo shook his head and said solemnly, "Goku has already helped us so much. If we need his help to defeat Doflamingo, then our newly established government would be incompetent." Although Goku was incredibly reliable, so reliable that as long as he was in his presence, no wind, rain, lightning, or thunder could reach them, were they meant to remain crouched behind Goku forever, his protector, his only remaining support? No, they couldn't. They couldn't rely on Goku for everything. They had to learn to solve problems on their own, or they would be useless. Therefore, when they approached the enemy base, Sabo didn't ask Goku for help, but only enlisted Puyo's assistance. Goku, seemingly aware of his intentions, didn't ask for his assistance, merely acting as a leisurely traveler. At their swiftest speed, Sabo and his companions quickly arrived at King's Highlands, Doflamingo's headquarters. Many of Doflamingo's men were already waiting in front of the palace, including 2 of Doflamingo's highest officials, Pica and Diamante. "Oh? Looks like the enemy is coming." Diamante glared menacingly at the approaching Sabo and his companions, licking her lips with a fierce expression. Sabo, however, ignored them, instead locking his gaze on a figure perched at the highest point of the palace. "Doflamingo," he whispered, then waved his hand. "They're in your hands." As his companions engaged in battle with Doflamingo's men, he leaped onto the palace as light as a swallow and quickly arrived before Doflamingo. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes at the bearded stranger, wearing a hat that hid his hair. His tone remained calm. "You were the ones who took sucrose, weren't you?" He had immediately dispatched a search for sucrose after the incident, but his men only found the unconscious treble, but not sucrose. Upon learning this, he knew sucrose must have been taken by her attacker. "Of course, I can't leave such a dangerous ability unattended," Sabo replied calmly, studying him. "Oh? So it was you who did it?" Doflamingo keenly grasped the key to Sabo's words. He'd asked you because he didn't know who had taken sucrose, only that it was this group. But Sabo replied, "Eh?" This meant that Sabo had been the one who attacked and abducted sucrose. With this confirmation, the threat in Doflamingo's eyes grew even more pronounced. Unexpectedly, the real troublemaker was right here. Now, he finally had a way to vent his pent-up anger. Determined to beat him half to death and then torture him for his true identity, Doflamingo didn't hesitate and attacked Sabo first. Thus, the duel between the two officially began. Meanwhile, Goku had already found Kerala. He led Kerala to Leo and his companions, and after learning many of Doflamingo's hidden secrets from Leo, Kerala immediately came up with an idea. She requested that the dwarfs send a few warriors to accompany their government officials and lead them in destroying Doflamingo's various strongholds. She also offered to allocate some manpower to help the dwarfs rescue their imprisoned companions. Leo and his companions naturally agreed to the first point without hesitation. However, Goku objected to the second point the moment Kerala proposed it. "I've already promised to help them rescue their companions." "Leave it to me, Kerala," Goku said seriously. After hearing this, Kerala nodded and said nothing more. After all, with this man around, rescuing their fellow dwarfs would be a piece of cake. So why would they need to allocate manpower to support them? So, the two sides quickly parted ways. Goku, Leo, and most of the dwarfs went to rescue their companions, while Kerala and the rest of the government personnel each received a small and exquisite navigator and set out to capture Doflamingo's secret bases. Smile Factory. Although Kato, the major buyer of artificial devil fruits, was gone, Doflamingo continued to produce them. This was because, after witnessing the horrific reality of the powerful old world government being overthrown by a single man, he began to desire greater power. Artificial devil fruits could satisfy this desire. At that moment, outside this factory, constructed of a metal far harder than steel, Goku punched a hole in the wall. Then, looking at Leo and the others who had completely overpowered the defenders, he said, "Let's go. We can go in now." Leo and the other dwarfs stared at the glaring hole, stunned. After all, that barrier was so solid they couldn't break it no matter what they tried, yet Goku had simply shattered it. This bizarre scene completely overturned their naive perspective. A thought suddenly occurred to them, so this is the power of a world hero. No wonder he's called a world hero. There's only one person in the world who can be called a world hero. Thrilled, they sighed deeply and followed Goku into the factory. Soon, they came upon their miserable companions trapped inside, working day and night for Doflamingo. "We're here to rescue you." After Goku smashed through another glass wall, Leo shouted to the hundreds of companions trapped for years. His companions, led by him, scattered in all directions, overpowering the guards. Then, tears welling in their eyes, they cried out in excitement and joy, "Companions! We're here to rescue you." "Great, you're all okay, woo." Suddenly, a voice, distinct from the excitement, echoed with anxiety, "Where's the princess? Where's your highness?" An elderly Tontita figure rushed out from the group, surveying the rescued companions. Seeing that the figure he expected was nowhere to be seen, he burst into a frantic cry. "Yes, where's the princess?" Leo noticed this too and asked nervously. Although the princess was known to be hot-tempered, mean-spirited, and willful, he was the only one who thought so. He still worried about her. Hearing their questions, the imprisoned people shook their heads. "We don't know. The princess isn't with us, and we don't know where she is." Instantly, Leo's excitement at rescuing his companions cooled. If the princess wasn't here, then where could she be? For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. Just then, a frantic voice boomed from the side passage. "You damned bastards, how dare you break into the factory I'm guarding?" A burly woman holding a massive vacuum cleaner emerged from the passage, her eyes sweeping across the field before finally settling on Leo and his companions. "What do you want? Don't you want to heal your princess, HMPH? How dare you say that? The princess isn't ill at all. This is all a lie." Leo glared, furious. The woman, Quinn, The Smile Factory manager was stunned for a moment, her expression slightly uneasy as she asked, You all know, back then, Doflamingo had used the excuse that the princess was seriously ill and needed the Tontitas to cultivate smile fruits for her treatment, thus convincing the innocent little people to come and work here day and night. Unexpectedly, these little people now knew the truth. Quinn's heart sank, knowing she had to capture them first. She wasn't afraid of the little people's extraordinary speed and strength, as her special vacuum cleaner was a perfect counter to their superpowers. But before she could deal with them, she had to find out who the blonde man was. She fixed her gaze on Goku, narrowing her eyes as she asked, Who are you? Are you an accomplice of these little people? Accomplice? Goku blinked, then shook his head, correcting him. No, not an accomplice, a friend. Oh, then it seems he's an accomplice, Quinn sneered. Goku scratched his face, confused as to why this woman insisted on calling him an accomplice. But he didn't bother to dwell on it anymore. Instead, he asked, do you know where this princess they're talking about is? If you do, please tell me. Since he'd promised to help Leo and the others rescue their companions, he naturally couldn't leave any of them behind. He had to rescue all of Leo and his companions. That was his inner thought. Quinn sneered, looking at Wukong as if he were mentally retarded. Let's not even talk about whether I know or not. Why do you think I'd reveal the princess's location to you, my enemy? Don't you think I'm a fool? Quinn's eyes shone with a dangerous glint. Of course not, Wukong said with an apologetic smile, clasping his hands together. His expression quickly turned serious. I simply promised Leo and the others to help them rescue their companions. So, I need to know the princess's location and rescue her as well. If you know, please tell me, Wukong said, bowing solemnly. Wukong seeing this, Leo and the other little people were moved to tears. They knew the person they'd entrusted was right. Meanwhile, Quinn was flustered by Wukong's demeanor. Hey, we're enemies. How can you bow to an enemy when making a request? She found herself completely baffled by this man. After a moment's silence, she raised the vacuum cleaner with one hand, pointed it at Wukong, and said coldly, I do know the princess's location. If you want to know, defeat me. Wukong's face lit up. Will you tell me if I defeat you? Yes. Quinn's chubby cheeks twitched, and she spoke in a stern tone. You're so playful. Are you sure you can defeat me? Hey, yeah. Wukong rubbed his head and smiled innocently. His sincerity humiliated Quinn. You bastard, I'll show you what happens when you underestimate me. With that, Quinn, with a smoldering glare, stalked her voluptuous body toward Wukong. However, just as she took a step, her body suddenly froze in place. Her neck stiffened, she stared blankly down at the palm pressing against her neck, the fury in her eyes fading into bewilderment. You lose, Goku said before her, smiling faintly. He withdrew his hand from his neck, then stepped back 2 steps, staring at him. Then, silence fell all around. Boom boom boom. On the King's Highlands, Puile, using his aura to precisely lock onto Pika, who was hiding in the rocks and controlling them to fight, then pummeled him beyond recognition, the golden armor on his face shattering to the ground. Tisk, is that all you're capable of? A top executive is nothing more than that, he scoffed after dispatching Pika. He scanned the surrounding battle, finally resting his gaze on the royal palace. There, Doflamingo and Sabo were engaged. Looks like Sabo can still hold out. I'll defeat the other enemies first, then go help him, Puile muttered to himself, then threw himself into the other battles around him, helping his companions defeat the foes. At this moment, the battle in the palace was intense. Sabo's right fist had just struck Doflamingo's left cheek, and Doflamingo's fist struck back, sending both the men flying backward with a muffled groan. PFFT, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Doflamingo fixed Sabo with a sinister, fierce look. Who the hell are you, to possess such power? He couldn't recognize Sabo's identity, and was deeply puzzled. Even if he wasn't familiar with someone of such power, he'd surely have heard of him. After all, he was a broker in the underworld, possessing most of the world's intelligence. But now, neither his appearance nor his attack methods could reveal his origins. Ahem, Sabo coughed, also spitting out a blood. He touched his face and noticed that the beard that clung to it was beginning to flake off. After a moment's thought, he ripped it off. He then removed his hat, letting his blonde hair flow freely in the breeze. It's you. Doflamingo's pupils shrank sharply when his true identity was revealed. He had met Sabo at the World Conference and, Through subsequent investigation, learned that he was Dragon's right-hand man, deeply trusted. He had never imagined that the man he had been battling for so long would be this very man. Did that mean the government was targeting him this time? His face darkened even more. This was a situation he absolutely did not want to see. The new government's dominance of the world was irreversible, and anyone who opposed it would be shattered. Doflamingo knew this, which was why he actively courted the new government and retreated into seclusion, no longer involved in the underworld. He remained at home, quietly crafting artificial devil fruits and secretly increasing his power. Who could have imagined that, despite all his efforts, the new government would still strike back at him? "Aren't you going too far?" he uttered through gritted teeth. "I've never been against you. In fact, I strongly support you. Why do you insist on picking on me?" Sabo smoothed his hair, looked at him calmly, and said, "Doflamingo, you think this will save you, but in reality, the filthy crimes you once committed will never be forgotten. Look," he gestured toward the bustling streets in the distance. "How many people have you turned into toys, manipulated like slaves, their families torn apart, their families and friends completely oblivious to them? That alone is an unimaginable crime, not to mention your countless other crimes." Doflamingo's face was expressionless, the previous ferocity vanishing imperceptibly. After a few flickers, he gave Sabo a deep look, then suddenly raised his hands in resignation. "Never mind, how can I defeat you? That world hero must be watching from the shadows. I'm no match for him." He closely observed Sabo's expression. Sabo paused for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "While I'd like to admit he's actually not involved in this operation. Yes, Goku wasn't observing from the shadows, he was merely visiting." But Doflamingo and Sabo clearly understood it differently. After discerning Sabo's response from his subtle expressions, Doflamingo immediately determined that Goku wasn't on the island. And since he wasn't, and since he had immediately cut off all communication with the island using the birdcage, this meant Goku was unaware of what was happening. If he could defeat Sabo and his companions, or simply distract them from his actions, he could escape. By then, with the vastness of the world, even if the new government sent the world hero to hunt him down, he was confident they wouldn't be able to find his hiding place. "What a shame. All the work I've built here for so many years is ruined," he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with rage and fierceness. After this escape, he would never give up. "When the time comes, Sengoku, prepare for my revenge. Even with that man here, you won't be able to stop me." Having made up his mind, Doflamingo suppressed his fury and looked at Sabo with a sudden smile. Hiya. I see. It seems the heavens have given me another chance." Without waiting for Sabo to say anything, he pointed to the sky and continued, "Do you know what this is? I've only used this move once before. That time, no one on the entire island survived." "What?" Sabo was startled. Then Doflamingo suddenly clenched his right hand. "Now, I'll show you its power. In half an hour, everyone on this island will be dead. And the first to die will be the ordinary people you most want to protect." Doflamingo's lip curled, a sinister grin on his face. "So, what are you going to do, World Government Chief of Staff, Sabo?" As he finished speaking, the previously silent birdcage suddenly moved. On the outskirts of Dressrosa, the birdcage threads, deeply embedded in the ground, suddenly retracted inward. Countless times tougher than steel wire, they resembled razor-sharp blades, slicing everything in their path into shreds. Houses, chimneys, utility poles, even these incredibly solid structures were not spared, crumbling to smithereens amidst the screams of terror. Like defeated soldiers, they collapsed to the ground, watching the unstoppable threads advance inward. In a restaurant, Goku feasted at a table. After successfully obtaining the princess's imprisonment location from Quinn, Leo and his companions led him through a secret passage into the palace, successfully retrieving the princess. Using his teleportation, he escaped and returned to safety. Thus, his promise to help the Tantata tribe rescue their comrades was successfully fulfilled. As for overthrowing Doflamingo's rule, he assured Sabo and his companions that they would succeed. After all this was resolved, after a long walk and some exercise, he declared that he was hungry again. So, under Wicca's guidance, he arrived at what was said to be Dressrosa's most beloved restaurant, where he had a light snack to replenish his energy. Sigh. "This place is definitely better than the one I went to last time." Goku put down his clean plate, wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth, and a reassuring smile crossed his face. On his lap, Wicca was devouring a piece of matcha cake with great enthusiasm. At his words, she lifted her face, her eyes crinkling, her chubby cheeks twitching. With a lovely smile on her face, she nodded emphatically. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. She had unexpectedly met the world hero, become his friend, and with his help, successfully rescued a companion who had been in prison for years. Now, she was enjoying a meal with him. Could anything be happier than this? Nothing. She cried out in her heart. As the two continued to enjoy their leisurely meal, suddenly, many exclamations came from outside. Run. This thing is totally unstoppable, damn it. What the hell is this thing? What does it want to do? Inside the restaurant, some diners, still enjoying their meals, looked out the door in confusion. Just as they stood up and hadn't yet reached outside to investigate, a series of noises suddenly erupted from the restaurant's side wall. 2 seconds later, as they stared in bewilderment, numerous vertical white threads sliced through the floor, walls, and ceiling with the effortless ease of tofu, catching them unawares. What the hell is this? Several diners who had been sitting by the wall paled in fear as they watched their tables and chairs chopped into pieces, their faces horrified. If they hadn't stood up and moved away from the wall at the noise, wouldn't they have been dismembered like the tables and chairs? Watching the threads advance like the Grim Reaper's knives, they dared not pause and fled the restaurant on their hands and feet. The other diners, witnessing this horrifying scene, didn't dare to pause, dropping their food and rushing out. Soon, only Wukong and Wicca were still enjoying their meal. Wicca's large, Kazillion eyes fixed unblinkingly on the white threads that drew ever closer. Though the threads were densely packed, enough to slice a normal-sized human in two, for someone as petite as her, even if they darted back and forth between them, they wouldn't touch her at all. Wukong, on the other hand, buried his head in his food, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Just then, he'd spotted the breathtaking delicacy before him, his eyes lighting up, his heart completely absorbed in the deliciousness. Hey! Customer, run! Stop eating! The property owner, who had been trying to stop the threads with a shovel and save the property, shuddered as he saw the shovel smoothly slice in half. He instantly gave up on the thought of dying with the house. Just as he was about to flee like the other diners, he caught sight of a desperate man buried deep in his food further in the restaurant. He cried out in panic. The deadly white thread was now less than 2 meters from the man, and he could only watch the bloody scene of dismemberment unfold before his eyes. The owner, terrified, turned pale. He tried to pull the man away, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the thread spun ever closer. At this moment, Wukong, still tucking away at his food with his right hand, suddenly raised his left. With a thud, the invincible, unbreakable white thread was contained within his palm, preventing it from advancing any further. At the same time, Goku said, without even looking up, "Boss, can I have 5 more servings of this paella?" "No, 10. The boss was stunned by the incredible scene before him. His first thought wasn't, whose general is so brave, but rather, it seems this house my father passed down to me has been saved. In the palace, after retracting the birdcage, Doflamingo, who had looked at Sabo playfully, ready to admire the expression on his face, was suddenly taken aback. What was going on? Was the birdcage blocked? He felt his birdcage suddenly stop shrinking, unable to move forward any further, and was filled with confusion. He knew the power of the birdcage well. Even against indestructible objects, it couldn't stop its advance, it would only continue to shrink against the object. But now, his birdcage had completely stopped, as if it were completely stuck. He tried to activate his ability, increasing the force of the birdcage's contraction. But no matter how hard he tried, even at its maximum, the birdcage remained motionless, like a stuck gear. How could this be possible? This unexpected turn of events filled Doflamingo with fury and shock, his earlier composure fading. Across from him, Sabo, still gazing solemnly at the shrinking birdcage, paused for a moment when he noticed the cage had stopped moving, and then saw Doflamingo's expression change drastically. He then forced a helpless smile. "Looks like you've taken action, Goku. This time, I can't do without your help." Whoosh, Puile, bearing many scars of battle, leaped up and landed beside Sabo, grinning. "Ha ha ha, Sabo, you still couldn't stop Boss Goku's attack. Well, that pink bird is proving tough for you, isn't it? I've already helped them deal with the tougher enemies down below. Now, let me help you deal with this one." Sabo gave a wry smile and nodded. "Okay, I'll trouble you then." Together, The two of us can definitely take him down. Year 1521 of the Heian calendar. Doflamingo, a former member of the 7 warlords of the sea and the former king of Dressrosa, was once a celestial dragon who controlled the underworld. He committed countless crimes. However, he was defeated by the combined forces of Sabo and Pugil and imprisoned. 3 months later, the world government convened a trial for the celestial dragons, beheading those whose crimes were so numerous that they warranted hundreds of lives. A few with less serious crimes were imprisoned. A very small number who had not committed any crimes, with the help of the government, changed their identities and became ordinary people. During this period and after, Goku continued his journey, practicing, seeing the scenery, tasting delicious food, and gaining countless happiness. Finally, after completing his journey around the world, he said goodbye to all his friends many years later, left this world, and continued his journey to the next. This is the end of the extra chapter. Chapter 300. That's all for the free extra chapters of One Piece, for now. The author has not only fulfilled the promised compensation, but even surpassed it. Originally, it was only supposed to be 6 chapters, but ended up with 9. The total word count is over 11 chapters. Dear readers, please support me with some recommendations or monthly votes, considering my sincere efforts. A sincere thank you to Infinite Dragon Ball Legend for the 4,500 tips during the extra chapter update. You're so supportive. Thank you so much. Also, the extra chapters were supposed to feature the Empress meeting Goku and Bonnie finding the bear, but when I was about to write them, I ran out of ideas, so I didn't write them. Some readers also asked why I didn't write about the Yuta concert. Honestly, I don't have any ideas, and I haven't seen the movie. I wanted to see it before, but I couldn't get into it. So, for now, the extra chapters stop here. If inspiration strikes, I might write more about it in the future. Oh, and Naruto as well. Finally, great news. Great news. Updates to this book will resume on May 1st. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'll be writing about 4 more worlds. The 4 known worlds are the Ultraman world and the Dragon Ball Super world. Everyone chose Dragon Ball Super, so I chose it, appearing 2nd and 4th in order. As for the other 2 worlds, one might be guessable, but the other author thinks it's unlikely to be guessed. Hey, you can try to guess and see if you can. P.S. It's not a niche anime. That's all, so stay tuned. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.